Chapter 3961. Sparks and lightning flashed all the way. However, what shocked the Goo King once again was that Lin Ling did not seem to have any intention of running away in the face of the fleshworm he had transformed into. Instead, he was getting closer and closer. Moreover, Lin Ling only used one punch, a seemingly weak punch. Such a fist, perhaps his physical body would be able to swallow it in one gulp. Whoosh! Lin Ling's speed was not fast, but it was still as fast as a shooting star. When Lin Ling crashed into the mountain of flesh, Goo King's heart finally changed. This was because his body had actually caved in from the impact. The people in the distance all sucked in a breath of cold air, because they could see that the huge mountain of flesh in front of them was being knocked back by Emperor Qing Lin Ling. What kind of power is this? Goo King roared. How could he have known that Lin Ling was wearing the Dragon God battle armor? Although he had sacrificed speed, his gravity had long since reached 40,000 worlds worth of power. Even though the king of venomous worms was one of the best in the martial god realm, he could not resist the force of 40,000 worlds. Boom. Then the giant fleshworm flew out like a cannonball and smashed into the great Azure God dynasty. However, Qingzhou was silent. The third princess and the others all had their jaws dropped. Lin Ling had actually sent that meat worm flying with a single punch? Heavens, how much strength was needed to do that? How is this possible? That's the chief. He was sent flying with a single punch? As for young Master Zhou, he was dumbfounded. He even thought that he had met a fake leader. Otherwise, how could he be so weak? Lin Ling. In the distance, the fleshworm was still rolling on the ground, looking very funny. Obviously, it was confused by Lin Ling's punch. Fleshworm, I don't care what you're doing in Azure Province, but this is my territory. I won't allow you to behave atrociously here. At this moment, Lin Ling appeared on the ground with a large number of divine weapons floating around him. Above his head was the true inheritance dark sword. Then he reached behind him with his right hand, and when the tyrant song sword appeared in his hand, he immediately galloped on the ground. Bang bang bang. The earth trembled from his stomp, as if the heavens and earth were falling apart. This was also the might of the Dragon God armor. Lin Ling's speed was still not fast, but at this moment, he was like a giant, rushing forward. Come on, let's see who can hurt who. In front of him, the meat worm crawled up and roared at Lin Ling. At this moment, Goo King was infuriated. If he was not severely injured, Lin Ling could kill Goo King with just one finger. But now one of the 9 prefecture's 10 evils, had been sent flying. It was truly a case of a tiger being bullied by a dog. Be my Goo. After that, Goo King did not dare to confront Lin Ling head-on because that was not his strong suit. The giant fleshworm's tentacles once again spewed out a large amount of smoke, but this time it wasn't multicolored, it was green, and all of them were flying towards Lin Ling. Upon closer inspection, those were not smoke, but green goo worms as thick as hair. Ding ding dang dang. However, these goo worms could not get close to Lin Ling at all. It was as if they had hit an iron plate, making crisp sounds. On the other hand, Lin Ling rushed past the goo worms and was getting closer to the flesh worm. What? You still have so many divine armors. The Goo King was shocked at first, but he immediately saw dozens of divine armors appear around Lin Ling's body. They shone brightly. It was those divine armors that blocked the invasion of the goo worms. Goo King also knew that Lin Ling could not unleash the full power of the divine armors. However, Lin Ling had so many sets of divine armors that he did not need to unleash the full power of the divine armors. He only needed to unleash 30% of the power of each set of divine armors. And that was enough. Of course, this was also a prodigal. This brat is too fierce. As the saying goes, the young and strong fear the fist. I am severely injured now, and it is not suitable for me to fight him head-on. Seeing Lin Ling getting closer and closer, Goo King could not help but feel a sense of fear. He was frightened by Lin Ling's aura. Let's avoid him first. Goo King planned to avoid him first. However, as soon as he moved, he realized that he had slowed down a lot. Moreover, there was a mysterious power shrouding his body, which made Goo King, who was already weak, even weaker. My speed. Goo King was shocked. His speed had been reduced by 50%. And my defense. His defense had also been reduced by 50%. In fact, even his attack had been reduced by 50%. This prompted Gu King to check his surroundings immediately. Suddenly, he realized that bamboo slices of different colors and an incense burner had appeared around him. Some of the bamboo slices were huge, while some were as big as a palm. However, when they floated in the sky, they emitted a mysterious melody. As for the incense burner, it was burning with incense, which also looked magical. Gu King instantly knew that those treasures had suppressed his power. However, what the hell were those treasures that could suppress the power of an martial god realm expert? I bought these treasures from the store of God. As if he had noticed Gu King's shock, Lin Ling's indifferent voice came from the front. The store of God again? Gu King was furious. Could that guy have emptied the store of God? At that moment he suddenly regretted it. He should not have appeared when Lin Ling was at his peak and fought with him head-on. Sword come. At that moment, a cold voice was heard. Around Lin Ling's body, the dark sword of the true inheritance kept dancing and gradually merged. These swords moved along with Lin Ling's running. In the end, when the 18th dark sword of the true inheritance disappeared from Lin Ling's hand, a 2-meter-long divine sword appeared. Bang! Lin Ling suddenly held the sword tightly and crossed the two swords. The realm essence of the 6 major dantians was activated. All of his physical strength was also activated. One must know that Lin Ling's current talent had greatly increased, and his physical strength was also on a whole new level. Moreover, this was under the suppression of the Dragon God battle armor. If he were to remove the Dragon God battle armor, even Lin Ling himself didn't know the limits of his physical strength. All of his strength in addition to the tyrannical Song Sword's peak ancestral power, and the dark sword of the true inheritance was terrifying. Crack, crack, crack. The two swords slashed along the ground. The ground was burned and a bottomless sword mark appeared. Looking from afar, the scene was extremely spectacular. A figure holding 2 swords charged towards the huge mountain of flesh in front of him, leaving behind sparks and lightning. Impossible, he's courting death. In the silence, Sergio gritted his teeth. He still did not believe that Lin Ling was a match for the leader. However, Gu King trembled and cursed angrily. Lin Ling was too shameless. Not only did he take advantage of the fact that he was severely injured, he even released a large number of treasures to seal him. He was like a pig being slaughtered. On the other hand, Lin Ling was armed to the teeth with treasures. He could not attack at all. It was too unfair. Lin Ling, wait! Gu King roared at the critical moment. Unfortunately, Lin Ling would not wait at all. He even quickened his pace. Crack, crack. Chapter 3962. Like-minded. Clang. Almost as soon as Lin Ling passed by the mountain of flesh, he finally came to a stop. He slowly put away his swords and carried the mountain of flesh on his back. The corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. Boom. In the next moment, the enormous flesh mountain exploded, and countless stinky venom sprayed out. Looking from afar, the flesh worm that was bigger than a mountain had been cut in half. Ah! Young Master Zhou and his father opened their mouths wide and almost fainted. The leader of the resting grounds of heroic spirits had been defeated? After all, he was a prominent figure in the martial god realm, and he was only inferior to the 10 great martial gods of the 9 prefectures. In their hearts, their leader was invincible. However, the leader was not defeated by a famous expert, nor was he defeated by some old monster. Instead, he was defeated by a rising star. Lin Ling, I'll remember this. When the flesh worm exploded, there were also many goo worms flying around and emitting malicious words. These goo worms were transformed from the Gu King. Although this old ghost was highly valued, it was also extremely difficult to kill. Even though it was cut in half by Lin Ling, it was still alive. It was just that its originally heavily injured body had become even more serious now. You don't want my treasure anymore? Lin Ling did not continue the chase. He knew that he should not pursue a cornered enemy when facing the Gu King, because the old man's methods were strange. He knew that it would be easy to fall into his trap if he forced himself to chase. Furthermore, Lin Ling's original intention was to chase the Gu King away, and let him know that he had to pay the price if he wanted to behave atrociously in Qingzhou. Now the Gu King should have known the price. The next time he wanted to do this, he would think twice. Upon hearing Lin Ling's words, the Gu King was obviously stunned. Then he seemed to have gone mad. Fuck, 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 fuck. He didn't know what to say. All he could do was curse and curse. This was because he finally knew why Lin Ling wanted to show off the treasure. It was so that he, the Gu King, could see it but not touch it. This was the most depressing thing in life. If he was at his peak, he would definitely kill Lin Ling. If he wasn't valued, he would definitely kill Lin Ling. However, there were no ifs in this world. Lin Ling heaved a sigh of relief when he noticed that the Gu King had run away like a madman. Although he looked relaxed earlier, he had actually gone all out. After all, many of his techniques were suppressed by the Dragon God armor and the Demigod Divine Pill. Naturally, he was reluctant to break these seals for the Gu King. However, he had already prepared 2 deadly divine weapons. If the Gu King wanted to fight with his life on the line, he would give up 1 or 2 treasures at most to kill him. Of course, Lin Ling was happy that the other party had escaped. After all, he did not want to waste those treasures on the Gu King. Those treasures were meant for Wuxian martial god. Although the godly weapons in God's shop are powerful, they can't cause fatal damage to the martial gods at the top of the pyramid. Lin Ling muttered to himself. He also knew that as long as the 3-year battle came, these treasures would most likely be used up by then. Then, Lin Ling walked towards Master Zhou. I'm just passing by. Master Zhou rubbed his broken arm and his face was extremely pale. His father did not say a word, but his eyes were flickering. He was obviously scared. Although he was a half-step to martial god, he knew that it would not be difficult for the blue-robed young man to kill a martial god, let alone a mere half-step to martial god. Lin Ling did not say a word and continued to walk forward. However, his footsteps seemed to be stepping on their hearts, causing them to tremble even more. We're really just passing by. This time, even the middle-aged man spoke. Lin Ling's footsteps finally came to a stop as he looked down at them. That gaze caused their hearts to thump violently. Lin Ling shook his head and turned around to leave. He's not going to kill us? Young Master Zhou's eyes flashed, and a smile appeared on his face. Bang! However, at that moment, a burly figure suddenly appeared. It was the golden white evil spirit. He slowly took off his cloak and revealed a creepy smile. Father, what's that? Wow, I was scared to death. Looking at the smiling face, Master Zhou's legs turned to jelly and he fell to the ground. His pants were wet. However, the sinister middle-aged man beside him was not any better. His legs continued to tremble. I can pretend that you're just passing by if it's anything else, but not here. At that moment, Lin Ling's cold voice was heard. This was Qingzhou. Lin Ling had many relatives and friends. Lin Ling could not afford to make any mistakes here, not even a little bit. Because of a small mistake, his grandfather and the rest would not be able to stop it. By then the people would be plunged into misery and suffering. Therefore, Lin Ling would rather kill the wrong person than let them go. Without a doubt, Master Zhou and his father had been devoured by the golden white evil spirit. Lin Ling. Master. However, no one paid attention to them. At that moment, the third princess and the rest ran over excitedly. Moreover, when they thought of the previous battle, they were shocked. Although the previous battle was not considered earth-shattering, the strength displayed by Lin Ling and the flesh worm had given them a sense of pressure. This made them realize that the strength of that force was definitely beyond their imagination. I never thought that the kid from the martial god's barracks would grow to such a level today. Hu exclaimed. In the past, Lin Ling was just a new recruit in the martial god's barracks. Because of Huangfu Yidao's recommendation, he finally groomed Lin Ling as the next marshal. However, who would have imagined that a mere martial god's battalion couldn't tolerate Lin Ling at all? In the end, Lin Ling became the Grand Marshal of the 6 armies. Moreover, the Grand Marshal couldn't tolerate Lin Ling. And Lin Ling even became the Azure Emperor, and soared through the 9 continents in the end. Thinking back, everything felt like a dream. That kid is terrifying. Lord Eighth also sighed. In the Yangtze River, each new generation surpassed the previous one. Now when he met Lin Ling, he was like a junior. He was very curious. How did Lin Ling cultivate? Why did Lin Ling's cultivation bottlenecks seem to be non-existent to others? Lin Ling. In the distance, the people from the 3 academies also arrived. Leading them was the dean of the resplendent academy. Lin Ling, you're back. The brothers and companions who had fought side by side in the past also rushed over. There was Falling Flowers, Flowing Water, Tang Yue, and the others. They were all companions who had accompanied Lin Ling as he grew up. However, Lin Ling's pace seemed to have no end. In the end, he surpassed them and walked further and further. Is everyone okay? Looking at the familiar faces, Lin Ling's eyes became moist. These people were his friends, brothers, and companions, but they were also the memories of his life. Especially when he saw everyone's heartfelt excitement, Lin Ling felt very proud. In his life, he had been to too many places. Everywhere he went, he would have a group of like-minded friends. There were also friends in the rainforest sacred land, like Lady Shui Wu and the others. There were also friends in the Green Province. There were even more in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Chapter 3963. Ancestor Extreme Flame had arrived. Waha, you're amazing. Oh right, Sakura, where are Meng Lu and the rest? After Tang Yue and the rest arrived, each and every one of them surrounded Lin Ling and laughed loudly. Currently, only 3 people from Qing Province had walked out. They were Lin Ling, Sakura, and Meng Lu. They're all fine. Lin Ling also laughed out loud. Lord Lin Ling, I'm really envious of you. You went out to adventure, and when you came back, your strength was simply impressive. But we stayed in this small place. Although we grew quickly, it can't compare to the outside world. Blossoming Flowing Water Sword said with a look of admiration. I was just lucky. Lin Ling chuckled. At this moment, the third princess walked over and called out sweetly, Master. Third princess, well done. Lin Ling was full of praise for the third princess. For example, young Master Zhou and the others. The third princess knew that these people were not weak, so she focused on stabilizing them and not making them hostile. This way, there would not be more deaths in Qingzhou. This was clearly done for the sake of the big picture. It was something that a leader had to consider. Thank you for your praise, Master. The third princess smiled. She had always been dignified, but in front of Lin Ling, she was like a student. Behind the crowd, Miss Yunyan's body was trembling. Previously, she thought that Lin Ling was the same as those young masters, lecherous and shameless. But now, she knew that she had embarrassed herself to the core. Because that was his grandmaster. She actually suspected that grandmaster was coveting her beauty. Right now, she wished she could dig a hole and hide in it. Yunyan, quickly come and meet your grandmaster. However, at this time the third princess' voice rang out as well. Miss Yunyan's face changed color, and she almost walked out in tears. However, what surprised her was that Lin Ling was looking at her with a faint smile. He didn't mind her previous rudeness. Since you're my grand disciple, then this jade pendant is a gift from me. After Lin Ling smiled, a blue jade pendant appeared in his hand, and he handed it over. Yunyan froze on the spot. She was a little embarrassed to accept it. However, the third princess beside her urged her to accept it. Even though it's not a treasure, it's able to resist 3 attacks from experts below the martial god realm. Lin Ling explained. In reality, he had treasures that were even more valuable than this. However, it wasn't that he didn't want to give them away, it was because Yunyan and the others were too weak to activate them. Plus, a man's wealth is his own ruin. If Yunyan had a treasure that was too valuable, it would only bring her more trouble. Tang Yue, this is for you. Next, Lin Ling gave a treasure to each of his acquaintances. Those treasures were extremely precious in Qingzhou, no in Jiuzhou. After all, it was from the shop of gods. Wow, Master Lin Ling, thank you for your treasures. I love you to death. Tang Yue was a princess, but at this moment, she was as excited as a little girl. She ran in front of Lin Ling and gave Lin Ling a hard kiss on the cheek. Haha. The crowd immediately burst into laughter. They knew that only people like Tang Yue, who grew up with Lin Ling, would dare to be so impudent. Lin Ling touched his cheek helplessly. After so many years, this girl still didn't look like she had grown up. However, when the third princess and the others saw Tang Yue's actions, their eyes were suddenly filled with jealousy. If it weren't for the fact that there were too many people around, the third princess and the others would definitely sneak an attack on Lin Ling. Who told you to take advantage of me? After kissing Lin Ling, Tang Yue said with a smile. This made many people roll their eyes. Even though Tang Yue was a princess and a girl, they still felt that Tang Yue had taken advantage of Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling was the Emperor Qing behind the scenes. Come Yue. After chatting with the crowd for a while, Lin Ling also called An Yue over. An Yue was unfamiliar to many people. Even though An Yue also came from Qingzhou, she went missing when she just entered the academy. An Yue smiled. She didn't want to be too rude, so she removed the veil on her face and bowed slightly to the crowd. So beautiful. Once the veil was removed, countless people gasped. An Yue was originally a fairy-like figure. Her temperament was otherworldly, and coupled with her beautiful face, it was naturally enviable. This guy's wives are all so beautiful. Falling flowers, flowing water, and the others said enviously. Tang Yue, the third princess, and the others felt inferior. They finally knew why Lin Ling didn't like them. It turned out that the women around Lin Ling were all extremely beautiful, such as Yu Yu, Xian Yuan Gu'er, and the others. Greetings, Master's wife. I've always heard about you from Master. I didn't expect Master's wife to be so beautiful. You're a perfect match for Master. Then, the third princess hurriedly bowed. An Yue smiled gently when she heard that, but she was secretly happy. Lin Ling whispered in her ear. Did you hear that? You and I are a perfect match. You're so annoying. An Yue immediately replied in a low voice. The sweet look on their faces undoubtedly made many people smile. In their eyes, this man and woman were indeed a match made in heaven. Ling. While they were happily chatting, a large number of people arrived from afar. This time, it was Ancestor Tai Yin and the others. Master, Grandpa Tai Yin, and the others have been living in the fragment of the flame world. I've already informed them, so they immediately rushed over after receiving the news. The third princess smiled and looked into the distance. Then she shouted, Grandma Wendao. You're here. Seeing Ancestor Tai Yin and the others, Lin Ling's body shook. He hadn't returned for many years since he went to the final world. Now that he saw his family again, he was naturally extremely excited. No matter how domineering he was in the outside world, in front of his family, he was still the young man from the Fire Ancient clan. Ling. In the distance, an old man rushed over. As he walked, tears flowed down his face. He was none other than Ancestor Extreme Flame. Behind Ancestor Tai Yin was Lin Ling's mother, Mo Nianchen, followed by Lin Ling's grandfather, Grandma Wendao, and the others. Father. Lin Yi and his wife were among them, and there was a 5 or 6-year-old girl between them. Quick, call me Grandpa, Lin Yi said excitedly to the little girl. The little girl was extremely cute, like a porcelain doll. Lin Ling was stunned for a moment, then he couldn't help but be overjoyed. He was a grandfather? However, the little girl might have the same bloodline as Lin Ling, so she wasn't afraid of strangers. She looked at Lin Ling with her big eyes and immediately shouted, Grandpa. Good. Lin Ling took a step forward and hugged the little girl. Then he planted a kiss on her tender face. Ling. Chapter 3964. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. The battle that started 3 years ago. You child. Patriarch Extreme Yan's eyes were already wet. He then helped Lin Ling up. His old eyes suddenly turned, and he saw An Yue beside Lin Ling. He couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, An Yue. They were naturally very familiar with An Yue. Ever since the great change in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, An Yue had been staying with the Fire Ancient clan. In their hearts, An Yue was already their daughter-in-law, grandfather, mother. An Yue was also very obedient. She bowed to Patriarch Extreme Yan, Mo Nianchen, and the others, which made the older generation laugh heartily. Lin Ling. At this moment, Qin Xiaolan walked over with a smile. Behind her were Lu Susu and the others. Each of them was a first-class beauty. Seeing them, Lin Ling couldn't help but feel a little guilty. These women had been waiting for him, Lin Ling. However, they weren't as lucky as Yu Yu and the others. Due to their weaker talents, they could only stay in Qingzhou. Lin Ling walked forward and held Qin Xiaolan and the others' hands. He looked at them affectionately. Finally, all the words he wanted to say were reduced to one sentence. Thank you for your hard work. This sentence seemed calm, but it was like thunder. It made Qin Xiaolan and the others' hearts tremble. They had been waiting for Lin Ling all the time. Sometimes they even complained that Lin Ling ignored them. However, after Lin Ling returned, one sentence from him made them feel that it was all worth it. This was because they also knew that Lin Ling didn't deliberately neglect them. Lin Ling had his own goals. Hence, they could only wait. I, Lin Ling, swear that on the day I rule Huanyu, I will bring you all around Huanyu. I will accompany you day and night. Lin Ling then said word by word. If I go back on my oath, I shall be struck by lightning and have my soul destroyed. However, before Lin Ling could finish, Lu Susu and the others stopped him. They hugged Lin Ling and cried, "We believe in you." Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others smiled as they watched this scene. They didn't interrupt Lin Ling and the others. After a long while, Lin Ling led Lu Susu and the others towards Ancestor Extreme Flame. "Grandpa, my name is Lin Xiaoji." The innocent Tong Yin also let Lin Ling carry the little girl. Then he led his family and friends towards the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. Today Lin Ling was undoubtedly very happy, because he had been waiting for this day for a very long time. That night, Qing Province was undoubtedly lively. The entire vast Qing Province was like a festival. Every house was decorated with lanterns and streamers. The next day Lin Ling's master, Xing Shiyun, also rushed over from Spirit Province. Of course, when the old man saw Lin Ling now, not only was he terrified, but he also treated him like a junior. Lin Ling also enjoyed these peaceful days. During this period, he didn't cultivate much. He just threw large amounts of treasures into his dantian every day. He was waiting for the moment when the seal on the elixir was lifted, and he could enter the martial god realm in one fell swoop. Because he didn't cultivate much, Lin Ling's sharpness was hidden. It made him look more like a very ordinary cultivator. Of course, Lin Ling naturally took advantage of the days he spent with Qin Xiaolan and the others. "Senior sister, you. Or isn't your divine embryo body able to nurture my divine embryo body? Why don't I feel it?" "Did you go in?" "I did, but I do feel a strange power in your body." I forgot. When I cultivate now, all my power will be sucked into the whirlpool of the demigod divine pill." "You idiot." At night, Lin Ling and the others' laughter came from the room. When they looked at the side room, the fragrance of food filled the air. On the bed, a young man was lying on a big bed. Beside him were a few beautiful women. "You all have your own specialties. Some have long legs, some have big boobs, some have good skin. TSK different tastes. Lu Susu, why are you pinching my ear? You bad guy." Time passed quietly just like that. Lin Ling seemed to be living a leisurely life, but he was also silently counting the time. He knew that the 3-year promise was coming soon. In addition to spending time with his family, Lin Ling also occasionally learned about Lin Yi's cultivation. He also focused on nurturing his granddaughter, Lin Xiaoji. However, this little brat's talent was also very good. Her strength was not weak at such a young age. If Yu knew about this, she would probably be even happier. Of course, this was still not enough for Lin Ling. He currently had many treasures, so he planted the ultimate divine embryo body in his granddaughter. In time, this little brat would definitely become a majestic goddess of war. As for Patriarch Extreme Flame and the others, Lin Ling threw many treasures on them to forcefully raise their cultivation. Although this kind of forceful increase was not good, Patriarch Extreme Flame and the others had already reached their limit. There was no other way. Before they knew it, only 10 days were left until the 3-year promise. On this day, Lin Ling took an yuer and left. Everyone knew Lin Ling's goal, so they did not stop Lin Ling. This was because they knew that Lin Ling must have his own reasons for doing so. In this regard, they could only wish Lin Ling well. "Ling, or when you have time, bring Yu and the others back. I haven't seen them in so many years, I miss them." Patriarch Extreme Flame watched Lin Ling and the others gradually disappear, and his eyes became moist. Although this grandson of his didn't stay for long each time he returned, he could still understand Lin Ling. This was because without Lin Ling running around outside, there would be no peace in Qingzhou. "Okay." In the distance, Lin Ling's voice came and gradually disappeared into the universe. One day later, they finally arrived at the world. Looking at the ancient land, Lin Ling's eyes became slightly excited. He had lived 2 lives, and his biggest goal in this life was revenge. This was also his sore point. Moreover, he also knew that if Tian Liuli knew that he, Lin Ling, was still alive, she would definitely come to kill Lin Ling. Therefore, everything had to end. Then, he couldn't help but think of his previous life. At that time, Tian Liuli and the other 2 were just 3 very ordinary people who lived in a small valley. If Li Xiaorao hadn't forced his way into their world, perhaps they would have turned into a pile of bones by now. However, human ambition was endless. Li Xiaoyao had brought them into a new world. Like other warriors, they also wanted to reach the peak of the universe. However, the path they took was an unorthodox path. They made themselves stronger by sacrificing others. Whether it was Lin Ling or Li Xiaoyao, what they hated the most in life was betrayal. Therefore, Li Xiaoyao had come for revenge. If he couldn't succeed in this life, he would definitely succeed in the next. Currently, Tian Yanlin was dead, and only Tianwen Valley and Tian Liuli were left. Just like that, step by step, they walked towards the final world. Lin Ling was silent, but the aura on his body suddenly calmed down. He was as still as a mountain, steady and heavy. Beside him, Anue also didn't speak, which was rare. Obviously, she also knew that this battle was very important to Lin Ling. Chapter 3965. Goodbye Longyang. Lin Ling. Yes. Anue could not help but call out softly. I'm fine. Yes. Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. The aura on his body was even more restrained. He did not look like an expert at all. Instead, he looked like an ordinary warrior. However, Anue knew that this was the result of his accumulation. This was also a dormant state. Everything was for that battle. After the battle began, the man beside her could instantly erupt with astonishing energy. Longyang, Wentian martial god? Yes. Anue's beautiful eyes also looked into the distance. There was a trace of murderous intent in the depths of her eyes. The 2 of them walked along the ancient earth towards the snow-blowing city. The wind of this final world suddenly became very tranquil on this day. Their clothes were gently fluttering in the wind, which was extremely comfortable. However, just as they were about to reach snow-blowing city, under a huge cherry blossom tree, a figure was quietly leaning against the tree trunk. Her slender dress was fluttering in the wind, and her fine black hair was also gently dancing, revealing a peerlessly beautiful face. You're back. Yes. A soft voice, as if talking to a friend, floated over with the wind. On the grassland in the distance, Lin Ling and Anue slowly walked forward. After seeing the woman under the cherry tree, both of them frowned. The woman's small white hand was wrapped in a strand of black hair. Her eyes were looking into the distance. However, from the corner of her eyes, she was looking at Lin Ling and Yi Qingtang. There was also a trace of a smile in her eyes. And she was actually Longyang. Lin Ling was incomparably surprised. However, he also smiled faintly and said, Yes, you're back. Although Longyang did not reveal any powerful aura, Lin Ling could faintly sense a sharp aura from her body. However, when Lin Ling carefully examined it, this aura disappeared again. Even Lin Ling could not see through Longyang. This showed that Longyang's strength was at the top of the martial god realm. Secondly, she had a treasure that could conceal her aura. Between the 2, Lin Ling naturally believed the second point. After all, he and Longyang had been in the final world for about the same amount of time. If Longyang had reached the top of the martial god realm in such a short period of time, then it would be too terrifying. Of course, even on the second point, Lin Ling felt that Longyang was very powerful. Because until now, Lin Ling had seen a genius who was not much weaker than himself. Longyang's figure could be seen everywhere in the spirit state, the flame state, and the final world. These were also the proof that Longyang was constantly growing stronger and walking towards greater heights. Are you here to laugh at me? Lin Ling smiled and said indifferently. At this moment, Longyang slowly turned around and stared at Lin Ling with narrowed eyes. Her fine black hair fluttered in the breeze. She was undoubtedly very beautiful at this moment. However, she also looked at the young man with slight curiosity. The young man not far away was still the same as before. His handsome face was like an ancient well without ripples. It was as if even if the sky collapsed, the young man's expression would not change. In fact, Longyang was very curious as well. She could not understand how Lin Ling, who was merely from the Qing state, could be so powerful. His speed of growth had reached a terrifying level. Every time Longyang took a huge leap and thought that she had surpassed Lin Ling, the young man had walked even further away when they met again. The gap between them had not shortened at all. Longyang had traveled extensively. She had been to forbidden grounds and divine treasures. She had seen countless outstanding people. However, this was the first time she had seen an outstanding talent like Lin Ling. Sometimes, she even wondered if this young man would not get tired if he kept moving forward. Did he not feel pressured with so many people chasing after him? Later on, she realized that she had been overthinking. This young man was very strong and had never felt tired. Of course, I'm not here to laugh at you. I, Longyang, can laugh at anyone but you. Longyang smiled. Those who did not know her would think that she had a good relationship with Lin Ling. Her smile would undoubtedly make the sun and moon lose their light. That was because she was also a peerless beauty. However, compared to An Yue, she was more ambitious, murderous, and domineering. I'm just here to remind you that the 3-year promise is coming soon. Then Dragon Lady said word by word. I know. Lin Ling nodded calmly. I won't lose this battle. Although his words were calm, they were the most terrifying in Longyang's heart. I won't lose either. Longyang said seriously. For when Tian martial God? Lin Ling's eyes flashed as he asked curiously. Hearing this, Dragon Mother suddenly became silent. Her beautiful eyes quietly looked at Lin Ling, but she also seemed to be checking the surroundings. After seeing that there were no major problems, she faintly smiled and said, Why him? What does his business have to do with me? I'm doing this for myself. Yes. It was also a calm sentence. However, Lin Ling sensed a strong ambition. Lin Ling had a feeling that when Tian martial God, to Longyang, was just a stepping stone. It was as if Longyang's path of growth was filled with stepping stones that she stepped on and then surpassed. This is also a battle for my dignity. Yes. Seeing that Lin Ling was silent, Longyang spoke again. At this moment, she seemed to be venting something, because she remembered the scene in the Spirit Province. At that time, Lin Ling used violent methods to take her first time. To someone as proud as her, this was the greatest humiliation of her life. She couldn't take it. Because this was the only stain in her life. No one knew how many nights she had nightmares. In her nightmares, it was that man who treated her rudely. Therefore, she had to kill this dream with her own hands. Lin Ling sensed a terrifying aura from Longyang. This aura was not only sharp, but it also carried a sense of determination and persistence. However, determination and persistence were the most difficult to deal with. Of course, there was also that pride. It was because her pride had been violated that Longyang was so crazy. Lin Ling didn't speak. He looked at Longyang silently. He also felt that it was very strange. In this 3-year battle, he, Longyang, and Wentian Martial God all had different goals. Wentian Martial God wanted the Chaos Divine technique. Obviously, the latter also knew that this set of mysterious techniques could even move a god. Longyang, on the other hand, did it for her dignity. She was a stubborn and proud woman. Lin Ling, on the other hand, did it for his dignity and for his pride. He would take back everything he had lost with his own hands. The 3 of them all had their own goals. Haha, Longyang, what are you doing here? However, at this moment, a chuckle suddenly sounded. Then, Lin Ling saw that the void had been torn apart, and a few figures slowly walked out from it. As for these people, Lin Ling was unfamiliar with them, but they all looked extremely powerful. Longyang, this must be Lin Ling. When I was at One World Mountain, I heard some people talking about him. The leader was a young man in gray clothes. He looked extremely ordinary, but his cheeks were fleshy, his nose was high, and his eyes were sharp. He gave off an extremely harsh feeling. One World Mountain. Chapter 3966. He can only be scolded by me. This was one of the 7 great forbidden grounds of the 9 prefectures. At that time, Lin Ling was bitterly cultivating at the Kaiyuan River. He heard that Longyang's group had gone to One World Mountain, and there were quite a few people there as well. Could it be that these people had gone to One World Mountain with Longyang and the others? Yes, Longyang nodded when she saw who it was. Following this, they immediately shifted their attention to Linling. Linling discovered that they were all first-layer martial gods. Their realm essence was extremely strong, and their progenitor force had reached its peak. As for the peak of ancestral power, especially if it was cultivated by oneself, there would be this pressure spreading out, as if it was the power of a half-god. It was even to the extent that Linling knew that if he wanted to step into the martial god realm, then he had to possess peak ancestral energy. On the other hand, Linling hadn't comprehended much ancestral energy himself. However, his two swords, the Tyrant Song Sword and Nether Sword, both possessed peak ancestral energy, so they fulfilled the requirements for a breakthrough. Moreover, there were exceptions to everything in the world. It was said that if one wanted to step into the martial god realm, one could borrow the power of a peak martial ancestor to achieve the effect of a breakthrough. This was also the reason why some martial god realm experts seemed to have dense world essence, but in reality, their ancestral force was not strong at all. Of course, this result also caused those martial god realm experts to be weak, and even Linling had killed quite a few. You are Linling. The young man in the lead looked at Linling with contempt. I am this moment. Remember my name. His attitude was overbearing. The other young men also laughed disdainfully, as if they were curious about how this kid in front of them was qualified to fight Longyang. Hearing this, Linling shook his head. He couldn't be bothered to say anything more. Furthermore, he had to admit that Longyang's charm wasn't weak at all. Every time, there would be a flower protector moving out for her. Linling, don't underestimate him. He's ranked second in the newcomer king rankings. His current strength has already placed him in the top 2 of the heavenly stairway. He's surpassed many of the older generation experts. At this time, Longyang seemed to want to show off, so she said lightly, I got it. However, Linling still nodded calmly. Right now he had placed all his attention on the battle of 3 years. Therefore, he did not care about the provocation of these people at all. This was because in the eyes of ordinary people, the 3-year agreement was the most important. However, in Linling's heart, that battle was only the horn that signaled his battle for revenge. The real battle was the battle after that battle. That was his battle for revenge. Battle, asked the heaven's martial god. In the face of such an expert, Linling didn't dare to slack off in the slightest. Therefore, he didn't have the time to pay attention to ordinary trivial matters. Then you still dare to fight with Longyang. Do you know that you're courting death? Seeing Linling's silence and absent-mindedness, the youth called Shermu was a little displeased. He was a martial god expert, ranked second in the newcomer king rankings. He heard that Linling was also one of the newcomer kings. However, Linling was qualified to fight with Longyang. He, on the other hand, wasn't. As for Longyang, she was ranked first in the newcomer king rankings. She was also martial god Wentian's disciple. With her status and strength, who could compete with her? Therefore, he felt that Linling seemed to have surpassed him and humiliated him. This also made him want to see what kind of person Linling was. However, after seeing it with his own eyes, he couldn't help but feel disappointed. Linling was just SOO. Looking at his aura, not to mention tyrannical, it wasn't even sharp. He could only be considered a very ordinary cultivator. However, Linling still didn't speak. Do you know how weak you are? I can only feel a sense of helplessness from you. Do you know who you're provoking? Even we can easily defeat a newcomer like you. What right do you have to challenge Longyang? If I were you, I'd admit defeat now so that I don't embarrass myself. Trash, did you hear what I said? Seeing Linling remain silent, the youth called Shermu became angrier and angrier. The word trash rumbled out like thunder. The grass on the prairie swayed with the wind, mixed with a violent aura. From afar, the heavenly elites stood in the sky as if they were looking down at a toad. However, the blue-robed youth standing on the ground was expressionless. His aura was as calm as an unmoving ocean. He only looked at the youth in the sky without speaking. Even his eyes didn't flicker. This kind of calmness was undoubtedly very shocking. And it also made those few young men even more furious. Perhaps in their eyes, Linling's calmness was a kind of disregard and disdain. You coward! The youth called Shermu shouted angrily again. His voice carried a supreme might as if he was calling a slave. You shut up! However, at this moment, a clear voice suddenly interrupted. This voice was like a silver bell, but it carried a sharp aura. At this moment, the prairie fell silent. The powerful youths all opened their mouths wide and looked to the side. This was because the person who angrily rebuked them was Longyang. The youth called Shermu was clearly dumbfounded. Who do you think you are? What right do you have to talk about him? Longyang raised her eyebrows and scolded the youths like a mother hen protecting her young. You people were born in the final world since you were young. Do you know him? He came from the Qing province of the Nine province, the weakest divine province. Do you know how weak he was 10 years ago? And after 10 years, what level has he reached? You rely on your families, your masters, and the help of your elders. What about him? He relies on himself. Compared to him, you are nothing. You are the trash. With her last sentence, Longyang scolded those youths to no end. The youths felt as if they had been struck by lightning. They were extremely unhappy from being scolded and were even jealous. They seemed to be good friends with Longyang, but in fact, they knew that although this woman seemed easy to talk to, it was completely impossible to get closer to her. But now, she was scolding them for that trash. They instantly realized that the relationship between Longyang and the blue-robed youth was not as simple as it seemed. Longyang, he is your enemy, your opponent. We are helping you. The youth called Shermu said unwillingly. What a joke. He had taken the initiative to provoke the blue-robed youth in order to gain the favor of the number one beauty of the newcomer king. However, this action of his was in exchange for Longyang's scolding. He felt wronged and his heart almost exploded. Only I can scold him. No one else is qualified. Longyang looked at Lin Ling and said word by word. All the youths were speechless. Chapter 3967. Trash, it's you. Let's go. At this moment, Lin Ling strode forward as if he did not see the farce. And Yuer nodded behind Lin Ling, but she also looked at the young man called Qi suddenly. A crystal ice sword appeared in her hand. I'm going to attack you. Be careful. And Yuer said coldly. You. The young man called Qi was stunned and dumbfounded again. It was because he had seen this beauty a long time ago. Moreover, he was shocked like a celestial being. Now, this beauty was personally telling him that she was going to attack him. Was this a warning? Or was she looking down on him? This beauty, I'm called Qi. Qi immediately smiled. Obviously, he did not take this beauty seriously. However, after an Yuer's warning, she did not bother to say anything more. Because she had already warned him, it was up to the young man to decide how to deal with it. Whoosh. She slashed with her sword and then kept it. She stepped forward and caught up with the young man in blue. Furthermore, this sword was incomparably fast, and there were no fluctuations that could be detected. Ka. But at this moment, an ice flower suddenly bloomed on his shoulder. This ice flower was incomparably beautiful, but at the same time it bloomed, ice energy spread along his shoulder like a tide, even domineeringly destroying the resistance in his body. Then, another ice flower bloomed on his other shoulder, followed by his thigh and chest. Countless ice flowers bloomed all over his body, as if he was frozen. At this moment he could only feel the icy air spreading to his face and nose. It was as if it wanted to freeze his eyes and even his entire body. You're not even as good as me. How can you defeat my man? Trash, it's you. Trash. At this moment, a cold voice drifted over and landed clearly in Qi's ears. Trash, it's you. Just as he was about to lose consciousness, Qi was furious and exploded. Although he still thought that Lin Ling was only SOSO, he did not expect two beauties to support Lin Ling. One scolded him. The other attacked him. How could Lin Ling? The other young men were also stunned. They did not expect the ice beauty to be so strong. With her strength, she could probably enter the top 200 on the stairway to heaven. Even Longyang was shocked. However, she quickly looked at Lin Ling's back and said indifferently, I will kill you in this battle. It's time to end the grudge. In the distance, a calm voice drifted over. Although it seemed calm, it seemed to have blown the grassland, causing the grass on the grassland to become like the sea, with monstrous waves rising. After Lin Ling left the prairie, an ancient city soon appeared in front of him. It was Snow Wind City. After seeing Snow City, the corners of Lin Ling's mouth curled up slightly. That calm smile finally changed, with a touch of excitement. Beside him, Yuer also smiled, but she also looked at Lin Ling carefully. She realized that Lin Ling was very calm, as if he was indifferent to fame and fortune. Even in the face of the previous provocation, his emotions did not fluctuate. However, this kind of man was even more terrifying and attractive. This was because this was a kind of focus. After entering the ancient city, Lin Ling immediately brought in Yuer to the courtyard. Lin Ling, you're back. Before they reached the courtyard, many people gathered outside the courtyard. When they saw the two people walking over from afar, they were all happy. Sister Yu and Xian Yuangu ran over happily, with tears in their eyes. Yugu and Yuer's delicate body also trembled, and she quickly ran over. Lin Ling, on the other hand, smiled and followed behind Yuer slowly. Looking at the others, they were the old woman, Song Qiri, Song Jian, Xiao Yu, etc. Moreover, young Master Yao and Ma Jing Tianzi were also here. I heard that Lin Ling is back. In the distance, many people came. They were the people from Snow Wind Academy, led by the Dean and Vice Dean, and behind them were Tian Ao, Luo Wuchang, and the rest. Especially the few of them, when they saw Lin Ling, not only were they excited, but their eyes were also filled with admiration, because in the ancient dragon wasteland, they witnessed Lin Ling's magic with their own eyes. Although they did not see Lin Ling's strength in the ancient dragon wasteland, it was undeniable that Lin Ling was their leader. So many people. Seeing the crowd, Lin Ling was also very surprised. Haha, this guy comes here every day to ask Yu and the rest if you're back. Half a month ago, they found out that you're back, but you're still in Qingzhou. At that time, they were already very happy. At this time, young Master Yao pointed at Tian Ao and the rest and said helplessly. He naturally knew about Lin Ling's situation in the ancient dragon wasteland through Tian Ao. Regarding this, he was very envious, not of Lin Ling, but of Tian Ao and the rest. Lin Ling, you're finally back. Then when they saw Lin Ling arrive, everyone smiled. Why are all of you here? Lin Ling's heart warmed. He first greeted the dean and the rest, then looked at young Master Yao and the rest. Since you're back, how can we not come? Tonight, we're not going home until we're drunk. Young Master Yao threw a punch at Lin Ling's chest and laughed out loud. All right. When Lin Ling saw so many people gathered outside the courtyard, he invited them in. Without a doubt, the courtyard was bustling with noise and excitement. As night fell, everyone sat in the courtyard, drinking and eating as if they were a family. Lin Ling, in a few days the battle of 3 years will be here. After a lively conversation, the dean looked at Lin Ling and said. She had only found out about this later, and wanted to ask Lin Ling about it. In the end, Lin Ling had gone missing for 3 years. I heard that Longyang is very powerful. She has already stepped into the martial god realm. At the mention of this, the atmosphere in the courtyard suddenly became solemn. Young Master Yao suddenly said. While you were bitterly cultivating at the Kaiyuan River, Longyang and the experts of the 36 academies were at the One World Mountain. That place is also one of the forbidden areas of the 9 provinces. It's said that Longyang obtained a great opportunity. Not only did she step into the martial god realm, but her strength has also greatly increased. There were countless experts in the 36 colleges. Those who went to Kaiyuan River were only a portion of them. The number of experts who went to One World Mountain was no less than the number who went to Kaiyuan River. When he heard this, Lin Ling frowned. It is said that Longyang is invincible in the initial stage of the martial god realm. No one in the 1st to 3rd stage is a match for her. Ma Jing Tianzi said. The two of them did not go to the ancient dragon wasteland. When they were free, they asked around for Lin Ling. I know. She is indeed very powerful. Lin Ling immediately nodded. Have you broken through to the martial god realm? Suddenly, young Master Yao looked at Lin Ling with anticipation. Chapter 3968. Challenging Feng Dichuan. I don't know either. Lin Ling shook his head with a wry smile. The crowd was dumbfounded. The battle was in a few days, and Lin Ling was still unaware of his strength. They thought Lin Ling was joking, but it did not seem like Lin Ling was joking. This meant that Lin Ling had not reached the martial god realm. This caused everyone's faces to be filled with worry for Lin Ling. Although Lin Ling's strength was outstanding, it was only against ordinary martial gods. Long Yang was not an ordinary martial god. She could do whatever Lin Ling could do, especially in the past 3 years, as Wentian martial god had been nurturing Long Yang. Long Yang's reputation had skyrocketed. Currently, there was no one in the 36 academies who had not heard of Long Yang's name. Time is too short. Lin Ling, you went to the Kaiyuan River, and Long Yang went to the One Boundary Mountain. In terms of luck, it's a tie. Besides, she has Wentian martial god, so it's better to have a duel. At this moment, the old woman suggested. The meaning behind her words was that she refused to fight. After all, she did not care about the duel. She only cared about the divine trials. Compared to the divine trials, the duel was nothing. No, Lin Ling shook his head. His eyes were filled with stubbornness. The old woman suddenly sighed. 3 years of time was simply too short. For a martial artist, it was only the time of a single closed-door seclusion. In this short period of time, how could Lin Ling compare to Long Yang? By the way, how's Wentian martial god? Lin Ling suddenly asked. Young Beast Lord and the others shook their heads. It was impossible for them to understand the world of the 10 great martial gods. I heard that he defeated the 10 extremities martial god in a duel. Thus his ranking among the 10 extremities martial gods increased by 1 rank. The old woman explained as she knew more about the duel. Lin Ling did not know the ranking, but if Wentian martial god's ranking had risen by 1, it meant that his strength had improved greatly. Why are you asking? The old woman looked at Lin Ling and asked curiously. It's nothing. I was just asking. Nothing. Lin Ling would not tell them that his goal was to defeat Wentian martial god. Even though he trusted the old woman, it was better for him to keep the information to himself. After all, he would have to use all his treasures to kill martial god Wentian, and he only had 1 chance. You're worried that Wentian martial god will interfere with the duel? Yes. The old woman misunderstood Lin Ling's intentions. She smiled and said, Don't worry, you are Lei Gong's subordinate. Martial god Wentian won't dare to interfere in this battle. Yes. That's right. Is there a space that can seal off the exit of outsiders, a place that even martial gods cannot break? Lin Ling asked as a sudden thought crossed his mind. If Wentian martial god managed to escape, Lin Ling would be at a disadvantage, and all the treasures would be wasted. The old woman fell into deep thought before her eyes glittered. There is a place, the Phoenix Emperor Spring. Yes. The Phoenix Emperor Spring? Yes. Lin Ling was suspicious. The old woman nodded. The Phoenix Emperor Spring is a very famous space controlled by the gods. That place can only be entered. Even a martial god would need 10 days to get out. Moreover, the area inside is not big, about the same as Snowwind City. Yes. Alright, that's the place. Yes. Lin Ling's eyes glittered. The place was not big, and it was perfect for him, Lin Ling. However, the old woman shook her head. But this is the place of the gods, ordinary people can't enter. Yes. Senior, I've completed 2 missions. One was to deliver a letter, the other was to suppress the seal of the dragon tribe. I'd like to use one of the rewards to open the Phoenix Emperor Spring. Is that okay? Yes. However, Lin Ling already had a plan. That's fine, but I'll have to ask Master Lei Gong. Yes. The reward for the second mission is to ask Master Lei Gong to help me protect my friends in Snowy City. Yes. Alright. Yes. Currently, the people of Qingzhou were protected, but not the people of Snowy City. If Lin Ling successfully killed Wentian martial god, Luli Empress would definitely come. Based on Lin Ling's understanding of her, she would attack Yu Yu and the others. This woman was similar to Long Yang, who would do anything to achieve her goals. Moreover, Lin Ling actually didn't have much resentment towards Dragon Mother, but towards Tian Liuli. Lin Ling hated her to the bone. He knew that although Long Yang looked emotionless, she had feelings. However, Tian Liuli was not only emotionless, she was also unrighteous. Take the death of martial god Qilin as an example. Tian Liuli did not care about it at all. She cared more about her own strength and continued to cultivate. If such a thing happened to Lin Ling, he would have raised his sword and cut down his enemy long ago. Even if he had to flee to the ends of the earth, he would still kill his enemy. Then I'll inform Master Lei Gong immediately. Yes. Then, the old woman knew that there was no time to lose and quickly left. Don't disturb Lin Ling, let him rest for a few days. Yes. Before she left, she said to young Master Yao and the others. Young Master Yao and the others understood and drank for a while more before leaving. They obviously knew that Long Yang was a strong opponent. She was ranked 252nd on the divine ranking, and the first newcomer king. Especially the newcomer king, she was the scariest. It meant that she could reach the highest ranking in the shortest amount of time. Long Yang was the only one in the current era who could do that. At night, Lin Ling chatted with Yu Yu and the others. When night fell, Lin Ling left and entered another room, sitting down with his legs crossed. He was not cultivating at this moment. He knew that it would not be effective no matter how much he cultivated in the past few days. Therefore, his goal was still to calm his heart. Everything was to make himself more focused in the battle. Focus was also important. When facing an expert like martial god Wen Tian, if he was not focused enough, he might be killed in a moment of carelessness. I have many treasures, but most of them are only 5th grade innate realm. They can't kill martial god Wen Tian, they can only distract him. However, the great world-destroying banner and the curse of the gods are the most deadly, and they are my strongest attacks. There were 3 and 5 treasures respectively. If there was only one, Lin Ling was not confident that he could kill martial god Wen Tian. However, there were many of them, so anything was possible. Besides that, Lin Ling had also prepared many rare treasures, such as the undying fruit. Martial god Wen Tian was much stronger than martial god Qilin. If Lin Ling could not succeed, then Lin Ling would definitely die. Therefore, this was a fight with his back to the river. Phew! Lin Ling took a deep breath and suppressed his excitement and impulse. His heart was as calm as still water once more. This was the reason why he had to calm his heart. Chapter 3969. 3 days later, the battle began. As for the battle with Long Yang, Lin Ling was not worried. His current strength had been suppressed, so he could not use many of his moves. However, once the seal was lifted, many of his moves would be boosted. For example, the Bodhi Testimony Divine Skill. Another example was the Calamity Destroying Sun Bao. Due to the increase in strength, the tyrannical singing sword might be able to activate a bit of divine power. The next day, the old woman brought news that Lin Ling's request had been accepted by Lei Gong. The Phoenix Emperor Spring had been opened for Lin Ling. Furthermore, Lin Ling had also sent someone to inform Long Yang, and she had also agreed. Especially after learning about the special characteristics of the Phoenix Emperor Spring, the people of the new heavenly court mocked Lin Ling, calling him an idiot, because he could only enter and not exit. This meant that if Lin Ling lost, he would not be able to escape. The news snowballed and spread throughout the entire final world. The 36 academies were in an uproar. Naturally, many people had heard of Lin Ling. This fellow had displayed his brilliance during the exchange at Skysplit Tower and E-Garden. Therefore, many people knew that Lin Ling was the new king and was incomparably dazzling. However, in these 3 years, Long Yang had become even more dazzling. She was not like Lin Ling, who had taken one step at a time. Instead, she had shaken the 36 academies the moment she appeared, sweeping through the top 300 experts on the divine stairway. Such a girl was also known as the 100th rare genius in the history of the 36 academies. This meant that among the countless geniuses of the 36 academies, in the endless history, there were only 99 people who were more monstrous than Long Yang. Do not underestimate these 99 people, because this was based on the number of geniuses in the endless history. This era could be traced back to when the academies were first established. If not millions of years ago, then at least tens of millions of years ago. 3 days later, the Phoenix Emperor Mountain was packed with people. In the end, experts from all over the world gathered here. Their voices were like a boiling cauldron. They all wanted to see the most stunning battle of this era. On the other hand, it wasn't just the various city governors that made an appearance here. There were even the various deans and numerous martial gods. As for the experts of the Divine Three Halls, there was no need to mention them. All of them had come for the sake of broadening their horizons. If the Phoenix Emperor Mountain could collect the entrance fee, just the entrance fee alone would be enough to make a fortune. Wind Snow Academy's Lin Ling fought against Wentian martial god's disciple, Longyang. And now, because of Wentian martial god, Longyang also entered the third-ranked Wuwei Academy among the 36 academies. How can Lin Ling be a match for Longyang? He's simply overestimating himself. Don't underestimate Lin Ling. I heard from my brother that Lin Ling also stirred up a bloody storm in the Kaiyuan River. Although I don't think he can win against Longyang, Lin Ling is not simple. Bah, only Lin Ling is strong in the Kaiyuan River? Why don't you go and ask those who have been to One World Mountain? Who doesn't know how terrifying Longyang is in One World Mountain? In short, both of them are Tianhao experts who have returned from experience. Early in the morning, the passers-by chatted while walking. They were extremely excited. However, among the excited passers-by, there was a man wearing a large cloak. He was accompanied by a bodyguard and a fist-sized evil spirit. They were also walking along the main road. In the distance, there was a towering mountain that looked majestic and sacred from afar. According to legends, this mountain range was the mountain range where the phoenix became an emperor. In the ancient times, a phoenix became a god here and soared to the divine world in one step. However, when the phoenix soared to the divine world, a phoenix cried and formed a spring. This was because in the ancient times, the phoenix was the male and the phoenix was the female. Now that the male and female were separated, they would be alone for thousands of years. Therefore, in the sky above the Phoenix Emperor Mountain, there was also the Phoenix Emperor Spring. According to legends, the ancient spring water was left behind by the tears of the phoenix. A cool breeze blew over, causing the cloaked man to pause his steps. However, his gaze was still fixed on the ancient mountain in the distance. There, he saw a winding staircase that led to the top of the mountain. At this moment, there were many people on the staircase who were excitedly walking to the top of the mountain. Shaking his head, the cloaked man continued walking. He was Lin Ling. Last night, he had bid farewell to everyone and then walked over in the middle of the night. Walking alone seemed lonely, but it also made him more focused. Yu and the others did not stop him. They had already arrived at the Phoenix Emperor Mountain with the dean and waited for Lin Ling's arrival. However, at this moment, the sound of wild horses galloping came from behind. When they looked carefully, they saw a huge crocodile carrying a large number of people, majestically heading towards the Phoenix Emperor Mountain. Along the way, those who were not strong enough were all flipped over. Boom. The crocodile was also very fast. It twisted its body and ran amok. However, in the next moment, when it collided with the back of a tall bodyguard, the huge crocodile was flipped over. When it landed on the ground, it immediately flipped over, and its forelimbs swayed continuously. It looked very comical. This also caused everyone to be astonished. That tall fellow was too powerful. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. However, the people on the crocodile were not weak. When the crocodile flipped over, they had already jumped up and glared angrily at the two people in front of them. Those two people were still moving forward as if they did not know what was happening behind them. This undoubtedly infuriated those people. Who the fuck is your mother? Are you blind? Someone immediately scolded them. However, those two people continued to move forward. This guy. At this moment, the surrounding people were even more shocked. This was because they had never seen such strange people. They were almost hit by the crocodile, but they still continued to move forward. They did not even scold the other party. Could it be that they were idiots? Motherfucker, stop and say something to me. Another person spoke. However, it was still useless. You're forcing me to attack. Why do you have to force me to attack? Don't you know that when I attack, the world will collapse and the sun and moon will dim? Someone could not hold it in anymore. He used the speed of 800 worlds and charged towards the two people in front of him. Boom. However, when his punch landed on the tall bodyguard, not only was the bodyguard fine, but he also continued to move forward. On the other hand, that person gasped and held his arm as he shouted, my arm, it's broken. You're too despicable. How dare you sneak attack me?" Seeing this, everyone was speechless. Speaking of which, wasn't that guy the one who attacked first? The other party did not even resist and took the punch head-on. In the end he was fine, but the guy who attacked him had his arm broken. That was too embarrassing. Stop him. The others knew that those two people were not simple. However, they could not take it lying down. They immediately chased after the two people in front of them and blocked their path. Who are you? They also spoke up one after another, because they also wanted to know to what extent this person who had ignored them could ignore them. Bang. However, their disregard had reached a terrifying limit. That was because those two people did not seem to see the group of people, and continued to move forward. They did not seem to be moving fast, but when they collided with one of them, they sent him flying 1,000 miles away. Chapter 39:70. At the peak of the mountain. This freak. Seeing this, the people blocking the way were scared out of their wits. What kind of freak was this? However, one person with sharp eyes suddenly saw a large number of people flying across the sky towards the Phoenix Emperor Mountain. Those who could fly in the sky were extremely powerful, because only the weak could walk. This was also the unwritten rule of the Phoenix Emperor Mountain. Senior Cannon God, it's me. That person hurriedly yelled. In the sky, those people frowned. Then, a man led a large number of experts and jumped towards the ground. You're finished. Do you know who he is? He's Cannon God, ranked 300th on the God ranking. He's my senior. His cannons can even hit the God ranking. Seeing the arrival of those experts, the group of people from before was extremely excited. The passers-by's face changed. Cannon God? They had obviously heard of this expert. It was said that his talent was giant cannon. His punch was like a cannon that could destroy the heavens. It was extremely powerful. What's going on? When Cannon God arrived, he immediately shouted coldly. Although he was young, he had the dignity of a leader. It's like this. Those people hurriedly started to flatter him. Then they recounted what had happened earlier. They knew that Cannon God had gone to the ancient dragon wasteland and led a large group of experts to do whatever they wanted. They were extremely powerful, and it was said that Cannon God was one of the leaders. Hence, he more or less had the aura of a leader. Regarding this, other than respect, they were also envious. This was because they had all heard that after the great battle of the ancient dragon wasteland, there were not many alliances left. There were only 5, and these 5 alliances were collectively referred to as the Overlords. The Overlords were left behind after being eliminated. Especially the leader of the Overlords. He controlled countless experts and could command hundreds of people. Just thinking about it made them excited. If they could join those alliances, that would be great. Oh, at this moment, Cannon God frowned and walked forward, blocking the two people. Just as he was about to say something, his gaze landed on the tall bodyguard. Although the bodyguard was wearing a large cloak, his expression was all too familiar. Not good. Cannon God's heart instantly exploded. He remembered the handsome young man in the salt pan and the swamp. That young man seemed to have a bodyguard following behind him. Bang. He knelt on one knee and bowed with both hands. Greetings, leader. A cold shout could be heard. The experts who came with Cannon God's overlords were all shocked. Bang 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 bang. On the road, all the experts knelt down on one knee and shouted in unison. Greetings, leader. This made the road was silent. Although he did not know why the great leader did not fly through the sky and instead chose the most ordinary path to climb Phoenix Spring Mountain on foot, he did not want to offend the great leader. Therefore, he had to chase away all these pieces of trash. Even if the leader wanted to go to the netherworld. Woo woo woo. A jade token appeared in Cannon God's hand. He inserted his spiritual chi and a strange sound could be heard. However, all the people who had this jade token were shocked. In the sky above, a large number of experts had arrived. There were even experts leaping down from the Phoenix Emperor Mountain. This was also a meeting between thousands of soldiers and thousands of horses. These people were also from the Godslayer Alliance. Although the Godslayer Alliance in the ancient dragon wasteland had been disbanded, in these people's hearts, they were still part of the alliance. Scram. On the road to the Phoenix Emperor Mountain, everyone had been driven away in a domineering manner. On that boundless road, only 2 people were moving forward. They looked lonely, but they were like the overlords of the world, leaving a deep impression on everyone. Godslayer Alliance leader. On both sides of the road, the passers-by were pale as they looked at the legendary figure in disbelief. because they knew that the seemingly thin figure was actually able to summon martial god realm experts. This made people very suspicious. Where did that not-so-sturdy figure get such enormous strength from? However, Lin Ling did not know anything about the God-Slayer alliance. He did not even know that the road had been opened. His gaze was fixed on the mountain peak. His mind was focused on the treasures. Because of this focus and calmness, he felt a rumbling sound coming from his dantian. The whirlpool formed by the demigod divine core was bigger than before. He even felt that the divine dragon battle armor on his body had unknowingly reached 20,000 boundary force. 20,000 boundary force. To carry such heavy armor while moving forward, how much strength would one need to possess? It was possible that it exceeded 20,000 boundary force by 2 times. The stairs finally appeared in front of him. Lin Ling paused and adjusted his cloak and the sword on his back. He then said to the giant ghost, "Let's begin." The beginning he spoke of was naturally the God-Slayer alliance. The giant ghost revealed a ferocious smile as it followed Lin Ling and jumped down the stairs. The stairs were long, but there was not a single person. As Lin Ling walked down the stairs, it was as if he had walked through a lifetime. From Li Xiaoyao's life to Lin Ling's life, he finally found the familiar faces from his previous life. As for the end of the stairs, it was a smooth ground as if it had been cut open by a sword. However, there were 2 huge phoenix footprints on the ground. Countless experts gathered in the surroundings, motionless and silent, as if they were stone statues. On the entire mountain peak, only a few trees were swaying and making rustling sounds. Looking at the experts at the scene, there were experts from the new heavenly court, Duan family, Miao Shen's true disciple, and the principal of the 36th college. There were also experts from Yi City, Sky Sword City, Wind Snow Academy, and so on. Of course, if this force was not terrifying, then looking back, it was the Miao Prefecture's God Emperor, one of the 10 great God Emperors of the 9 prefectures. Moreover, there was more than one such God Emperor. There was also the unrestrained sword martial god, and the Duan lineage martial god. Of course, there was also today's main character, martial god Wen Tian. Some martial gods closed their eyes and went into a rare silence. Moreover, they restrained their aura, not wanting to be too shocking. After all, today's main character was not them. But even then, the experts present at the scene sensed strands of faint pressure, and this allowed them to realize exactly how great the commotion caused by the arrival of so many experts in this battle was. They could not help but look forward. There was an ancient pine tree. Under the pine tree, a woman wearing a pink robe waved her hand, and was playing with a squirrel jumping back and forth in the pine tree. Chapter 3971. Phoenix Emperor Spring. The silent and oppressive atmosphere quietly spread. Everyone was waiting for another legendary figure. At this moment, sunlight finally passed through the pine tree and sprinkled on the girl's face, making her radiant. The pine tree can no longer cover me. The girl used her hand to block the sunlight from the sky and suddenly smiled. She gave up on teasing the squirrel and turned her gaze to the stairs. Pa. Almost at the same time, soft footsteps finally sounded. Under countless curious gazes, the young man who was rumored to be in the limelight had finally arrived. "I'm here." Yes. After stepping on the mountain peak, the young man finally took off his cloak, revealing a clean and delicate face. He then smiled slightly. With just one sentence, everyone's heart subconsciously trembled, because they never thought that the young man could be so calm in this shocking battle. It was as if he was here to play. Sword God of Freedom, and the others smiled. They knew that Lin Ling did not fly over, but walked over. That was because he wanted to adjust his condition to the best stage. And from the looks of it, that kid seemed to be completely prepared. Lin Ling. Almost at the same time, everyone looked at Lin Ling, the #1 expert of Snow Wind Academy. His strength and talent were extremely powerful. It was said that he had several great talents and his reputation in the 36 academies wasn't weak. Originally, he should have a bright future. But for some reason, he agreed to fight with Longyang. As for Longyang, she was obviously more dazzling than Lin Ling. Not only was she the #1 newcomer, she was also the disciple of martial god Wen Tian. As the disciple of one of the top 10 martial gods in the 9 regions, this was a huge golden signboard. Now Lin Ling had come to accept the challenge. As one of the newcomers, would he be able to fight with Longyang? Of course, many people were not optimistic about Lin Ling. The main reason was that in these 3 years, Longyang had shone too brightly. Everyone knew where her limit was. Looking at Lin Ling, his glory was still at the E-Garden Exchange. Although there were rumors that Lin Ling was the overlord of Kaiyuan River, no one had seen his strength in Kaiyuan River. It was doubtful how strong he was. The title of overlord was only strong in the entire alliance. "You're finally here." After a moment of silence, a voice finally floated out. Under an ancient pine tree, martial god Wen Tian sat there and calmly looked at Lin Ling. Of course, although he looked calm, he was actually a little surprised. This was because he did not expect Lin Ling to really come. He did not know where Lin Ling's confidence came from. This was because he could see that Lin Ling had not broken through to the martial god realm. Using the strength of a martial ancestor to fight with Longyang, the difference was not small. There was only one outcome: defeat. If you lose, agree to my conditions. You will fulfill your promise. Martial god Wen Tian said again. "I'm not like you. I'm a man of my words." Lin Ling smiled and slowly took off his cloak. A clean blue robe appeared, just as it had been in the past. This guy is really bold. Hearing Lin Ling's words, many people who saw Lin Ling for the first time were shocked. They did not expect Lin Ling to mock martial god Wen Tian. At the same time, in the sky around Phoenix Emperor Mountain, a large number of cultivators had gathered. They were also looking forward to the battle. "As long as you agree." Martial god Wen Tian was not angry. He smiled and looked at Longyang. However, he was not afraid that Lin Ling would go back on his words. As long as Lin Ling lost, he would have an excuse to attack Lin Ling and steal Lin Ling's secrets. Lin Ling sneered when he saw martial god Wen Tian's calm expression. He knew what martial god Wen Tian was planning. As a matter of fact, martial god Wen Tian had nothing to lose in this battle. If Lin Ling lost, martial god Wen Tian would get everything he wanted. If Longyang lost, martial god Wen Tian would not have to pay any price. Therefore, martial god Wen Tian had spent a lot of effort to promote this battle, so that his name would be known throughout the world. As long as Lin Ling lost, he could not go back on his words. However, while he had his own wishful thinking, how could Lin Ling not have it? His goal was not just Longyang. Moreover, how could Longyang not have her own goal? If an opportunity presented itself, Longyang would only have one choice, and that was to kill Lin Ling. She would not even care about martial god Wen Tian's words. "I knew you would come." Longyang stepped forward and waved her hand. A long sword made of clouds appeared in her hand. She held it at a slanted angle, giving her a sharp aura at this moment. Her pitch-black eyes stared at Lin Ling with a murderous aura. "Lin Ling, have you reached the martial god realm?" The tone that seemed to be used between friends also quietly floated out of her mouth. "I want to say yes, but the truth is I haven't." Lin Ling's hand landed on the tyrannical song sword on his back, and gently pulled it out. After the sword was revealed, compared to Longyang's sharp long sword, it was even thicker and as immovable as a mountain. Just like Lin Ling's current aura, it was calm and unwavering like an ancient well. No martial god realm. When the surrounding people heard Lin Ling's words, their eyes quietly flickered. Without a martial god realm, their chances of winning against Lin Ling had dropped to 10%. "I believe that you won't lie at this moment. However, even if you haven't reached the martial god realm, I won't underestimate you." Longyang nodded. The sword in her hand finally pointed at the sky. A thread-like sword light shot out and landed on the blue dome of heaven. This sword seemed to have sounded the horn of war. Upon seeing this, Lin Ling also pointed his long sword at the dome of heaven. After the two of them pointed their swords at the sky above the Phoenix Emperor Mountain, the void immediately tore open. Then a huge whirlpool appeared and the sound of flowing water could be heard. It was extremely magical. The Phoenix Emperor Spring had been opened. Swoosh! Without further ado, Longyang took a step forward and shot into the void. Upon seeing this, Lin Ling did the same. "That's the Phoenix Emperor Spring?" Around the ancient mountain, many people began to discuss spiritedly. Then, they saw the powerful cultivators enter one after another. They had heard that the Phoenix Emperor Spring could only be entered, but not exited. Even the top 10 martial gods of the 9 states would need 10 days to leave. Perhaps these powerful cultivators wanted to see more clearly, so they did not hesitate to waste 10 days to enter the Phoenix Emperor Mountain to observe the battle from a close distance. After the powerful cultivators entered, the black hole in the sky began to close up. However, the Sea Market's Chun Tower also appeared in the sky. Upon closer inspection, it was the scene inside the Phoenix Emperor Mountain, and it was being displayed clearly. This made many people happy because they could also witness the glory of that battle. The only regret was that they couldn't sense how ferocious the battle would be. Chapter 3972. Pure Heart Jade Maiden Divine Sword. What was even more shocking was that no one could see where the spring water came from, nor could they see where it disappeared. The people in the Phoenix Tharch Spring could only sense the sound of the spring water. It was extremely pleasing to the ears. Looking at the two people surrounded by the spring water, they were both floating there quietly. Their clothes fluttered in the wind as they stared at each other with sharp gazes. This was the battle for the number 1 best newcomer king. Both of them were on the celestial stairway of the gods list, but who would go higher? How big was the gap between Lin Ling and Longyang? Let's start. Suddenly, a calm voice broke the calm of the storm. Whoosh! Almost at the same time, 2 figures approached from afar and collided violently. It's finally begun. Seeing that the storm had finally arrived, the people who had entered the Phoenix Tharch Spring narrowed their eyes. The unfettered sword martial god, Miao Di, and the others squinted their eyes. Although they didn't think highly of Lin Ling, they hoped that the gap between Lin Ling and Longyang wouldn't be so huge. On the other hand, the Duan family and the people of the new heavenly court were sneering. You overestimate yourself. Duan Wuhan was also in the crowd. He had a disdainful smile on his face. This Lin Ling has some ability, but he thinks too highly of himself. He thinks that if he is a genius, then others are not geniuses. Longyang is stronger than him. Lin Ling kicked an iron plate. Not far away, the true disciples of Miao Shan also had experts present. Naturally, Princess Tian was also present. She sneered again and again. I estimate that the outcome of this battle will be decided in less than 300 moves. At the same time, there were also experts who evaluated. Lin Ling has always been cunning. He must be hiding some trump card. However, for him to use his trump card within 300 moves, that should be enough. Is Lin Ling the only one who has hidden his trump card? Longyang is also hiding. More people began to assess the situation. These people were all martial gods. Although they couldn't see through Lin Ling's and Jiang Chen's strength, it wasn't difficult to guess that these 2 newcomer kings were definitely not as simple as they seemed on the surface. Boom! While people were talking, the 2 swords finally clashed at the center of the battlefield, causing a loud explosion. Surging realm essence gushed out from all directions with the 2 of them at the center. When it hit the spring water, countless echoes rang out. Pop! Pop! Looking at the center again, the 2 swords stirred up endless sparks as they clashed madly. The masters of the swords looked at each other. Their cold eyes filled with a sharp light. Lin Ling, are you still not going to use your full strength? Longyang's long hair fluttered in the wind. This was the first time they clashed, and she was also a little surprised in her heart. Because although she did not erupt with her full strength, her boundary essence was very dense, and everyone who fought with her before knew that. However, after clashing with Lin Ling, she was actually blocked by Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling was only at the martial ancestor realm now. Most importantly, she guessed that Lin Ling was definitely not using his full strength. You didn't even use your full strength, so why are you talking about me? Lin Ling's tyrannical song sword buzzed as he looked at the woman in front of him and said. Longyang's sword was actually not much less surprised than Longyang, because he had already activated the tyrannical song sword's ancestral power to the limit. However, under this sword, Longyang didn't move at all. Lin Ling was confident that with the gravity of the dragon god armor, he, Lin Ling, was confident that he could force an ordinary martial god realm expert to retreat. Her boundary essence is denser than I imagined. Moreover, she clearly didn't use her full strength. These thoughts flashed through Lin Ling's mind. Lin Ling, today you will definitely lose. Let's fight. At this moment, Longyang shouted sternly. The sword in her hand was withdrawn at lightning speed. Then she stabbed at Linling's face. Her speed was so fast that it had reached the speed of 2,000 boundaries. Linling's eyes flashed instantly. His body didn't move, but he tilted his head slightly. As soon as he moved, the cold sword stabbed at Linling's face. The sharp sword ray also left a sword mark on Linling's face. Blood flowed out silently. One could imagine that if this sword had pierced through, Linling's head would definitely have been pierced through. Of course, Longyang's strength wasn't limited to this. Seeing that her sword had failed, her expression didn't change. The sword that was originally stabbing suddenly slashed horizontally. This slash was also intended to cut off Linling's neck. Clang. At the crucial moment, Linling withdrew his sword and blocked Longyang's domineering slash with the Tyrant Song sword by his shoulder. Moreover, using Longyang's slash, Linling's figure flew to the left. However, just as he moved, Longyang arrived again. Her speed had reached 2,800 boundaries. The sky was filled with sword shadows, flashing nonstop. The speed was so fast that it was dazzling. Longyang's speed is so fast. Linling is at a disadvantage in an instant. Those swords have all reached the peak of ancestral power. I didn't expect the gap between Linling and Longyang to be so big. They both cultivated bitterly for 3 years, but Linling is obviously weaker. Many people exclaimed as they watched the magnificent battle. Linling's speed seems to be slower than usual. The dean of the Snowwind Academy and the others frowned. Back in the E-Garden, Linling had defeated Linling. At that time, the speed he displayed was obvious to all. However, now Linling's speed did not seem to have increased. This meant that in the past 3 years, Linling's strength had not increased by much. Longyang's sword is very fast and her speed is also very fast. Even if Linling's defense is strong, he can't withstand the consumption of time. Songqiri also said. His words made Yu and the others worried. Brother, will he be okay? Xiaoyu held the little hand of the sky-devouring sword and asked nervously. The sky-devouring sword was transformed from the sky-devouring sword. At this moment, it did not have the appearance of a proud little girl. Instead, it frowned and shook its head. Wandering the world. Under the moon. Drinking a little wine. Flying geese attack. The cold voice was like a divine chant. It drifted into the Phoenix Emperor Spring, and combined with the sound of the spring water. It was like a beautiful melody. The voice naturally came from Longyang. Every sword of hers was fatal, causing Linling to look extremely miserable. Moreover, she did not show any mercy. The more she fought, the fiercer she became. Her speed was indeed very fast. Obviously, it was beyond what Linling could withstand at the moment. Could it be the pure heart of Jade Maiden Divine Sword? Looking at the dazzling sword technique, someone suddenly exclaimed. The person who spoke was Miao Di. Pure heart of Jade Maiden Divine Sword? Could it be the divine sword left behind by the Empress? Someone reacted and his expression changed drastically. This was because this sword was Luli Empress's famous sword. Back then, when the Empress was still very weak, she had used this sword to kill a martial god realm expert. Because of this, her name had shaken the final world. More importantly, this sword hand would form a strand of God's force in the end. Oh no, Linling is in danger. Then, the carefree sword martial god frowned and shouted. A strand of the power of a god. This was truly extraordinary. White rainbow across the sky. Zither and flute. Snow sweeping and tea brewing. Pine playing chess. Chess. Chapter 3973. Gap. In the end, the sword in her hand seemed to burn, and a strand of divine energy was finally released. Divine energy. This was a power that surpassed the ancestral energy. Up until now, many martial gods didn't have this power. Pure heart of heaven. Clang. Longyang's eyes were icy cold. She wanted to wash away all the humiliation and make that man disappear from this world. Clang. However, at this moment, Linling finally moved. What was terrifying was that he actually turned the tables. He gave up on defense and took the initiative to attack. The thick tyrannical song sword carried endless killing intent and demonic energy. It was like a dragon emerging from the sea as it spun continuously, and it actually stabbed towards Longyang's neck. This action undoubtedly shocked Longyang because Lin Ling had been defending before, but he suddenly counterattacked. Moreover, the timing of his counterattack had reached an instant. Because this moment was the time for the pure heart of Jade Maiden Sword to condense divine energy. Dream on. Clang. Longyang shouted in a low voice. The sword in her hand had just moved, but Lin Ling's sword arrived in the next moment. Moreover, what was shocking was that the seemingly thick sword wasn't clumsy at all. The sword was like a dragon, and it suddenly gave up on stabbing towards Longyang's neck, and stabbed towards Longyang's sword instead. Even Dragon Mother couldn't react to this sudden change in situation. Clang. Longyang's sword was stabbed, and the divine energy that had just been condensed instantly dissipated a little. Good eyesight. Clang. Longyang shouted in a low voice. She was shocked. Why did she feel that Lin Ling seemed to be very familiar with the pure heart of Jade Maiden Sword? He was actually able to break her sword. Fortunately, although Lin Ling's eyesight was powerful, he was still too weak in the end. He couldn't cause any waves. Whoosh. Therefore Longyang borrowed Lin Ling's sword and floated back. You won't let me attack, but I'll attack. Longyang also knew that Lin Ling had interrupted her attack, which meant that he was very afraid of her. And the more he was like this, the more Longyang had to attack. Taking a step in the air, Longyang was as graceful as an immortal. Her sword was like a flying immortal as she charged towards Lin Ling. Alright. Seeing this sudden scene, countless people outside the Phoenix Emperor Spring cheered. This was because they had clearly seen Longyang flying backwards, but no one had expected her to immediately attack again after flying back a dozen meters. This kind of unexpected move was often difficult to guard against. And this sword cut through the void, severing the surrounding spring water. It actually contained a wisp of the power of divinity. At this moment, countless people widened their eyes, wanting to see how Lin Ling would deal with this. However, some people had already begun to think that Lin Ling was about to lose, but there were also people who thought that it was time for Lin Ling to use his trump card. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. However, at this moment, countless true dark swords flew out from behind Lin Ling. They swept through the sky like immortal swords, sweeping through everything. True dark swords. Wen Tian martial god's eyes lit up when he saw Lin Ling skillfully controlling these flying swords. He was naturally very familiar with these swords, but his lips curled into a disdainful smile. He knew that these swords couldn't block Longyang's attack. Clang 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 clang. The truth was as such. Longyang's sword swept away all the true dark swords. However, these swords were like carps crossing a river. They continued to shoot towards Longyang. In the end, they were heated up by the impact of Longyang's sword. People guessed that they would be destroyed. On the other hand, the true dark swords couldn't stop Longyang at all. This caused Longyang's sword to get closer and closer to Lin Ling. It seemed like if Lin Ling didn't do something, he would be defeated immediately. However, at the critical moment, it was still the true inheritance dark sword that danced in the air. But this time, the true inheritance dark sword that had been burned seemed to have been activated. It completely disappeared from Lin Ling's hand, leaving a long sword in Lin Ling's left hand. It was a 2-meter-long sword. Lin Ling's lips curled into a cold smile as he crossed his two swords. He didn't retreat and counterattacked. He charged forward. At this moment, he finally revealed a bit of his strength. If one had to give an example, then his calm heart was like a calm ocean. However, at this moment, the ocean was quietly surging with waves. After all, no matter how calm the ocean was, it would still have a moment of turbulence. Clang. Longyang's sword finally stabbed at the place where Lin Ling's two swords crossed. After that, it couldn't move an inch further. This collision caused terrifying sparks to fly everywhere like meteors, causing the spectators to open their mouths wide. He blocked it. Lin Ling actually blocked Longyang's strand of divine energy. One must know that strand of divine energy was very powerful. It could easily kill a first-level martial god. Lin Ling, you're amazing. Seeing that Lin Ling had resolved the crisis, the principal of Snow Wind Academy couldn't help but shout. Previously, she was worried to death. However, she didn't expect Lin Ling to have such ability. Moreover, Lin Ling was able to block Longyang's sword. This meant that Lin Ling's sword probably contained a strand of divine energy. How is this possible? Compared to everyone's shock, Martial God when Tian's body trembled. The true dark sword's divine energy was activated? How is this possible? One must know that his father, martial god Qilin, had once wanted to activate the divine energy within the sword. However, after thousands of years, he had failed in the end. Both father and son even believed that the true dark sword didn't have divine energy. However, a miracle had appeared before his eyes. The true dark sword did indeed possess divine energy. Most importantly, it was activated by a junior. He knew very well that even though the true inheritance nether sword was in Lin Ling's hand, and even though Lin Ling was able to utilize 10% of its divine energy, because Lin Ling's cultivation was too low, that divine energy couldn't be considered to be huge. However, if the person holding the sword was him, or even his father, then that divine energy was no small matter. Lin Ling is indeed related to him. Then, martial god Wen Tian became even more excited. He was sure of something. Longyang found that her sword couldn't move forward anymore. Her eyes sharpened. Although she knew that Lin Ling wasn't as simple as she thought, she didn't expect Lin Ling to possess divine energy. This must be your trump card. Unfortunately, you've used your trump card, but I haven't. Longyang looked coldly at the handsome young man in front of her and said, Pure Heart Jade Maiden Divine Sword. If the momentum is interrupted, then the divine power will continue to dissipate. I think that the sword in your hand is no longer sharp. Lin Ling raised his head and said indifferently. Longyang's eyes flickered. Lin Ling was indeed familiar with the Pure Heart Divine Sword of Jade Maiden. This guy was too strange. She didn't know that the sword was given to Luli Empress by Li Xiaoyao. How could Lin Ling not be familiar with it? Now break it. Lin Ling's eyes flashed with anger when he thought of the owner of the Pure Heart Divine Sword of Jade Maiden. He crossed his hands and slashed with the divine sword like a pair of sharp scissors. Gotcha! Cracks immediately appeared on the sword in Dragon Lady's hand, causing her expression to change. She frantically retreated, and after retreating a few hundred meters, her sword shattered like glass. Chapter 3974. Mighty Divine Axe. It's a very sharp sword, but do you think that's all I have? Don't forget how I've spent all these years. For the sake of today's battle, I've spent my entire life's effort. Floating in the air, Longyang quickly turned cold again. She was the #1 newcomer king. How could she be so simple on the surface? Axe. She pointed her hand at the sky and let out a low shout. Mysterious runes appeared and hovered in the sky. Finally, they were engraved in the sky. It was as if a void had been opened. Then a huge black axe fell from the void. It kept spinning and finally landed in Longyang's hand. This giant axe was over 2 meters tall and completely black. Not only was the head of the axe huge, even the handle was 2 meters long. On the handle, there were a large number of ferocious divine runes. The appearance of this axe alone was enough to intimidate others. The most frightening thing was that such a huge axe was being held by a delicate beauty. This added a different kind of beauty to it. I obtained the ancestral breaking sand axe from One World Mountain. This axe weighs the power of 1,000 worlds, and is 2.5 meters long. The handle of the axe is forged from golden spirit satin sand and ancient heavenly water. The axe head is engraved with countless barriers and contains the soul of 10,000 tigers. When it is swung, the roar of tigers will shake the heavens. Longyang's dress fluttered in the wind. She held the giant axe in her hand and waved it slightly. Roar! A tiger's roar immediately rang out, shaking everyone's eardrums to the point of pain. I forgot to mention, this is a grade 5 innate divine weapon. It can increase the wielder's power by 10,000 worlds. If it's infused with world essence, its power will be even more terrifying. Longyang stared coldly at Lin Ling after brandishing her sword. She was like a goddess of war. Your defense is very strong. Let's see if your defense is stronger, or if my strength is stronger. Bang! She stepped on the void, holding the axe with one hand as she charged toward Lin Ling. In the air, she waved the divine axe, cutting through the void with unparalleled power. What was even more frightening was that the gigantic divine axe in her hands actually looked extremely light. So beautiful. Longyang's unique style undoubtedly made many young men lick their lips. You're really amazing. You're worthy of being called a genius who can match me. I, Lin Ling, rarely admire anyone in my life. You Longyang are the first. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed as he looked at the war-godlike woman. He gripped his sword with both hands and clashed with her. Rumble. However, the godly axe seemed to be able to split the heavens and earth apart as it fiercely chopped down. It actually carried a destructive force that directly sent Lin Ling flying backwards. If it wasn't for the toughness of his two swords, it was likely that he would have been killed by the axe. This axe was truly worthy of being a weapon capable of splitting mountains and seas. This axe was forged according to One World Mountain's One World Axe. How can you block it? After sending Lin Ling flying, Longyang snorted coldly and chased after Lin Ling again. She waved the giant axe again. Her speed was clearly not something Lin Ling could contend with at the moment. Therefore, Lin Ling was quickly caught up and drowned in the wind created by the giant axe. The power of God. Moreover, every time he blocked Longyang's attack, Lin Ling was shocked because the axe in Longyang's hand actually also possessed the power of God. Moreover, it was even more powerful than the sword from before. After all, the sword required a sword technique to activate the power of God. However, this axe didn't need that. Of course, the power of God was only one of the reasons. Lin Ling saw that every time Longyang waved the axe, black sand would sprinkle out. Not only could it dazzle the opponent's eyes, the black sand also possessed a fatal power that could completely break the opponent's power of ancestor. This meant that Lin Ling's power of ancestor was completely useless at this moment. It's too late to realize it now. Longyang looked at the somewhat embarrassed man in front of her. She seemed to know Lin Ling's thoughts and the corners of her mouth immediately curled into a sinister sneer. She waved the giant axe violently and continuously suppressed Lin Ling. So powerful. Everyone stared fixedly at this scene, and even stopped breathing. The number one newcomer king was truly terrifying. The momentum of the axe is too strong. If this continues, Lin Ling's defense will definitely be broken. I didn't expect Longyang's attack to be so terrifying that it could break Lin Ling's defense. Yes. This was because they saw with their own eyes that fragments of the divine armor were constantly sprinkling out from Lin Ling's body. Obviously, it was cut by Longyang's divine axe. They could imagine that if it wasn't for that set of divine armor, Lin Ling would have been killed. Of course, this kind of overbearing attack was undoubtedly extremely pleasing to the eye. And it happened to be from the body of a beautiful woman. This also caused the outside world to cheer again and again. Beautiful, too beautiful. Longyang, I love you to death. Yes. At this moment, I've turned from a fan to a fan. I'll be fascinated by Longyang for the rest of my life. Damn Lin Ling, why don't you admit defeat? Yes. Yeah, when Longyang domineeringly waved the axe just now, I saw her panties. I was fascinated to death. Yes. Many young men licked their lips and kept shouting. Even some of the good-looking women were shocked by Longyang's majestic figure. Of course, their hearts were also filled with jealousy. A woman using an axe. How rude. I have high hopes for Lin Ling. Cheers. Lin Ling, you can do it. But I see that Lin Ling's clothes have been cut to pieces. If this continues, I'm afraid his life will be in danger. Who said that? Who said that? Don't you know Lin Ling's prestige in Tongtian Tower, and his pride in Yi Garden? He's definitely not that simple. Cheers. The women chattered as they stared at the blue-robed young man in the sky. Although the young man was in a sorry state, in their eyes he was extremely handsome. The various voices of the outside world were not affected by the Phoenix Emperor Spring at all. At this moment, the battle here was like a storm. Strong winds swept everywhere. Clang, clang, clang. The azure armor on Lin Ling's body kept shattering. The armor could withstand 50% of a half-step to martial god's attack and 3 fatal attacks from an initial stage martial god. However, at this moment, it could not withstand Longyang's mighty axe. This meant that each of Longyang's attacks was an initial stage martial god's fatal attack. Boom. Finally, a loud explosion sounded from Lin Ling's body. Everyone saw that the armor had exploded. At this moment, many people sighed. Lin Ling's armor had been destroyed. How could he continue to fight? Longyang's lips curled into a disdainful smile. She also temporarily stopped attacking. Looking at Lin Ling again, he was panting like a cow. His eyes were solemn as he looked at Dragon Mother. He didn't expect this woman to be so ferocious that she could actually break his divine armor. Of course, Lin Ling had many sets of armor on him. However, they were all hidden. Furthermore, Lin Ling did not intend to use any treasures to fight against Longyang. He only relied on his own strength because he wanted to test his own strength. Chapter 3975. Who said that battle armor was used for defense? In the past, you have always been above me. Now I have surpassed you. Moreover, the gap between us is not small. Longyang's pretty face was filled with endless pride and glory. The reason why she did not continue to attack was that she also wanted to savor this proud achievement. Only she knew how difficult it was to surpass Lin Ling. For the time being, Lin Ling did not comment and slowly took off the battle armor on his body. This made everyone stunned again. This Lin Ling was actually wearing 2 sets of battle armor. He was too shameless. After all, not long ago, they had witnessed Lin Ling's battle armor being destroyed. Longyang did not wear a single set of battle armor. This Lin Ling, as a man, actually wore 2 sets of battle armor. Trash. On the Duan family's side, Duan Wuhan immediately said sarcastically, 2 sets of battle armor? Longyang's mouth also outlined a disdainful smile. She did not expect that Lin Ling was afraid of her to this extent. It seemed that in these 3 years, Lin Ling's strength had improved very little. Then Longyang said lightly, "Do you think that 2 sets of battle armor can block my attack? Lin Ling, I have to say that my evaluation of you has suddenly dropped a point. You must know that you used to be my idol." For a long time, Lin Ling's weight in Longyang's heart was very high. However, in this battle, Longyang was very disappointed in Lin Ling. Lin Ling gave her a feeling of powerlessness, as if he was very weak, which made it difficult for her to enjoy. After all, she did not want this battle to be one-sided from the beginning. Of course, this could not be blamed on Lin Ling. Perhaps Longyang's strength had improved too much, so she had this illusion. Hearing Longyang's words, many people in the outside world also cursed. This was because a mere Lin Ling was actually Longyang's idol. Lin Ling was nothing. He's just a declining genius. Just him? I saw his previous appearance. He was as weak as a dog. I really don't understand why he wants to fight with Longyang. Doesn't he have any self-awareness? Both of them have worked hard for 3 years, but Lin Ling, alas, he is disappointing. Many people spoke disdainfully. However, Lin Ling, who was in the Phoenix Emperor Spring, did not hear what the outside world was saying. In fact, he did not even seem to have heard Dragon Mother's words. He continued to slowly remove the armor on his body. This armor was the divine dragon armor. Have you given up? Without the battle armor, you will lose even faster. If I were you, I would rather let this battle armor be destroyed. After all, there is at least some hope. Longyang looked over and spoke indifferently. The silent Lin Ling gave her the feeling that he was down and out. Who says I've given up? However, at this moment, Lin Ling looked up slightly and said casually, "Since you haven't given up, why don't you even want the battle armor? I think you are just stubborn." Longyang immediately laughed disdainfully. However, just as she finished speaking, her smile froze. This was because she saw Lin Ling take off the shoulder pads of the battle armor and casually throw them away. Then he muttered to himself, "Alas, if I want to wear it again after taking it off, I will have to start all over again." Of course, this sentence was not a big deal. The main thing was that Longyang saw that after the shoulder pads smashed into the sky exploded with an explosive sound. Rumble. The sound was like a meteor crashing down, echoing countless times. This also caused the pupils of the people outside to freeze. From their point of view, the impact of the shoulder pads was not much weaker than that of Longyang's axe. Next, Lin Ling threw out the left shoulder pads. Rumble. Ripples appeared in the void. Next, the breastplate and knee pads. Everyone held their breaths as they watched Lin Ling continuously throw out the battle armor. It was as if bombs had been thrown into their hearts. Longyang's beautiful eyes narrowed. Because she was the closest to Lin Ling, she could naturally feel the weight of the armor. Who said that the battle armor is used for defense? At this moment, Lin Ling finally took off all the Dragon God battle armor. He found that a terrifying force was diffusing from his body. He also found that the talents of the double dragon god had improved. One had reached the 4th grade, and the other had reached the 6th grade. The improvement of the double dragon god's talents brought about a continuous chain of reactions. His physical strength had also improved. The power of the great solar calamity bow had also increased. In addition, the dragon god battle armor had cultivated his physical strength during this period. Currently, Lin Ling's physical strength had reached the power of 40,000 worlds. Who said that the battle armor is used for defense? Longyang recalled Lin Ling's words. Her eyes were constantly flickering. However, suddenly, her beautiful eyes trembled violently. She vaguely guessed something. However, when she raised her eyes, the sky in front of her suddenly burst open like water. When she reacted, a figure had appeared in front of her. He was smiling at her with his hands behind his back. Fast. Incomparably fast. This speed was definitely above the 3,000 worlds. Involuntarily, Longyang hurriedly looked at the battle armor in the distance that Lin Ling had thrown out. Her heart roared. Could it be that Lin Ling had been carrying that heavy battle armor while fighting with her? Was this the reason why Lin Ling's speed was so slow? It was also the reason why Lin Ling gave her the feeling that he was so weak. It turned out that the battle armor didn't provide defense. Instead, it was a burden. The funny thing was that she thought that Lin Ling without the battle armor would be even weaker. However, the ironic thing was that without the battle armor, Lin Ling without the battle armor was more like a monster who had broken the taboo. Impossible. Longyang roared angrily. The divine axe in her right hand fiercely slashed down. She seemed to want to prove something. Boom. However, Lin Ling stretched out his hands and suddenly clamped them. The giant divine axe was clamped, and it couldn't be cut down anymore. Using his hands to clamp the divine axe, this strength was terrifying. Moreover, Lin Ling's hands slightly exerted force. The ferocious divine axe emitted a squeaking sound. Under countless dumbfounded gazes, it quietly bent. Seeing this, Longyang's heart exploded. The eyes of the surrounding experts widened. In the outside world, the people who had previously looked down on Lin Ling all sucked in a breath of cold air. This was because many of them knew how terrifying Longyang's godly axe was. Especially the experts who had returned from One World Mountain. It could be said that even a first-level martial god couldn't withstand a single blow from the axe. However, Lin Ling had blocked it with his hands. It seemed like this guy wanted to hold the god-bursting axe with his bare hands. It's him. Someone mumbled to himself. His eyes were fixed on the sky. It was as if he could see the originally weak young man suddenly soar into the sky. His brilliance would illuminate the world. The newcomer King Lin Ling, to be called the newcomer king, his strength wasn't just an undeserved reputation. Your strength is quite weak. At this moment, Lin Ling had no idea what the crowd was thinking. Instead, he was feeling the power that was constantly being produced in his body. His heart was becoming more and more excited. Chapter 3976. Longyang defeated? At the moment of release, he felt a sharp feeling in his heart. Fight. Fight to his heart's content. Let's test the limits. Lin Ling shouted. His hands were still holding the divine axe, but his power was constantly released, as if two dragons were coiling around the divine axe. Rumble. Along with the shock of his power, the void began to tremble. The surrounding spring water began to ripple, as if it was trembling. Everyone seemed to have seen a giant, reversing the universe at this moment. As for Longyang, she had already abandoned the divine axe and retreated. Her face was filled with shock, and her heart felt humiliated, because she actually looked down on Lin Ling. Sure enough, Lin Ling was never as simple as she thought. Daring to look down on this person, the price was very heavy. Boom. Under countless gazes, the divine axe exploded, forcibly held by Lin Ling, and the sparkling fragments in the void were like stars twinkling. Everyone was shocked. Even a 5th grade innate divine weapon was destroyed. This Lin Ling is simply a monster. The eyes of the Snow Wind Academy's principal were wide open. And for a moment, they were so shocked that they were speechless, and their evaluation of Lin Ling also increased by a point. After 3 years of bitter cultivation, the gap between Lin Ling and Longyang was not as far as they had imagined. Among everyone, Only Yuer was not surprised by this matter, but she also revealed an excited smile. Whoosh! Lin Ling gently blew away the sparkling fragments in his hand, and looked at Longyang, and said indifferently, "If you want to play other things, you still have some ability, but when it comes to axes and physical strength, to be honest, you know nothing about strength." This voice was filled with pride and arrogance, and also a trace of indifference and cynicism. It was as if the Lin Ling of the past had returned. He was still as dazzling, as all-powerful as ever. In the distance, Longyang's face also became serious. She finally felt a sense of seriousness. This was the beginning of the battle, and what happened before was just a warm-up. It was as if Lin Ling was a sleeping dragon in the abyss, and when he was sleeping, she, Longyang, was complacent. But now, the dragon has finally awakened. Damn it! She had actually made a big mistake, and was fooled by Lin Ling, and dared to look down on Lin Ling. "Lin Ling, I underestimated you." Longyang enunciated each word clearly. Her eyes became even more serious. Although she still didn't think that Lin Ling was her opponent, at least she believed that Lin Ling wasn't as simple as he seemed. Since it has been solved, then there is no need to hide any more strength. Hearing this, Lin Ling also shook his head and said, his words were obviously not an answer to the question, but more to himself. That was because ever since he returned, he had been constantly calming his heart, but he had a feeling that with the dragon god armor removed, the curtains of this battle had been raised. It was also because after removing the armor, it meant that Lin Ling could no longer turn back. It meant that there was no turning back on his path of becoming a deity. Therefore, he just had to bravely move forward. Waves could be stirred up in the calm sea, but there would be a day when monstrous waves would be stirred up. Calamity-destroying Sunbow. With a wave of his right hand, the aura of the dragon god spread out, and the Sanskrit was even more deafening. On Lin Ling's body, endless Buddhist light bloomed and quietly turned into a huge dragon bow. The bow was 10 meters long and terrifying. When Lin Ling held it, endless power of the heavenly dragon Buddha god flowed on the bowstring, forming a dazzling light. Everyone looked at the godlike man in shock, shocked by the divine bow. Longyang, you can look down on anyone, but underestimating me, Lin Ling, is the biggest mistake in your life. Although you have worked hard all your life, you are below me once. No matter how hard you work, you will always be below me. Now let's fight. A hot-blooded voice finally floated out, just like the moment Lin Ling removed the armor. There was no turning back. The sixth arrow. What is 5? 1. Suffering day and night, leading to calamity. 2. 1 is full, many are full. 3. The sin weapon, the trident, the eagle, snake, wolf and dog. 4. Dragon, god, sky and ghost. 5. If you fall into this prison, 10,000 deaths and 10,000 lives. 6. Connected by this, is called seamless. Seamless. Without waiting for Longyang to speak, a dazzling black and white arrow was shot out, sprinkling endless Buddhist light, shooting towards Longyang at a terrifying speed. Longyang's pupils constricted, and then she was drowned in the endless Buddhist light. That black and white arrow was like the key to opening the Buddhist kingdom and the underworld, causing the entire Phoenix Emperor Spring to tremble. Even some martial gods were frightened, afraid of the power of this junior. Looking at the dazzling scene on the Phoenix Emperor Mountain, the outside world stopped breathing, and there was only one sentence in their hearts. Was Longyang going to lose? They obviously didn't expect that in these 3 years, although Longyang's strength had greatly increased, and she had won the title of newcomer king, Lin Ling had not wasted his time. Without martial god Wen Tian as his backer, Lin Ling could still make a name for himself by relying on himself. Rumble. The black and white arrow was like the end of the world, constantly stirring the Phoenix Emperor Spring, causing the void to seem like it was about to collapse. In the Phoenix Emperor Spring, all the experts looked at the shocking scene in front of them, and their faces were incomparably solemn. Especially the experts from the Duan clan and the new heavenly court. They suddenly felt an incomparably huge pressure. Obviously, Lin Ling's sudden display of strength had caught them off guard, greatly exceeding their expectations. This kid's growth speed is really crazy. Back then, outside of E-City, he hadn't even stepped into the 300th place on the Divine Stairway. However, in just 3 short years, I'm afraid he has already entered the 200th place on the Divine Stairway. Martial god Wen Tian's eyes stared straight ahead, and said solemnly, "To a martial artist, 3 years was nothing more than the blink of an eye." However, there were some heaven-defying martial artists that were extremely powerful. In the blink of an eye, they could reverse the universe and create a miracle. And Lin Ling was one of them. Longyang has martial god Wen Tian's focus on nurturing, but Lin Ling seems to have nothing. Not only Wen Tian martial god, even the deans of the 36 academies and other experts were staring fixedly at the young man who was showing off his ability. Then they all looked at the Snow Wind Academy's dean at the same time, their eyes filled with jealousy. The Snow Wind Academy is really lucky. Obviously, these deans were incomparably envious of the Snow Wind Academy for giving birth to such a freak. Did he win? As the sound waves gradually weakened, someone finally let out a solemn voice. How terrifying was the arrow from before. Probably not many people in the early stage of the martial god realm could block it, so no one was sure if Longyang was still alive. Even Lin Ling was not sure, but he had a feeling in his heart that Longyang should not be so simple. How could the number 1 genius Longyang, who was below him and had been chasing after him, be defeated so easily? Chapter 3977. Longyang's 4 Dantians. Ka. Almost at the same time, circles of powerful ripples bloomed, cutting off the distant spring water, forming a terrifying wave of air. The wave of air rushed over. Even Lin Ling's figure was a little unstable. One must know he now had the power of 40,000 worlds. This also meant that if those airwaves hit the myriad worlds would instantly collapse. Its realm essence. What a rich realm essence. Lin Ling's pupils suddenly became serious. He sensed that the wave of air was formed by Jie Yuan, and this meant that the wave of air was extremely terrifying. Then, Lin Ling immediately looked into the distance. He saw a huge light shield in the distance. It was slowly descending, and within the light shield, he could vaguely see the figure of a woman. The woman's head was slightly lowered, and her body was trembling. However, she gave people the feeling that she was an awakening god. This scene undoubtedly caused Lin Ling's pupils to constrict. There was only one voice in his heart. For Dantians, martial god Wen Tian actually taught the first few stages of the primal chaos formula to Longyang. One must know that in his previous life, Li Xiaorao treated the 3 members of the Tian family as family, so he taught them the first 5 stages of the primal chaos formula. As for Tian Liuli, she probably obtained the 6th stage of the formula, and was able to form 6 Dantians. Wen Tian martial god had obviously hidden his strength, and did not send over a 5th layer cultivation technique. However, even if it was the 4 Dantians, the density of the world essence was not something that the current Lin Ling could withstand. For example, it would be the force of the 4th layer martial god realm, and it was stronger than an ordinary 4th layer martial god realm cultivator. That's good. If I fail too quickly, I won't be able to enjoy myself to the fullest. Thinking of this, Lin Ling's eyes also flashed with a strong fighting spirit. What a powerful world essence energy. At almost the same time, the experts from the Phoenix Emperor Spring sensed the change in Longyang. How is this still Jie Yuan of the early stage of the martial god realm? It's comparable to the middle stage of the martial god realm. How can this Longyang be so strong? Could it be him? Many famous experts subconsciously looked at martial god Wen Tian, especially unrestrained sword martial god, and the others. Because only they knew where martial god Wen Tian's strength came from. It was precisely his endless and dense world essence. And now, Longyang's world essence was also boundlessly dense. This meant that martial god Wen Tian had passed his mantle to Longyang. Wen Tian martial god is really going all out for this battle, Miao Di said solemnly. Wang. As soon as she finished speaking, the huge light barrier finally exploded. Then a delicate figure slowly walked out. Although she looked delicate, her aura was so terrifying that it made people tremble in fear. How was this a delicate woman? She was simply an empress. In particular, some of the old monsters could vaguely see Luli Empress's figure on that woman. As expected, Dragon Mother didn't lose. Although we can't sense any ripples of boundary essence here, I reckon that she has used a trump card now. Her strength is probably twice as strong as before. It's not just doubled, it's quadrupled. That's because Long Yang had also used her trump card in the One World Mountain. At that time, she had already defeated all the top 200 experts on the divine list. In the end, there are less than 100 people who can surpass her in the world of 36 academies. The experts in the outside world gasped at this moment. Their eyes were filled with respect and envy as they looked at the sky. This was the #1 newcomer king. Everyone could clearly sense her strength. Even the genius experts who had lost to Longyang 3 years ago knew that the gap between them and Longyang had widened after 3 years. Whoosh! Longyang's long hair fluttered in the wind as she quietly looked at Lin Ling. At this moment, she looked a little miserable. It was obvious that she had suffered a great loss from the previous arrow. "I'm sorry." Finally, Longyang spoke softly. "Why?" Lin Ling looked calmly at Longyang. His expression gradually recovered from the initial shock. "Because I have underestimated you. However, you have awakened me once again, and reminded me of who my opponent is. Therefore, I apologize for underestimating you previously." Longyang's fine black hair fluttered in the wind. Her exquisite face carried an indescribable dignity. At this moment, she was like the king of the 3 halls in the 36 academies. "No need. It's okay to be serious now." Lin Ling shrugged his shoulders as the energy in his body surged. He knew that there would be a tough battle ahead. "Thank you. Then I'll be serious." Longyang nodded. Although her voice sounded soft, it was filled with endless confidence. Bang! The sky where she was suddenly exploded. Longyang disappeared from the sky and reappeared in front of Lin Ling. Her jade-like hand turned into a claw and was as sharp as a sword. She suddenly turned towards Lin Ling. Although this claw seemed calm, it actually carried an unparalleled power of boundary essence. When he saw this, a pair of swords appeared in Lin Ling's hands. He raised them high and suddenly slashed down. Clang! However, when the pair of swords that carried a wisp of divine energy and 40,000 boundary essence slashed down on Longyang's arm, it was actually blocked by a powerful force. If one looked carefully, one would see that there was a faint layer of boundary essence around Longyang's arm that protected her arm. However, this seemingly thin layer of boundary essence had an extremely terrifying defensive power. Lin Ling's eyes flashed instantly. Longyang, who had fused her 4 dantians, was indeed terrifying. Lin Ling was certain that even if he had fused his 6 dantians, in terms of the density of boundary essence, he was definitely not a match for her. Unless Lin Ling had also stepped into the martial god realm. Bang! Lin Ling stomped his foot in the sky and instantly retreated. Obviously, it was extremely unwise to confront Longyang head-on at this time. However, Longyang, who had fused her 4 dantians, had reached the speed of 4,000 boundary essence. She followed closely behind Lin Ling. Her claw was aimed at Lin Ling's neck. If it hit, Lin Ling's neck would be crushed in an instant. As Lin Ling retreated, he crossed his swords in front of him. However, the 2 swords shook very quickly. Then, Lin Ling saw Longyang's claw grabbing the tyrannical song sword and ruthlessly pulling it away. Since she could even grab the tyrannical song sword, this method could be said to be unparalleled. Lin Ling had no choice but to abandon his sword. Currently, the only advantage he had that was not inferior to Longyang was his speed. Clang! 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 Longyang's attacks were like a storm, closing in on Lin Ling. Every move was fatal. As she waved her claws, the surrounding spring water was all cut off. What a fast speed! Lin Ling is suddenly at a disadvantage. Chapter 3978. Divine Embryo Body. 4 dantians, what a terrifying thing. Combining the power of 4 martial gods into one body. This kind of power is too unfair to ordinary cultivators. How can there be fairness in this world? Have you thought about the cultivators of the 9 prefectures when you say these words? In their eyes, you are so strong. How can there be fairness? No matter what, with the 4 dantians, Longyang is already the strongest among us. All kinds of voices floated out from the outside world, and the Phoenix Emperor Spring. The deans of the 36th College also looked at Wentian Martial God. Obviously, they knew that Longyang was so powerful because of Wentian Martial God. Wentian Martial God smiled and did not speak. Instead, he quietly watched the intense battle in front of him. Lin Ling, who was in the center, was undoubtedly being suppressed by Longyang. However, Lin Ling's physical defense was strong, and he was not defeated in a short period of time. However, everyone could see that it was only a matter of time before Lin Ling was defeated. Lin Ling, I don't know if you have used all your strength, but if this is all you have, then there is no need to continue this battle. Long Yang's voice was extremely cold as she continued to attack. Following that, all of his realm essence surged, transforming into a giant claw that grabbed towards Lin Ling from all directions. Seeing this, Lin Ling naturally knew that he could not avoid this moment, because if he continued to dodge he would be defeated even faster. Therefore, he suddenly gritted his teeth and his gaze became crazier. No one knew that while he was fighting Long Yang, he was also frantically refining the treasures. This was because with a strong opponent like Long Yang, she was in fact constantly pressuring him, causing his refining speed to double. Of course, the advantage was that the speed was faster, but the disadvantage was also obvious. If Lin Ling was careless, it was very likely that he would be seriously injured by Long Yang. Lin Ling had dared to do so as he was extremely confident in himself. He also wanted to maximize the power of the half-martial god pill, so that his strength would reach the martial god realm when he unsealed the pill. At present, Lin Ling's intuition told him that he was still lacking a little. So, let the storm come even fiercer. True. Transmission of Hades. After refining a large number of treasures, Lin Ling gripped the true inheritance dark sword with both hands. That strand of divine power was stimulated to the peak, and the entire sword began to hum. Lin Ling's sword is so dazzling. This scene was clearly noticed by countless people. Their blood suddenly boiled because in their guesses, perhaps this battle had finally reached its peak. Leader, you must win. On the Phoenix Emperor Mountain, countless experts from the God Slayer Alliance were shouting. They only had a rough idea of Lin Ling's strength. They knew that Lin Ling had defeated the newcomer king of Fengyan Tower. However, how could the newcomer king compare to Long Yang? Almost at the same time, Lin Ling's sword began to hum. His entire body turned into a sword, and with terrifying power, he slashed at the huge claw. Rumble. Pop. Pop. The collision of the two forces was enough to drown any initial stage martial god. Clang. However, after the huge celestial sword clashed with the terrifying claw, it could not withstand the pressure and broke apart. It turned into 18 true inheritance dark swords, and they lay in the void dimly. Looking at Lin Ling, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His figure was also sent flying, crashing into the void in the distance, causing ripples to appear in the void. Silence. The outside world and the Phoenix Emperor Spring were dead silent. Everyone stared at the true inheritance dark swords in the void, and they frowned even more. This was because they saw that Lin Ling seemed to have been defeated. Until now, the two swords that Lin Ling possessed had been destroyed by Long Yang. Finally, he has lost. Someone murmured to himself. Even so, Lin Ling is terrifying enough to make Long Yang explode with such strength. Hence, I am sure that Lin Ling's strength is in the top 200 of the divine list. Most importantly, this guy is also a newcomer. He is the only one below Long Yang who can reach such a height. Someone said in admiration. In the Phoenix Emperor Spring, Lin Ling wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were solemnly looking at Long Yang. Long Yang possessed 4 dantians, and her boundary origin was indeed powerful. However, what surprised Lin Ling was that Long Yang's 4 dantians were not ordinary dantians. This also meant that Long Yang had a powerful innate talent. This attack has made the vortex in my dantian absorb more energy at a faster rate. Hurry up. I don't want you to be a half-step to martial god when the pill is removed. So don't disappoint me. Lin Ling stood still in silence. However, there was a hint of madness in his eyes, and he kept shouting in his heart. Is that all? 3 years. Do you know that I have waited for 3 years? However, is that all you have? At that moment, Long Yang suddenly spoke in a cold voice. There was a hint of madness in her eyes as she said, For the past 3 years, I have worked hard to cultivate so that I can fight with you until the sky falls and the earth rends. All of this is not to prove how great I am, nor is it to prove that I have surpassed you. Instead, I want to tell you that I will take back the dignity that you have taken from me with my own hands. The heavens and the earth were silent. Only Longyang's voice could be heard. Everyone could feel Longyang's determination. Everything was for the sake of dignity. That is not all I have. Longyang tucked her fine black hair behind her ear as she spoke slowly. Come out, Black Phoenix, purple jade body. As she spoke, a pitch-black cloud suddenly appeared behind her. The cloud was like a pair of wings, and it curled around Longyang's shoulders. Then it slowly flew up and turned into a huge black phoenix in the air. A black phoenix. It was said that this was a phoenix from the underworld. It guarded the path of death, and specialized in devouring dead souls. It was one of the symbols of the underworld's gate. When the black phoenix appeared, it suddenly let out a sharp cry. The sound was so loud that it caused endless ripples in the Phoenix Emperor Spring. When the sound spread out of the Phoenix Emperor Spring, it caused countless people's eardrums to hurt. Even the city lords of the final world, and some of the weaker ones had a drastic change in expression. This was because the sound wave was so terrifying that it caused their dantian to become unstable. Divine fetus. Finally, the 36 deans said in a low voice. Divine fetus? Without a doubt, these two words were earth-shattering, and it caused endless ripples in the outside world. Longyang actually had a divine fetus. One should know that she had not shown her talent before, but she had already suppressed Lin Ling. Now she had even shown her talent. Martial God Wentian Yu. Chapter 3979. Lin Ling's Eruption. Haha, you've misunderstood me. Martial God Wentian smiled when he saw Martial God Duan Mai's astonished look. He also stared at Longyang. He was very satisfied with this disciple of his. He still remembered the first time he met Longyang. At that time, Longyang wanted to defeat him and become his disciple. Of course, Martial God Wentian didn't care about that. In this world, there were so many people who wanted to be his disciple. However, Longyang's next sentence moved Wentian Martial God. I want to kill Lin Ling, no matter the cost. Wentian Martial God was moved because he saw Longyang's eyes. It was Longyang's life's mission. Longyang was willing to sacrifice everything, including her soul. Wentian Martial God accepted Longyang as his disciple. However, in the following days, he realized that Longyang was more powerful than he had imagined. She had grown rapidly in a short period of time. This also let him know that Longyang was a piece of unpolished jade. It was just that no one had ever carved this piece of jade. Missed you? Didn't you give her the dark phoenix violet jade body that represents the entrance to the underworld? Wentian Martial God smiled and shook his head. Duan my Martial God asked again. No, she got it herself. However, Martial God Wentian still shook his head, but his tone changed. The other talent was given to her by me. What? The Martial God's pupils trembled fiercely, and he quickly looked at Dragon Lady. Almost at the same time, Dragon Lady's body emitted billowing black fog again. This black fog coiled around Dragon Lady's delicate body and spiraled up. It became clearer and clearer, and it actually turned into a huge black dragon. This dragon coiled around Dragon Lady, making her look even more ferocious and ferocious. Dark Dragon Violet Golden Body. Duan my Martial God mumbled to himself. Another divine fetus? Double talents. The rest of the experts shuddered. One divine fetus was already terrifying enough. Who would have thought that Longyang had two divine fetus physiques? She would surely become a deity with such talent. Even in the Phoenix Emperor Spring, there were less than 5 people who were more talented than Longyang. Therefore, many people looked at Longyang as if she was a senior, a deity. Divine fetus physique. This woman is already so powerful when she's only a first-level martial god. What if she reaches the late-stage martial god realm? You don't need to say anything. She's the real Luli Empress. In the outside world, many people were even more envious because Longyang's advantages were too tempting. 4 Dantians and 2 divine embryos. Any one of these was enough for a genius to laugh proudly in the 9 provinces. However, all the advantages were gathered on one woman. The Empress. Perhaps this was how people viewed Longyang. At this moment, Dragon Lady was floating quietly in the Phoenix Emperor Spring. Around her delicate body, black neon energy swirled. A black phoenix appeared on her left shoulder, and a black dragon appeared on her right shoulder. The dragon and phoenix undoubtedly gave her an aura that could control one's soul. Ehe, how are we going to fight? Seeing the majestic Longyang, a dean suddenly laughed. He was the dean of the E-Garden. He had never liked Lin Ling. That kid can't even resist the power of 4 Dantians. Now that he has 2 divine fetus physiques, it looks like Sister Longyang wants to win beautifully. Then, a crafty and harsh voice sounded at the same time. She was naturally the Heaven Princess. Ha ha ha. The masters who didn't like Lin Ling couldn't help but laugh out loud. Wentian Martial God, you've hidden your strength well. Your disciple's strength is no weaker than most of the people here. Duan my martial god was in a good mood. He turned to Wentian Martial God and said. At this point, no one doubted that Lin Ling could win. Lin Ling had lost the 3-year promise. This showed how terrifying Longyang was under Wentian Martial God's guidance. Lin Ling, on the other hand, was unlucky. He lacked a good backer. I don't want her to be stronger than anyone else. I just want her to be stronger than a kid who doesn't know his place. I think that kid will admit defeat in 3 moves. Wentian Martial God smiled faintly as he looked at Lin Ling. He knew that the kid must be shocked speechless. Perhaps he would kneel down and beg for mercy. However, as soon as his gaze landed on Lin Ling, a blinding vortex appeared on Lin Ling's chest. It spun rapidly and grew bigger. The vortex was nothing special. However, Wentian Martial God could sense a terrifying force exploding from the vortex like a bomb. You're using your full strength? Very well, I won't hold back. Lin Ling's calm voice finally came out from his mouth. There was no sign of panic or astonishment. It was as if he would not be surprised even if the sky collapsed. Bang! Everyone's eyes instantly turned towards Lin Ling. Their hearts felt as if they had been struck by a meteor and continued to explode. Bang bang bang. However, compared to the explosion in their hearts, the force unleashed by Lin Ling's body was even more terrifying. It caused the water of the Phoenix Emperor Spring to flow backward, causing the water to dry up. This is the force of the boundary. It's the half-martial god realm. This guy is about to have a breakthrough. He's about to undergo the tribulation of the ancestor. Following it, the crowd burst into a roar. Although the people outside could not sense the force of the Phoenix Emperor Spring, they could vaguely sense that something was not right. Bang! Almost at the same time, the vortex on Lin Ling's body finally exploded. It formed a terrifying gust of wind with Lin Ling as the center and swept in all directions. That power was so frightening that even Dragon Lady's long hair was blown up. Her pupils, without any suspense, narrowed. Half-martial god realm? And he didn't undergo the tribulation of the ancestor. She mumbled to herself. Her voice was filled with great astonishment. A half-martial god realm cultivator, who did not undergo the tribulation. This was probably the first case in Huanyu's history. It's not over yet. However, before the crowd could recover from their shock, someone suddenly yelled in a panic. That voice seemed to rise again and again before the first wave had subsided. The reason was that Lin Ling's aura was approaching the martial god realm. Holy crap, what kind of freak is this? He jumped from the martial ancestor realm to the half-martial god realm, and then became a martial god? I must be dreaming. How could such a thing happen in this world? A large number of terrified voices rose one after another. The reason was that the cultivation of the martial ancestor realm was calculated in hundreds of years. If it only took a dozen years to reach the half-martial god realm, that person would be considered a rare genius in the final world. On the other hand, if it only took 100 years to reach the martial god realm from the half-martial god realm, that person would also be considered a rare genius. However, Lin Ling had only taken 3 years to break through 2 levels in a row. Damn, this is so unfair. How are we supposed to cultivate like this? Chapter 3980. His cultivation kept rising. Calm down. The martial god realm has the tribulation of the gods. Lin Ling has broken through 2 levels in a row, so he will surely face the tribulation of the gods. Besides, his foundation is unstable, so he will surely fail. You're right, 2 levels in a row. That Lin Ling is being too impatient. Let's wait and see if he fails to overcome the tribulation. Perhaps it was because they were too jealous. Thus many people were complaining that the grapes were sour. As a matter of fact, The old monsters in the Phoenix Emperor Spring were clenching their fists and murmuring to themselves. Most of them were cursing Lin Ling for failing the tribulation of the gods. They did not think it was fair either. How could these old monsters who had lived for 10,000 years accept the fact that Qin Nan had broken through 2 levels in a row? Bang bang bang. The terrifying energy continued to ripple out, but gradually the energy was restrained. Meanwhile, in the middle of the storm, the young man in a blue robe placed his hands behind his back, and his hair drifted wildly. He wore a satisfied smile. Very well, I've finally achieved the martial god realm, the young man in a blue robe said in an excited tone. He seemed to be very calm. However, it was like a shocking bomb to the crowd. Air, give me a slap. I think my eyes are playing tricks on me. Why didn't I see him overcoming the tribulation? Pa! The sound of a slap was indeed heard. Following it, another person snapped. You're not playing tricks on me, because I didn't see the tribulation of the gods either. What the hell? Without a doubt, a series of exclamations took place. Even experts like Wenti and Martial God rose to their feet, their faces trembling in fear. It was fine that the half-martial god realm did not have to overcome the tribulation. But damn it, the tribulation of the martial god realm did not even happen. It was so fucking unfair. Could it be that the kid was the son of God? Was he blessed by the son of God? As for Longyang, her eyes glittered as she stared at the young man in a blue robe. She discovered that the young man in a blue robe was extremely attractive and energetic. He no longer looked as down and out as before. No. The young man in a blue robe did not look down and out either. He had only been silent. Martial God stage. Longyang bit her lips and said unwillingly. However, a cold smile soon appeared on her face. So what if you're a martial god? You can compete with me. That's right. Longyang is also a martial god. Therefore, Lin Ling's breakthrough is just a flash in the pan. Duan, my martial god, spoke on behalf of Wen Tian, martial god, as if he had suffered too much depression before. At this moment, Lin Ling acted as if he hadn't heard what everyone was saying. He stretched out a single hand and carefully comprehended the terrifying energy of the world essence within his body. For some unknown reason, after he advanced into the martial god realm, he seemed to have become even more familiar with everything in the heavens and the earth. It was the feeling of a god that possessed the power to control and be familiar with everything. No wonder martial god Wen Tian could sense everything about Lin Ling. So it was because of this mysterious feeling. Demigod elixirs are indeed terrifying. Lin Ling also muttered in his heart. After spending so much of his golden fleece flower to buy the medicinal pill, it did not disappoint him. The reason being that he did not need to overcome the tribulation. Besides, similar to the dragon god battle armor, the longer the pill was sealed, the stronger its power would be. Such a pity, if it weren't for the duel against Longyang, Lin Ling would not have unsealed the pill so soon. The reason being that Lin Ling had only achieved the first layer martial god realm after unsealing the pill. However, it was enough for him. The reason being that he had achieved the first layer martial god realm with his 6 dantians. Lin Ling reached out his right hand and clenched his fist. A terrifying power burst out from it, causing the Phoenix Emperor Spring to crack open. The cracks continued to spread as if the Phoenix Emperor Spring was going to collapse. This inadvertent experiment had undoubtedly left all the experts who had doubted Lin Ling dumbfounded. They initially thought even though Lin Ling had achieved the martial god realm, there was a limit to his strength. However, Lin Ling had only clenched his fist. The force was so terrifying that it felt more like a 6th-layer martial god realm than a 1st-layer martial god realm cultivator. Especially experts like the Duan lineage martial god. As experts at the martial god realm, they naturally had the clearest evaluation of that force. Looking at Dragon Mother again, she seemed to have been struck by lightning, and her beautiful face was flushed red. Why? Why was this happening? Previously, Lin Ling was wearing the armor. They thought it was for defense, but to their surprise, it was to seal away Lin Ling's power. And now Lin Ling had unsealed some kind of seal, allowing his strength to improve tremendously. As a result, the power that Longyang had unleashed was nothing compared to Lin Ling's. Even though Lin Ling did not specifically target her, it served as a great slap to Longyang's face, allowing her to see her true colors. No, I still have the godly embryo. Of course, Long Yang kept comforting herself. That's right, you have the twin godly embryos. When Tian martial god blurted out excitedly. He could not help but admit that Lin Ling was indeed related to Li Xiaorao. He could sense that Lin Ling's boundary force was stronger than Long Yang's, implying that Lin Ling's dantian was stronger than Long Yang's. Therefore, he could not let Lin Ling go. He wanted to know all of Lin Ling's secrets. Now Lin Ling only needed to be defeated. Besides, it did not matter how strong Lin Ling's boundary force was when he was facing Long Yang, who had the twin godly embryos. It's impolite not to reciprocate. Long Yang, I'll show you the difference between us. At this moment, Lin Ling's gaze turned towards Long Yang. His robes fluttered in the wind, making him look like a god, an indomitable giant. An aura that looked down upon the world surged out from his body. Fuse! Lin Ling bellowed. Even though he had broken through, the energy in his dantian had just been disintegrated, so it was still a little messy. He had to separate all these energies properly. Boom! The first to appear was the realm-swallowing beast, which turned Lin Ling's body black. 6th grade ultimate desolate body. Lin Ling's aura rose crazily. Boom! The second to appear was the supreme nether wind dragon. Endless green astral winds tumbled as Lin Ling's legs turned into dragon claws. 4th grade ultimate desolate body. The third to appear was the heavenly dragon's bone, which turned Lin Ling's hands into dragon claws. His aura rose crazily. Everyone's faces turned pale from shock. Lin Ling could still increase his strength. Heavens, this monster! The fourth to appear was the demon's great hell body, which made endless wings appear behind Lin Ling's back. 5th grade ultimate desolate body. What kind of cultivation technique is this? He actually managed to fuse his talents. Right, we all forgot that he has a cultivation technique that can fuse talents. Now his talent has probably reached the divine embryos. Even though it's at the postnatal level, it still belongs to the divine embryos. Does this guy not have a limit? Chapter 3981. How could they fight? When Tian martial god's pupils contracted. He had naturally heard of Lin Ling's innate talent fusion technique, but he had always thought that it was an unorthodox technique. But now, he felt that the combination of this technique and the primal chaos godly tactic was simply a flawless technique. I have a divine fetus. Lin Ling, no matter how much you stack your innate gifts, you're not a divine fetus. Long Yang suddenly roared hysterically, because she had clearly sensed how fierce Lin Ling's aura was. She never would have thought that Lin Ling, who had been silent all this time, would be so crazy the moment the seal was lifted. She didn't want to lose to Lin Ling in the 3-year agreement. Boom. However, just as she finished speaking, endless golden flames erupted from Lin Ling's body. They scattered across the entire space, carrying with them a power that could crush one's soul. When he looked at Lin Ling again, his entire body was burning. Golden flames appeared on the surface of his body, constantly swallowing and spitting out. It was incomparably tyrannical. Most importantly, once this golden flame appeared, it was like the wrath of a human king, and everything had to submit to it. Some of the martial god realm old monsters in the distance suddenly felt like prostrating themselves in worship. This is the flame of the human sovereign. This brat. Right when everyone was shocked to the point they were unable to close their mouths, the unfettered sword martial god finally spoke. The flame of the human sovereign. Back then, the unrestrained sword martial god had tried to get close to the terrifying taboo of the demon primordial forest. However, he had no choice but to give up in the end due to his lack of strength. However, this terrifying flame was actually collected by Lin Ling. Flame of the human monarch. What kind of talent is this? Many people beside the unfettered sword martial god said anxiously. Divine embryo. The unfettered sword martial god said word by word. Silence. The whole place fell silent again. It was as if they saw a comet rushing into the sky, breaking the taboo of the universe, and becoming the most ancient god. Without a doubt, the young man in front of him was a future deity, and he might even be a human king. Very strong power, but what surprised me was that there was actually a surprise. Senior sister you, or thank you. At this moment, Lin Ling's words shocked everyone as he muttered to himself. Crackle. Under his release, the terrifying power of lightning suddenly erupted, and white lightning descended. Countless electric snakes coiled around the golden flames, as if they were roaring angrily, resisting the golden flames as equals. Looking at its power, it was actually not to be outdone by the golden flames. Everyone began to tremble at this sight. Although they didn't know what kind of power this white lightning was, if it could stand up to the divine embryo, then it meant that another divine embryo. What kind of divine embryos are these? Why do you have so many? When Tian martial god could no longer remain calm. He looked at Lin Ling as if he was looking at a freak. At the side, the corner of the Duan lineage martial god's mouth was also trembling. The fusion of all kinds of innate talents was already frightening enough, but this guy also had two kinds of divine embryos, and he was even trying to combine them. What kind of monster was this? As a matter of fact, I don't know either. However, when Tian martial god was infuriated when he saw Lin Ling spreading his hands helplessly. However, he really didn't know. He could only be sure that the divine embryo had come from the combination of him and an Yuer. After all, an Yuer's divine embryo had a chance of giving birth to divine embryos. The reason why it had given birth to a lightning divine embryo was related to Lin Ling's sixth dantian. His weakest dantian was the lightning element, and he had never encountered any good innate talents. Lin Ling had given up on that dantian, but it had given birth to a divine embryo. This made Lin Ling feel that his luck had suddenly taken a turn for the better. Crackle! The white lightning seemed to be ferocious. After clashing with the flames of the human emperor, it grew even stronger, causing the area within 1,000 li around Lin Ling to turn into a pool of lightning. Any early-stage martial god would be killed by the lightning, unless they also had a divine embryo. The crowd took a step back. They looked at Lin Ling as if they were looking at the most ancient taboo of lightning. Now that Lin Ling had become a martial god, no one dared to oppose him. Almost at the same time, far away in the 9 heavens of the divine world, an old man suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with astonishment. The lightning lock physique. Someone has given birth to the lightning lock physique. Go and find out who it is. Father Lightning Lock? Could it be the great god Lui's innate talent? Someone exclaimed as he ran over and saluted. Following this, more and more people appeared and yelled, "Father, congratulations, there's a successor." Haha, I Lei Gong, have finally met a person with a lightning divine embryo. The old man was clearly overjoyed. At the same time, in another void, another old man was traveling in the void. However, this time he was riding a huge scorpion. If Lin Ling was here, he would definitely recognize it. If it wasn't the terrifying world scorpion, what else could it be? It's been a long time since I've seen Xiaoyu. Lin Ling should be protecting her well. However, although Lin Ling is unruly, he's a man of principles and values relationships. Back then, he promised me that if anyone dares to touch Xiaoyu, they'll have to step over his dead body first. Therefore, I believe that under his protection, Xiaoyu will be safe and sound. The old man looked into the distance and suddenly said with a smile, he missed those 2 people very much. This was because they were the only 2 people that he still missed after becoming a martial god. However, at this moment, a strange fluctuation arrived. His eyes narrowed and his body trembled. Following this, tears flowed out of his old eyes. Old friend Lei Lok, your inheritance has appeared. Ha ha ha, you've been dead for so many years. Finally, your descendant has appeared. In his excitement, he even knelt down toward the distant void. A jug of wine appeared in his hand, and he poured it out of thin air. Brother, drink. In the battle of the gods, you died protecting me. I, Namwufing you, will never forget this kindness. Now, your glory has been arranged by the heavens and earth, and a successor has appeared. Even if I have to risk my old life, I'll raise your descendant. Bang bang bang. After the hot wine was poured, the old man kowtowed again. He kowtowed until the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. The void exploded. At this moment, it was as if he had returned to his youth and participated in the battle of the gods. Lin Ling didn't know any of this. He only looked indifferently at the white lightning around him. He found that although the lightning was under his control, it was incompatible with the flame of the human monarch. It seemed that the white lightning was very mischievous. Of course, This was also because his soul power was insufficient. After all, his talent fusion was based on soul power. Then, did you admit defeat in this battle? Or did I beat you until you admitted defeat? Looking up, Lin Ling looked indifferently at Longyang. Longyang's delicate body trembled. Her eyes were red and filled with madness. She had lost all reason and endless unwillingness. In the end, they turned into helpless tears. Chapter 3982. Against martial god Wen Tian. Lin Ling's Jieyuan was denser than hers, Lin Ling's talent was greater than hers, and Lin Ling even had 2 divine embryos. No matter how one looked at it, Shi Longyang had lost to Lin Ling. Ironically, Shi Longyang had thought that after 3 years, she had already surpassed the man who had brought her darkness. However, this was all an illusion. Demon, he was still a demon. That night of humiliation was still haunting her like it was never going to go away. You are an evil spirit. Longyang pointed at Lin Ling and shouted. She cried even louder. No one knew how much effort she had put in for this day, and even more so, no one knew how she had spent these past few years. You are heartless, and I am unjust. When you resent me, have you ever thought that if you did not want to kill me back then, you would not have ended up like this? I can only say that there are some taboos that you should not touch. Lin Ling shouted. His words made Longyang cry even louder, as if she had lost the motivation to live. You can admit defeat. Lin Ling took a step forward, and a terrifying aura came crashing down. Longyang bit her lips so hard that her small mouth was bleeding. She did not see it at all, and her hands were clenched into fists. At this moment, her palms were pierced, but she did not feel it at all. She was not wrong. She was only fighting for the most precious dignity of a woman. However, why did the heavens torture her like this? They gave her hope and let her see the dawn of victory, but in the end, they made everything dark again. I admit defeat. Longyang stared at the cold man, and finally shouted in despair. This sentence seemed to have taken away all the hope in her life, making her feel as if she had fallen into an endless abyss, and there was no possibility of her ever rising again. At the same time, this also made her lose the motivation to live, because she felt that in this life, there was no hope of revenge. When they heard Longyang admit defeat, the world fell silent. On the Phoenix Emperor Mountain, there was complete silence. Everyone's faces were dim, and they could only look at the godlike man. The first place of the newcomer king belonged to Lin Ling from the Snow Wind Academy. I did not expect the 3-year agreement to end up like this. Longyang lost without a fight. Someone said solemnly. Thinking back, it all felt like a dream. Because in these 3 years, Lin Ling relied on his own efforts to surpass Longyang. This sounded simple, but they all knew that the process was not easy. It could only be said that the youth in blue had put in 100 times more effort than them. Trash. Martial god Wen Tian was furious when he saw Dragon Mother admit defeat without even fighting. Because he'd spent so much effort to foster Dragon Mother. Yet she'd suffered such an outcome in the end. His eyes is a murderous intent. Because he did not want trash, he wanted to take back everything he had given Longyang, including the 2 divine embryos. Then he moved. A terrifying fist mixed with ferocious energy blasted towards Longyang. Obviously, no one could react to this unforeseen event, because no one thought that martial god Wen Tian would kill Longyang. After all, although Longyang lost, her efforts and her glory could not be erased. If Lin Ling did not exist, Longyang would still be an existence that shone brightly in all 36 academies. So ruthless, is it useless and useless? The unrestrained sword martial god frowned. Of course, he knew that martial god Wen Tian had sacrificed a lot for Longyang, but Longyang lost. Therefore, martial god Wen Tian wanted to take back everything that he had sacrificed. Needless to say, from the beginning until now, martial god Wen Tian had not treated Longyang as a disciple, but only as a tool. However, the unrestrained sword martial god did not care about this. After all, this was the new heavenly court's matter. The crowd was the same. Instead, they narrowed their eyes coldly, watching the girl who had shaken the final world not long ago fall before their eyes. She's mine, I'll be the one to kill her. However, at this moment, a domineering voice suddenly appeared. Next, a fist mixed with lightning and flames descended. leaping past Longyang and colliding with martial god Wentian's terrifying fist. Boom! The collision was so fierce that it almost tore apart the Phoenix Emperor spring. Countless experts were knocked down, and a large number of experts were pushed back, their expressions changing greatly. At this moment, everyone's attention was on the person who had suddenly attacked. Everyone wanted to see who dared to stop martial god Wentian. However, when they saw who it was, countless gasps could be heard. At the center, a terrifying force surged in all directions. The figures of two martial gods were clashing. Their long hair and robes fluttered in the wind, and their fists collided like meteors. One of them was martial god Wentian. However, the other person was the newly promoted Lin Ling. This was a clash between a new martial god and an old martial god. The crowd opened their mouths wide. Firstly, they did not expect Lin Ling to save Longyang. Secondly, they did not expect Lin Ling to clash with martial god Wentian's fist. It felt like the waves of the Yangtze River were pushing the waves behind. Of course, Longyang was the most shocked because she had been defeated by Lin Ling. She was disheartened and thought that she would never be able to surpass Lin Ling, so she had decided to commit suicide. However, the person who had saved her was Lin Ling. "Lin Ling, are you crazy? Who asked you to save me?" Longyang yelled hysterically. "Piss off." Lin Ling's face was filled with a twisted expression. It was not easy to fight martial god Wentian with his current strength. "If you're going to die, I'll be the one to kill you. Do you still remember that night? Haha, I Lin Ling had a great time, but you Longyang had no choice but to die. It's fine for a trashy woman like you to die, but you'll be killed by me. Of course I Lin Ling don't want to dirty my hands, because I don't kill trashy people. Therefore if you're going to die, die somewhere far away, don't die in front of me." Lin Ling's voice was like a thunderstorm. "You." Longyang was enraged. "Trashy, you're disheartened by a mere setback. I Lin Ling am very disappointed in you." Lin Ling's eyes reddened. As he was fighting against martial god Wentian, his bones began to emit cracking sounds. He had exceeded his limit. "Lin Ling, how long are you going to humiliate me? You won't let me go even if I'm going to die?" Longyang's expression became twisted. Lin Ling's words were like endless mockery that penetrated deeply into her heart. "I'm telling you, I'll kill you in my lifetime." Longyang let out a furious roar. She had gone mad. Her aura was as imperious as an empress. Rumble. What was even more frightening was that under her madness, the entire Phoenix Emperor spring began to tremble. Dragon Mother's cultivation level had increased by another level. It was terrifying, as expected of an empress. Seeing this, Lin Ling's lips curled into a cold grin. Finally, she's not courting death? Soon after, his eyes were cast to the front. A trace of blood quietly seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Clearly he was injured. Chapter 3983. The Powerful Wentian Martial God. "You dare to save my men? Are you trying to provoke me? I've been giving in to you, but it doesn't mean that I'm afraid of you. It's because you're not qualified to anger me." Wentian Martial God looked at Lin Ling with a smirk in his eyes. It was a domineering aura. "Provoke you? Don't you see it now?" Lin Ling chuckled. He knew that the god-slaying martial god was about to begin. Everyone was shocked to see Lin Ling and Wentian Martial God going head-to-head. After all, Lin Ling was not strong enough to fight against Wentian Martial God. Furthermore, there was no need for Lin Ling to go against Wentian Martial God. However, those who were familiar with Lin Ling knew that Wentian Martial God was Lin Ling's greatest enemy. Lin Ling had been working hard to surpass this great enemy. And now, Lin Ling was finally making his move. Is this kid crazy? The unrestrained sword martial god squinted. He was aware of Wentian Martial God's strength, and he was certain that even 10 Lin Lings would not be a match for Wentian Martial God. It was undeniable that Lin Ling was strong and outstanding. After reaching the martial god realm, he had immediately surpassed many martial gods. However, Wentian Martial God was one of the strongest martial gods, the emperor of martial gods. The unrestrained sword martial god was half a step away from becoming a martial god. He has his own plans. At this moment, a voice came from the side. It was Miao Di. The unrestrained sword martial god let out a sigh and did not stop him. However, to his surprise, Miao Di knew Lin Ling too. You're crazy. I didn't do anything to you, but you're provoking me. You killed my father in the past, and I've been thinking of ways to avenge him. In the sky, martial god Wuxian suddenly withdrew his fist and floated back. He stood with his hands behind his back and looked at Lin Ling indifferently. At this moment he fully displayed the bearing of a martial god, and he was like an emperor. Lin Ling waved his numb fist and retrieved the tyrannical Song sword, and the true inheritance dark sword. Then he looked at martial god Wuxian and said, "Maybe you can think of me as crazy, but I do want to test your strength against you. So how about we fight?" His voice caused ripples in people's hearts. They were finally certain that Lin Ling really wanted to fight Wuxian martial god. As expected of a lunatic. "Oh," martial god Wuxian grinned. "We can fight, but if you lose I'll take you away. What do you think?" Previously, Longyang had been defeated, which made it difficult for him to make a move against Lin Ling. However, he did not expect that Lin Ling would take the initiative to deliver himself to him. At this moment he was obviously going to capture Lin Ling and extract all the secrets from Lin Ling. After all, he knew that Lin Ling was Lei Gong's subordinate. If Lin Ling did not agree, he would not be able to make a move against Lin Ling. "Sure." Lin Ling nodded and said with a smile. "But if you lose you'll die, what do you think?" Boom. The crowd was shocked once again because Lin Ling actually thought that he could win? Deal. Wuxian martial god was startled. Then the cold smile on his face deepened. Their words were tit for tat, and sparks were flying everywhere. Duan, my martial god, and the experts of the new heavenly court smirked when they saw that Lin Ling had agreed. This Lin Ling had overestimated himself. They could foresee that Lin Ling would not be able to withstand more than 3 moves. No, they even guessed that Lin Ling would not be able to withstand even 1 move. This was because they had all witnessed the strength of martial god Wuxian. Let's begin. Wuxian martial god was the first to speak amidst the silence. Strands of flowing light drifted out from his body and coiled around him like endless ribbons, causing him to suddenly become dazzling. Moreover, an irresistible aura of dignity silently swept out from him. Godly energy. Moreover, it was clearly an extremely strong strand of divine energy. Looking at his boundary essence, it could only be described as a brilliant heavenly might. The reason for that was because his world essence was so thick that it was even more terrifying than any martial god. 5 dantians. Lin Ling's eyes flickered and he licked his lips. He knew that this battle would be difficult. However, since he dared to come, he had already planned to fight with his life on the line. Boom. Almost at the same time, a terrifying boundary essence storm erupted from Wuxian martial god's body. It was like an endless ocean, causing the entire Phoenix Emperor spring to tremble. The weaker martial gods were sent flying. Their faces were filled with solemn expressions as they were sent flying backward. Longyang gritted her teeth. She had mixed feelings. She never thought that Lin Ling would dare to fight Wuxian martial god. She could not think of any reason. Could it be to save her? That was impossible. Everyone had their own thoughts, but Lin Ling didn't have the time to care about them. His expression became focused, and deep in his eyes, it seemed like he could even see the boundary essence of Wuxian martial god clearly. At this moment, the meditation he had done before coming to the Phoenix Emperor Mountain was effective. It made him even more focused. He was not affected by Wuxian martial god's powerful aura at all. Almost at the same time, the boundary essence ocean in front of him finally exploded. Then countless figures appeared, filling the sky with experts. These experts were practicing martial arts. They were either punching or kicking. However, those seemingly simple movements carried the rhythm of the great Tao. Everyone's pupils trembled. What kind of technique was this? Obviously, they could not see through Wuxian martial god's technique. Wuxian martial god is as cautious as ever. Facing Lin Ling, not only did he not use a huge boundary essence to suppress him, he even used a divine ability. Far away, the city lord of Blizzard City, Songqiri, said solemnly. He obviously knew that Wuxian martial god treated Lin Ling differently from ordinary martial artists. He is very cautious. Not far away, the dean of Blizzard Academy nodded. When martial artists fought, they were most afraid of such people. A lion would use all its strength to hunt a rabbit. Whoosh. A terrifying boundary essence aura flooded towards Lin Ling, causing explosions to sound around Lin Ling. Because Wentian martial god's boundary essence was too huge, it was difficult for Lin Ling to resist the attack before it even reached him. At present, even his physical strength and 6 dantians could not withstand the storm. However, a large number of divine armors appeared around Lin Ling's body. With the help of the countless divine armors, he blocked Wentian martial god's boundary essence attack. Just as he blocked the attack, Lin Ling's eyes flashed. The tyrannical song sword appeared in his hand, and he forcefully slashed behind him. Because he knew that it was just a boundary essence attack. The real attack had just arrived. Moreover, Lin Ling was very familiar with Wentian martial god's previous moves because Li Xiaoyao had taught him that martial art. That kind of martial art made it difficult for the opponent to distinguish the real from the fake. Next, the real attack would be like an arrow in the dark, instantly arriving. Chapter 3984. Fatal Killing Intent. When Tian martial god dashed forward, his leg turned into a whip and kicked at the void. His kick carried a terrifying force and a storm as it aimed at Lin Ling's head. The strength of this kick was probably able to sweep through 90% of the martial gods. Furthermore, not many people were able to see through the mysteries behind this sudden attack. However, Lin Ling was already prepared for it. Not only did the dominating song sword not stop, it slashed forward like a meteor and resisted the kick. Boom! At the moment of collision, a terrifying force surged out, causing Lin Ling's expression to change slightly. Although he had expected it, he did not expect Wentian martial god's strength to be so strong, because that kick actually caused the tyrannical song sword to hum non-stop. Ka. Wentian martial god's fatal blow was blocked by Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling's surroundings continued to rumble. The godly armor that he had previously released had all exploded. Wentian martial god's eyes flashed with shock. Firstly, he didn't expect Lin Ling to be able to guess his intention of attack and take precautions in advance. Secondly, he had never imagined that Lin Ling would actually be able to block his attack. One had to know that his boundary essence surpassed Lin Ling's by so many times. Even if Lin Ling was able to guard against his attacks, it was absolutely impossible for him to block it. How extravagant! He actually used a large number of divine armors to dissipate that power. Wentian martial god stared at Lin Ling's surroundings and discovered Lin Ling's trump card. Let's see how many divine artifacts you have. Martial god Wentian suddenly turned around in the air and withdrew his leg. He reached out his hand and clenched it into a fist, as if he was controlling the universe. Upon seeing this, Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He waved his left hand again, and a large number of godly armors appeared. With the defense of the godly armors, he raised the tyrant song high up, and then smashed it down in front of him without any regard for his life. Rumble! The sword slashed at Wentian martial god's fist, creating a storm that soared to the sky. However, Wentian martial god's fist was unscathed. His eyes flashed with a cold glint as he opened his fist and turned it into a claw. He grabbed at Lin Ling's tyrannical song sword. It seemed like he wanted to destroy the sword. Go! The tyrannical song sword could not be taken away, so Lin Ling quickly waved his left hand, and a large number of divine weapons flew toward martial god Wentian's claw like moths. Crackle! Countless divine artifacts exploded, erupting with firecracker-like sounds. The two of them clashed crazily in the void for more than 10 rounds. As they watched the intense battle between the two of them, the onlookers were undoubtedly shocked speechless, because they never expected that Lin Ling would actually be able to hold on for so long. This could be called a miracle. That brat is really rich. He actually used countless divine artifacts as cannon fodder. Witnessing the battle between the two of them, the experts of the new heavenly court had gloomy expressions. They clearly knew that Lin Ling would not be able to block a single attack from Wentian martial god. However, Lin Ling relied on his divine artifacts to block the attack. Each divine artifact displayed 50% of its power. As long as there were enough of them, they could form a powerful defense. Haha, it's just a last-ditch struggle. I want to see how many treasures he has to use as cannon fodder. However, Duanmai martial god chuckled because Lin Ling's battle style was a battle between rich people. Let's see how rich Lin Ling could be. As for Wentian martial god, he was naturally cautious. After a dozen rounds with Lin Ling, his eyes turned cold. For some reason, he had a feeling that Lin Ling was stalling for time. What's wrong? Are you panicking? However, just as he thought of something, Lin Ling seemed to have guessed it and suddenly smiled. For some reason, Wen Tian Martial God did not like this smile because it was too mysterious. It was as if he knew everything about Wen Tian Martial God. Wen Tian Martial God did not want to be controlled by others, including his own thoughts. The one who should be panicking is you. Martial God Wen Tian chuckled coldly. He no longer hid his trump cards. He floated in the air and spread his arms. A gentle, jade-like glow suddenly appeared. The glow rotated and turned into jade-like stones that scattered across the sky. From afar, Wen Tian Martial God looked like he was in a sea of jade. Seeing this, Lin Ling's expression changed slightly, because he knew what Wen Tian Martial God was doing. Lin Ling immediately waved his left hand, and threw out a large number of treasures. They were controlled by his soul and world essence. Next, Lin Ling used a few consumable treasures to increase his speed. His speed gradually reached 5,000 world speed, then 6,000, 7,000, 8,000 and finally 10,000 world speed. These treasures were all bought by Lin Ling from the store of God. They were finally showing their effects. Furthermore, Lin Ling was still not at ease and had scattered all of his divine weapons. There was a hint of madness in his eyes. Looking at the two of them preparing their ultimate moves. Everyone swallowed their saliva with difficulty. They had a premonition that the next clash would determine who was the real winner. You are truly formidable. You were able to detect the technique that I used earlier. Why do I feel that you seem to be very familiar with everything about me? If not for the fact that your cultivation level is too low, you would truly be a formidable opponent. Wen Tian Martial God squinted his eyes when he saw how quickly Lin Ling had set up the battle. He could imagine that if Lin Ling's cultivation was the same as his in the future, he would not be a match for Lin Ling. Luckily, Lin Ling was too impatient and dared to challenge him now. There was no future for him. 8 Stones Heart-Piercing Sutra. Wen Tian Martial God made his move too. A terrifying invisible wind blew. Wen Tian Martial God was still floating in the distance. The jadeite stones around him were still like meteors. However, Lin Ling suddenly exploded. Rumble. The explosion of this power was extremely terrifying. It could easily destroy 10,000 worlds. What's going on? The crowd was shocked. They did not see Wen Tian Martial God's attack at all. Could it be a soul power trick? Even if it's the power of a god, there will still be ripples. Some seniors exclaimed, "It's the heartbeat." However, an expert who was slightly familiar with Wen Tian Martial God said in a serious tone, "That attack is invisible and moves according to the heartbeat. As long as there's a heartbeat, it will cause the jadeite stones to explode. As for the power of the explosion, I'm sure you've seen it. It's Wen Tian Martial God's signature move. Heartbeat? A martial artist should be able to control the heartbeat easily. What if there's no heartbeat?" Chapter 3985. Lin Ling's counterattack. It's useless. As long as there's a trace, the jadeite will be able to sense it. In fact, rather than sensing the heartbeat, it's more like sensing a melody in the void. Regardless of whether it's a human or a ghost, as long as they appear in the void, there will be a melody to prove that they're in the void. What a terrifying move. It's powerful and fast. Who can stop it? Lin Ling's reaction was quite fast. Otherwise, he would have died in battle. The crowd was in a heated discussion. Lin Ling was constantly retreating, and with every step he took, his body exploded. Countless divine artifact fragments spilled out in a beautiful display. It was conceivable that if Lin Ling had not mentioned setting up those artifacts, he would have been killed long ago. Boom boom boom. Even so, Lin Ling was still in a bad situation. He had already activated the speed of 10,000 worlds, but he was still affected by the ferocious power. If not for his strong physical body, he would have been killed. Then he looked into the distance and saw that there were still many jadeites. This made him know that he had to endure this fierce battle. Boom boom boom. Time passed quietly. The Phoenix Emperor Spring was like a forbidden area in the mortal world. People saw that the treasures that Lin Ling scattered were exploding. This made many people lick their lips and their eyes turn red. Because Lin Ling had too many treasures on him. Could it be that this is his trump card to fight Wentian martial god? Some people even began to speculate. Yu Yu and the rest covered their mouths. Their eyes were filled with worry. Although Lin Ling looked miserable, they knew that it was already impressive that Lin Ling could last until now against a giant like Wentian martial god. However, they hoped that Lin Ling could last longer and turn the situation around in the end. In fact, in the entire 36 academies, the only person who could withstand so many moves from martial god Wentian was Lin Ling. Although Lin Ling also relied on the power of the treasure, it was still a pride that could not be erased. Boom. With a few final loud explosions, the Phoenix the Arch Spring completely collapsed. The fragments of the void fell down like glass. The Phoenix Emperor Spring, a place that even the top 10 martial gods of the 9 prefectures could not break, had collapsed at this moment. From this, one could see how terrifying the power was. Lin Ling is dead. Martial god Duan Mai said all of a sudden. He was trying to sense Lin Ling, but Lin Ling's aura had already disappeared. Lin Ling is dead? Even the unrestrained sword martial god, and the others narrowed their eyes before their expressions changed drastically, because they couldn't sense Lin Ling's aura anymore. This meant that Lin Ling had been defeated. In the end, he still couldn't block it. When the crowd heard the voices of the experts, they also sighed in their hearts. This was the first time in history that a student had fought against a martial god. In the end, it still ended in failure. Haha, is he dead? Isn't that the son of the undying demon, Lin Ling? Oh, he's dead. I'm so disappointed. However, after a moment of silence, a loud laughter suddenly rang out. In the void far away from the Phoenix the Arch Spring, a young man was laughing. If one looked carefully, who else could it be but Duan Wuhan? At this moment, he seemed to be happier than Wentian martial god. It was as if he was the one who had killed Lin Ling. Looking at Princess Tian, who was not far away, the corners of her mouth cracked open, revealing a satisfied smile. Following this, many people laughed out loud. The son of the undying demon, Lin Ling, was still going to die in the end. It's too early to be happy. That guy is not dead yet. However, at this time, a cold voice was like a splash of cold water, directly sprinkling on their heads. Most importantly, it was Wentian martial god who had spoken. At this moment, Wentian martial god's face was cold. Moreover, as he looked forward, his expression became increasingly ugly. This was because he did not expect that Lin Ling, who had just stepped into the martial god realm, would still be alive after his terrifying attack. At this moment, a huge vortex began to appear in the void in front of them. Then a figure slowly walked out of it. As he walked, he said, "The top 10 martial gods of the 9 prefectures are really powerful." The person who had walked out was none other than Lin Ling. Looking at the lively Lin Ling, everyone looked as if they had seen a ghost. The son of the undying demon, this legend was really immortal. However, Wentian martial god also laughed. Although Lin Ling was not dead, he obviously knew what kind of trump card Lin Ling relied on. He said indifferently, 3 undying fruits. TSK, I didn't expect you to be so rich. Of course, knowing was one thing. However, he did not expect Lin Ling to have prepared so much for this battle. However, the undying fruits are still external objects. He's still alive this time. Next time, it might not be so. Wentian martial god's eyes flickered coldly as he said coldly. Lin Ling stood in the void and stretched his neck slightly. He finally looked at Wentian martial god and said with a smile, "I don't think there will be a next time." As soon as he finished speaking, his originally dispirited aura finally burst out. Although it was not as terrifying as Wentian martial god's, he had taken the initiative to attack. His aura was not as strong as Wentian martial god's, but his determination was stronger. Wentian martial god's eyes turned even colder as he carried Lin Ling forward at the speed of 10,000 worlds. He was one of the top 10 martial gods of the 9 prefectures. Yet this puny Lin Ling did not treat him seriously. "No matter what, I will destroy your confidence and capture you." Wentian martial god clenched his fists. An unprecedented energy burst out from his body. It was even stronger and sharper than before. The Phoenix Emperor Spring shattered once again. The void turned into glass. The experts of the new heavenly court wore cold expressions when they saw Lin Ling taking the initiative to attack. This Lin Ling must die. Lin Ling represented the God Extermination Alliance. He had repeatedly provoked the new heavenly court and Wentian martial god. Their patience had reached its limit. On top of that, they had watched Lin Ling grow up step by step. From the Qingzhou continent to the God Extermination Formation, to today's confrontation with Wentian martial god. Therefore, they knew that if Lin Ling did not die, the new heavenly court would not have a place to stand. This guy has relied on all kinds of treasures to survive until now. He should focus on defense. Isn't he courting death by attacking? Doesn't he know how terrifying Wentian martial god's talents are? 10,000 worlds will be destroyed if he touches him. Duanmai martial god wore a disdainful smile when he saw Lin Ling taking the initiative to attack. He clearly knew that Wentian martial god's talents were a terrifying taboo. It was like a drum. Not only did it have a terrifying defense, it could even produce a heartbeat when attacked. It could even send back 2 or 3 times the power of the attacker. Chapter 3986. God Slaying. Just as he finished speaking, Wentian martial god's boundary energy finally reached its peak. Boundless divine energy poured out. Behind him, a giant heart appeared. It was like the heart of an ancient giant, beating slowly. However, with every beat, the heavens and earth would explode. The destruction of this power not only affected the Phoenix Emperor Spring, but also the outside world. This was Wentian martial god's talent, the primordial sovereign's heart. According to legends, this talent was left behind by Wentian martial god's teacher. It was extremely powerful and could transform into a primordial god. Rumble. The terrifying force attacked. However, Lin Ling did not retreat. Instead, he sped up. Especially when he saw the primordial sovereign's heart, his eyes shone with hysteria. Because the primordial sovereign's heart was one of Li Xiaoyao's talents. Unfortunately, before Li Xiaoyao could use this talent, he was killed by the 3 from the Tian family. Now that he saw this terrifying talent, the flames of revenge in Lin Ling's heart burned even more intensely. It was time to settle the grudge of 2 lifetimes. Mirage Incense Burner. With a wave of his right hand, 3 incense burners flew out and burned the divine incense. This incense burner was a consumable treasure. It could reduce the opponent's speed by 30%. Absolute soft leaf cauldron. Glazed light floated out. Another 2 ancient cauldrons appeared. The glazed light shone out and covered the entire void. Once this cauldron appeared, it could reduce the opponent's boundary energy by 40%. Thousand Leaves Divine Bamboo Formation. Large amounts of bamboo fluttered out like butterflies. They grew with the wind until they were the size of an ancient mountain. They shrouded the surroundings and reduced the opponent's defense by 30%. Not enough. Lin Ling's eyes grew crazier. This time he spat out all his treasures and used all his trump cards. As they saw Lin Ling's crazy counterattack, all the powerhouses paled. The treasure that appeared in the sky made them feel a terrifying pressure. Destruction, annihilation, sharpness, and eternity. They never imagined that Lin Ling's counterattack would be so sharp. However, the top experts narrowed their eyes, especially the Duanmai martial god, who had a disdainful smile on his face. This Lin Ling has a lot of tricks up his sleeves, but doesn't he know that Wentian martial god's counterattack will be even more ferocious? 10% of the attack will be doubled. Perhaps after this clash, Lin Ling will be completely annihilated. Another expert beside him nodded and said. At this moment, Wentian martial god also sensed Lin Ling's madness. However, his cold smile deepened. Behind him, the giant heart began to beat, forming mysterious ripples. However, at this moment, 3 mysterious runes appeared in Lin Ling's hand. As soon as they appeared, an even more ancient aura burst out. What? He has more tricks up his sleeve? At this moment, the Duanmai martial god and the others were shocked. This was because they also sensed that the 3 runes Lin Ling took out in the end gave them a huge pressure. Since they were already in such a state, Wentian martial god naturally felt it even more. His pupils contracted. Dong dong dong. He controlled the heart behind him, and it began to rumble violently, trying to return all the power. However, at this moment, The 3 runes suddenly unleashed a ferocious forbidden aura that surrounded Wuxian martial god. He felt like he had lost connection with the world. Oh no, my power! Wuxian martial god shouted with a hint of panic in his voice. Then he thought of the mysterious power from before, and his heart trembled. What was it? How could it be so powerful? He did not know that the 3 runes were the curse of the gods. They came from the store of God and there were 5 of them, but Lin Ling had taken all of them. Moreover, the curse of the gods was not only sealing Wuxian martial god's boundary essence, but also his talent. While Wuxian martial god was still in shock, Lin Ling had already appeared before him. His face was cold as he stared at Wuxian martial god. Wuxian martial god felt a sense of familiarity. He immediately suppressed his shock and looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. However, behind Lin Ling, 3 majestic banners appeared at the same time and stabbed into his back, making him look like a divine general. Wuxian martial god, it's time for you to die. With a wave of his right hand, one of the banners appeared in Lin Ling's hand. He held it with both hands and swung it forward like a sword. This was the Great World Destruction Banner, which had the power to kill a martial god. It was the Universal Judgment Banner. It was clearly a treasure left behind by a god. In your dreams. Wuxian martial god immediately yelled. Even though he was terrified, there was no way he would back off now. Boom. He gathered all his strength and slammed his palms forward with mountain-toppling force. However, after clashing with the ferocious Great World Destruction Banner, his expression changed greatly. This was because he sensed an unparalleled force from the banner. After his palms collided, they immediately broke apart under countless shocked gazes. Blood poured out from his skin. What? Looking at this terrifying scene, everyone was shocked. Lin Ling had injured Wuxian martial god? It's that banner. Duanmai martial god was no longer as confident as before. Clearly, he did not expect Lin Ling to have the strength to injure Wuxian martial god. Furthermore, Wuxian martial god seemed to be weaker than before. His talent, speed, defense, and even his boundary essence were much weaker. Of course, the most important thing was his talent. That terrifying talent seemed to have been sealed. You. Wuxian martial god spat out a mouthful of blood and roared furiously. Die. However, in the sky, Lin Ling took out another banner and swung it down like a battle axe. Wuxian martial god's face turned even paler as a terrifying force surged toward him. He had never thought that this day would come, nor did he expect Lin Ling to be able to injure him. However, he quickly came to his senses. Recalling everything that had happened, he suddenly felt that Lin Ling had come prepared. I've waited 2 lifetimes for this day. I've prepared for 3 years for this moment. These 3 years of hard work were not to defeat Longniang, but to kill you. Lin Ling held the banner and kept roaring. Rumble. The giant heart behind Wuxian martial god instantly disappeared. Clearly, without the support of his boundary essence, his powerful talent could no longer be utilized. The giant banner was like a sword. As it swung down, Wuxian martial god spat out a mouthful of blood. He was in a sorry state. It was his first time showing such a sorry state in front of the world. The power of the second banner made his dantian feel like it was about to collapse. His bones were broken, but they were recovering rapidly. Wah! He spat out a mouthful of blood. Clearly, he was severely injured. Seeing his appearance, the crowd was scared out of their wits. Chapter 3987. Past and Present. Longyang trembled. She did not expect Lin Ling to target Wuxian martial god instead of her. As for the unrestrained sword martial god and the others, they were in a panic. They looked at Lin Ling as though he was the god of death. This was because someone who could threaten the top 10 martial gods of the 9 continents was too terrifying. Retreat. Wuxian martial god could not care less. A key appeared in his hand, and he raised it into the sky. Rumble. The space was torn open, revealing a black hole the size of a human. Wuxian martial god immediately charged toward the black hole upon seeing it. This shocked the crowd. Wuxian martial god was running away. Moreover, he had the key to leave. This was the Phoenix Emperor Spring. Unless a martial god gave permission, ordinary people had no right to leave. Lin Ling was shocked when he saw Wuxian martial god running away. However, how could he let go of such an opportunity? He had used up all his treasures to kill Wentian martial god. If he let Wentian martial god escape, all his efforts would be in vain. Bang! The void exploded as Lin Ling chased after Wentian martial god. Fortunately, the seal was still there, so Wentian martial god was not too fast. You're courting death. Seeing this, the Duan lineage martial god suddenly shouted. However, just as he moved, a sword appeared in front of him. At the same time, an indifferent voice floated out. This is their business. Duan, my martial god, it's best if you don't interfere. Moreover, both of them have agreed to this battle. The person who stopped Duan, my martial god, was the unrestrained sword martial god. Although he did not know if Lin Ling could defeat Wentian martial god, he saw that Lin Ling had sacrificed everything for this battle. Therefore, he would do his best to help Lin Ling. Duan, my martial god, was infuriated when he saw unrestrained sword martial god attacking. However, he knew that unrestrained sword martial god was not weak. Although unrestrained sword martial god might not be able to defeat him, he could not help Wentian martial god anymore. After Lin Ling disappeared into the black hole, the Phoenix Emperor Spring fell silent. The crowd felt like they were still in a dream. They did not expect the battle to end with the heaven-seeking martial god running away, and Lin Ling chasing after him. He has prepared a lot of treasures to seal Wentian martial god, but they have a time limit. So as long as Wentian martial god is, Lin Ling will be the one. Suddenly someone said indifferently. Many people nodded Wentian martial god. At this moment, two martial god Wentian martial god's martial god. The one in front was obviously martial god Wentian. At this moment, he looked like his soul was about to shatter. He never thought that he, one of the 10 great martial gods of the 9 continents, would run away one day. However, he knew that there was still a chance. As long as he could get through this period, he would be able to return to his peak. Lin Ling was moving at full speed behind him. He knew that Wentian martial god could come back from the ashes. Furthermore, Lin Ling's treasures were weakening. He did not have much time left. Little Kunlun. At this moment, Lin Ling shouted. Wang. Black ripples spread out from Lin Ling's arm. Then, they turned into a huge primeval forest and sealed off the entire area. The terror of this primeval forest also caused the expressions of the martial artists who were passing by in the distance to change drastically. Then, they were confused and quietly retreated. In the primeval forest, Lin Ling finally slowed down. Wentian martial god was already trapped. At this moment, Lin Ling realized that his heart had calmed down. There was no excitement or emotion. It was so quiet that he could hear the wind in the universe. He looked at the panicking man in the distance and sighed softly. The 10 martial gods of the 9 prefectures sounded majestic. However, when death approached, they were just like ordinary people. They were even worse than ordinary people. Because they were in a high position, they were used to controlling everything. How could they give up on everything when they were about to die? Who are you? Wentian martial god kept attacking the black vines. When he realized that he could not break through them, he finally looked at Lin Ling. The young man in front of him had returned to his normal self. His face was calm and his eyes were calm. However, this time, Wentian martial god saw a familiar light in the young man's eyes. He thought about how amazing this young man was and shook his head. He was extremely depressed. Tianwen Valley, long time no see. At this moment, Lin Ling finally spoke. Do you still remember how the 3 of us drank and chatted in the valley? Wentian martial god's body trembled violently. His face turned pale as he stared at Lin Ling. He had already guessed it before. However, after hearing Lin Ling's familiar voice, he was certain. Impossible, this is fake, it must be fake. However, martial god Wentian kept shaking his head. We've investigated your reincarnation and even your past life, but the result is that your soul has been destroyed. It's impossible for you to be reincarnated, so how could you be resurrected? My sister and I have read the underworld life and death record. There's no news about you in there. It's as if you've never appeared. Unless you're a god, it's impossible. Moreover, we used the 3 lives Pluto smoke to track your next life. However, we couldn't find you in this vast universe. So why are you back now? The underworld life and death record was an important treasure of the underworld. It recorded the origin and past life of every person and every god. Only those who had surpassed this void would not enter the record. However, they couldn't find Li Xiaoyao's past life. As for the 3 lives Pluto smoke, they could track his next life. However, they couldn't find him either. It was as if he had never been revived. Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He didn't expect the 3 from the Tian family to do so much to guard against him. Lin Ling was also puzzled because Long Yang had also checked Lin Ling's past life. However, she could only find Li Xiaoyao. She couldn't find anything after that. As for Li Xiaoyao's reincarnation, Lin Ling, he didn't come from this void. He came from Wuxia. Could it be that Wuxia blocked the 3 lives Pluto smoke? Lin Ling couldn't help but recall what happened in Wuxia. There were endless myths and legends there. Pengu created heaven and earth, Nviwa created man, and so on. Chapter 3988. You'll have to pay for it sooner or later. No matter what, I'm back. Shaking his head, Lin Ling looked at Wentian martial god and said, Wentian, how have you been these years? Yes. Brother Xiaoyao, we've been well, very well. Yes. Looking at Lin Ling, Wentian martial god didn't have the domineering aura he had in the past, only respect. And this brother came from the bottom of his heart. He knew very well that without Li Xiaoyao, he wouldn't be Wentian martial god. He even knew that he relied on Li Xiaoyao's legacy to reach his current height. If Li Xiaoyao didn't die because of them, then the 4 gods today would have become 5 gods. Li Xiaoyao's potential was the most terrifying one he had ever seen since he started learning martial arts. Especially the primal chaos formula. It was a supreme technique that even gods didn't have. He had also investigated it. It was said that in the ancient era, those who had 9 Danshians were supreme ancient gods. That's good. I'm relieved to see you all grow. Yes. Hearing this, Lin Ling nodded. Brother Xiaoyao, can you let me go? Yes. When Tian martial god suddenly looked up at Lin Ling, his eyes filled with anticipation. Back then, we were blinded by greed. That's why we made such a mistake. But these years, we've realized our mistakes, and we've been thinking about you, especially my sister. She's always talking about you. In this life, you're her first and last man. Yes. I know you've missed me, but you're afraid that I'll come back. Lin Ling said. People will always make a mistake, but we've realized our mistakes. Yes. When Tian martial god suddenly kowtowed, he was truly regretting it now. He finally knew that although he seemed to have killed Li Xiaoyao, Li Xiaoyao wasn't actually dead. He was just temporarily gone. Wentian, you know my personality. I hate betrayals the most. You should also know that I'm a magnanimous person, free and unfettered for my entire life. Once I've decided on something, I'll definitely carry it out. Yes. Lin Ling said as he looked at martial god Wentian. There was a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. After all, the Tianwen Valley was one of Lin Ling's family members after all. I know. Yes. Wentian martial god's face turned gloomy when he heard this. He was familiar with Li Xiaoyao, so he was even more familiar with Li Xiaoyao's personality. Li Xiaoyao's temperament seemed to be free and unfettered, but he also abhorred evil. What he had to do, he would not be lenient. Your sister should be here. Leave your last words. Yes. Lin Ling said Wentian martial god die. The grudges of the heavens. I don't know what last words I should leave behind. I can only say that the days I spent in the little valley were the happiest days of my life. Yes, Wentian martial god sighed as he recalled everything he knew about Lin Ling. He couldn't help but shake his head. Li Xiaoyao was indeed Li Xiaoyao. Even though he had to start from the beginning, he was still extraordinary. He had returned from the lowest existence to the peak of his glory. Lin Ling didn't say anything. The last flag appeared in his hand, and he threw it at Wentian martial god. He knew that if he didn't take revenge now, Wentian martial god would regain his strength. At that time, even though Wentian martial god still cared about their old friendship, no one could guarantee that he wouldn't eliminate his greatest enemy for Lin Ling's sake. Every man for himself, and the devil takes the hindmost. There must be a reason for this saying to be passed down. Wentian martial god's face was ashen as he looked at Lin Ling's flag. In reality, he didn't have any thoughts of resistance. Perhaps Li Xiaoyao had left too much of a shadow in his heart. If Tianliuli hadn't taken the initiative to make a move, then with his cautious nature, he would absolutely not have dared to make a move against Li Xiaoyao. Whoosh! Martial God Wen Tian was still kneeling on the ground, but his body was starting to darken. He stared at Lin Ling indifferently. His heart was filled with unwillingness, but more than that, he felt guilty. In the end, this guilt vanished into thin air. Therefore he smiled. Perhaps he had carried this burden for too many years. Now that Li Xiaoyao had killed him, he could finally let go of the burden. The grudge between him and Li Xiaoyao was finally over. You'll have to pay for what you came for. Lin Ling turned and left, softly leaving behind a few words. These words were also a farewell to his family and friends. Moreover, he poured a pot of hot wine into the air, as if he were telling the story of his time in the small mountain valley. A martial god had fallen. The power of the great heaven world-destroying banner was indeed terrifying. With 3 banners in hand, even an expert at the top of the pyramid of the 9 prefectures couldn't withstand it. Not only was his world origin destroyed, his divine energy and even his life force was destroyed. Unfortunately, there were only 3 of these banners. If there were more with these treasures, no one in the final world would be able to match Lin Ling. Walking along the void, Lin Ling suddenly felt his heart relax. It was as if half of the heavy stone that had been weighing down on his heart had been lifted. As a person of 2 lifetimes, the ups and downs of the past, the burdens that he had to bear, had lessened by quite a bit. In fact, Lin Ling was soft-hearted and almost wanted to spare Tianwen Valley. After all, Lin Ling was a sentimental person. When Wentian martial god called him Brother Xiaoyao, Lin Ling was reminded of everything that had happened in the past. But in the end he still took action. Because this was his greatest mission since he started practicing martial arts. At the same time, it was also to free Tianwen Valley. Although Tianwen Valley had betrayed Li Xiaoyao, it was obvious that he wasn't the mastermind. He was cautious to the point of being timid. If no one took the lead to bewitch him, he wouldn't have betrayed Li Xiaoyao. Those who weren't ruthless enough would have scruples when doing things. After the incident, they would feel guilty. This guilt was like an inner demon that had been suppressing Wentian martial god's heart for a long time. As for the leader, it was Tianliuli. Tianliuli used to be the purest and most innocent girl in the Tian family. However, she was also the one who had changed the most. Humans will always be complicated creatures. They will grow and change. Tianliuli was a woman who changed for power. Rumble. At this moment, a roar came from the distance. Upon closer inspection, a large number of dazzling streamers were shooting towards them. They were so fast that it seemed like they would arrive in the blink of an eye. Is Tianliuli here? Lin Ling stopped in his tracks and his eyes became serious. He knew very well that when Tianwen Valley was escaping, they must have asked for help from his sister, Tianliuli. However, Lin Ling didn't expect Tianliuli to come so quickly. Chapter 3989. 18 Types of Weapons. The void passage opened by Tianwen Valley is still there. Let's use that passage to leave. Lin Ling turned around and flew back the way he came. However, even though his speed was fast, those people were even faster. Whoosh! A dart suddenly shot over, containing a terrifying Jieyuan energy. From the looks of it, it was most likely a Jieyuan of the middle stage martial god realm. However, this dart was extraordinary. When it shot over, it passed through the void as if it was traveling through another world. Then, it appeared in front of Lin Ling in an instant and stabbed into the void passage. Rumble. The void passage opened by Tianwen Valley let out a roaring sound as if it was about to collapse. Divine power. Lin Ling's eyes became serious as he stared at the fatal dart in front of him. This was because the force of divinity in the dart felt extremely thick to him. It was even more terrifying than the force of divinity in his legacy, the Nether Sword. And now, the void passage was about to collapse. Lin Ling had to immediately rush into the void passage. Otherwise, if the void passage collapsed, Lin Ling could only leave through the universal void. With his speed, there was no way he could escape Tianliuli's pursuit. Moreover, the only powerful methods he had left were the 2 curses of the gods. These 2 great methods were simply unable to kill Tianliuli. Who are you? At the same time, an angry shout came from behind him. Looking back, Lin Ling discovered that there were more than a dozen men in armor behind him. These men were majestic, and they were all riding golden horses. They were like divine generals. And what surprised Lin Ling was that he didn't see Tian Liuli for the time being. Who are you? Lin Ling didn't rush into the void tunnel. Instead, he looked coldly at these people and said, those people were like stone sculptures. They were motionless and only looked at Lin Ling with calm eyes. However, there was also a ruthless color in that calmness. Divine Paladin. Finally, someone calmly opened his mouth. His voice was still filled with an unfeeling and indifference. Holy Knights of God? Lin Ling's eyes flashed. It wasn't difficult for him to guess that this group of people had come for him. Moreover, they were the Divine Paladins. This meant that these Divine Paladins had come on the orders of the Empress. Are you guys from Luli Empress? Lin Ling asked indifferently. However, those people acted as if they didn't hear Lin Ling's question. They continued to stare coldly at Lin Ling. Who are you? The cold voice floated out again. Looking at their disdainful expressions, Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. He sneered but didn't say anything. I asked you a question, but you refused to answer. You're courting death. Finally, someone let out a cold shout and clamped his legs on the golden armor mystical horse. A long halberd appeared in his hand and shot towards Lin Ling. A golden light flashed out, as if a bolt of lightning had suddenly appeared in the void. The domineering aura was extremely surging. Middle stage of the martial god realm. As soon as the other party released his realm core strength, Lin Ling immediately sensed his cultivation level. However, before he could react, the golden light appeared in front of him. The sharp long halberd was aimed at Lin Ling's chest. What a fast speed! Lin Ling's expression changed slightly. This speed had probably reached the speed of 4,000 realm core strength and 500 realm core strength. Clang! The tyrannical song sword appeared in Lin Ling's right hand, and he slammed it hard against the long halberd. Then, a powerful force came from the halberd and shocked Lin Ling so much that he almost lost his grip on the tyrannical song sword. However, Lin Ling made use of the rebounding force to turn his body and shoot to the other side. Umph! A cold snort was heard. The man clamped his legs and the mystical horse neighed as he chased after Lin Ling. 4,000 realm core strength? As he shot forward, a disdainful voice was heard from the expert's mouth. Almost at the same time, Lin Ling also fused his innate talent. His strength, defense, and speed increased dramatically. His speed had also reached 4,800 realm core strength. Since he had a breakthrough, the power of his innate talent fusion was obviously not the same as before. Xiao! The golden long halberd shot over and pierced through Lin Ling's waist. Lin Ling dodged it. However, the sharp power of the golden halberd made Lin Ling feel a cold sensation on his waist. Being dodged by Lin Ling, the expert was surprised. 4,500 realm core strength? Lin Ling mocked. Previously, this expert had mocked Lin Ling for only having 4,000 realm core strength. Now Lin Ling was mocking him as well. Then Lin Ling stretched out his right hand and the tyrannical song sword spun in his hand. Then, he grabbed it tightly and slashed at the long halberd in front of him. Crackle! This slash carried with it a fatal danger, and there were golden flames roaring within it. Clang! A crisp sound was heard when the tyrannical song sword collided with the halberd. A golden flame spread out in a destructive manner, making the halberd even more dazzling. It was also golden in color, but it was more brilliant than before. Ha! The eyes of the expert flickered. He immediately sensed that he had lost control of his halberd, as if it had been assimilated. He was infuriated. He did not expect the ant in front of him to be so powerful. He clearly sensed that his opponent's cultivation was only at the first layer martial god realm. On the other hand, he was at the 7th layer martial god realm with the 10th grade ultimate desolated body. Even with his strength, he still ended up in such a miserable state, which made him feel humiliated. Whoosh! While he was immersed in his astonishment, a giant hook suddenly slashed at Lin Ling's waist. From afar, it looked like a giant crescent moon. A hook? Lin Ling's heart skipped a beat. He stomped his feet in the air and flew up like a spinning top. As soon as he shot into the sky, the deadly moonlight passed under his feet. If he was slightly slower, Lin Ling would definitely be slashed in half. This caused Lin Ling's pupils to constrict. These people were very powerful. If there was only one of them, Lin Ling would not be afraid. However, there were 18 of them. Besides, he believed that Tian Liuli was about to arrive. If this dragged on, Lin Ling would be at a disadvantage. You're able to assimilate my golden halberd. The expert who used the halberd said coldly when he saw Lin Ling dodging the attack. Another golden halberd appeared in his hand, which surprised Lin Ling. He had already assimilated the halberd. Why would another halberd appear in the guy's hand? It's his talent. At this moment, the giant ghost's voice was heard. The giant ghost had always been beside Lin Ling. As it was in the form of a fist-sized ghost, most people did not notice it. Talent in weapons? Lin Ling frowned when he heard this. That's right. Furthermore, these 18 people all have different talents in weapons, which correspond to 18 different types of weapons. The giant ghost continued. Most importantly, their talents are the 10th grade ultimate desolated body. Chapter 3990. The female empress had arrived. These people were all talented in weapons. Furthermore, they had 18 types of weapons. What was even rarer was that they were all 10th grade ultimate desolate bodies. To gather such experts, one would probably need to search the entire universal void. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the master behind the scenes was. And while Lin Ling was still in shock, a golden whip suddenly appeared out of nowhere. It wrapped around Lin Ling's waist and was constantly contracting. Lin Ling instantly sensed that a portion of his strength had been sealed. Caught him. And in the distance, one of the 18 people said coldly. His expression and aura remained calm, as though catching Lin Ling was as easy as flipping his hand. All right. The others immediately nodded. They naturally knew how powerful that whip was. It was likely that the youth no longer had the strength to fight back. Crackle. But at this moment, a terrifying aura erupted from Lin Ling's body. Endless white lightning spewed out in all directions. It was overbearing and majestic. It actually followed the whip and swam towards the 18 people. From the looks of it, it was as ferocious as a dragon. Not good. The expert who used the whip finally had a change in expression. As for the others, their pupils constricted as they leaped towards that person. Powerful realm essence erupted from their bodies to resist the sudden power of the lightning. Pwah. However, the tyrannical lightning wreaked havoc, causing everyone to taste a sweetness in their throats. They nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Divine embryo. Their pupils constricted. That youth had 2 divine embryos? For such a divine embryo to land in the hands of such trash, it's truly a waste. Someone said angrily. Since we can't have it, let's destroy it. Another person said coldly. Up to this point, their attitude towards Lin Ling was still arrogant. It was as though no matter how powerful Lin Ling was, he was still a mortal ant. As for them, they were the holy knights of God, and had a supreme status. Nonsense, have you said enough? In the distance, Lin Ling could not help but shout angrily when he saw that he could not break free from the chains around his waist. You're angry just like that? Mortals are indeed mortals. They will never know the majesty of God. Someone said with a sneer. Come out. At that moment, Lin Ling waved his right hand, and a large amount of dragon chi appeared. Then it turned into many huge demonic dragons. These demonic dragons were all at the early stage of the martial god realm. However, there were many of them. The moment they appeared, they immediately charged toward the 18 people with surging baleful chi. What? At this moment, the 18 of them seemed to have lost their arrogance, and their eyes were filled with rage. This mere mortal actually had so many tricks up his sleeves? Form the formation. Someone suddenly shouted in a low voice. The rest of the people narrowed their eyes, and made complicated seals with their hands. Then golden light shone brightly, illuminating the entire void. After a moment, 18 different weapons appeared in the void. They were overflowing with killing intent, but they were also majestic. And when these golden weapons were connected head to tail, they were able to unleash a power that was twice as strong as before. For a time, the dragon demons found it difficult to break through. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. These 18 people could still form a formation, and the power of this formation was extremely strong. However, after the demonic dragons appeared, The whip that was tied to his body also disappeared. This caused a strong killing intent to appear on his body. You talk so much and act so arrogantly. Now, you can only hide like a tortoise. After saying this sarcastically, Lin Ling went all out. He unleashed all his power and joined the attack. Upon hearing his words, the 18 golden weapons trembled visibly, as if they were enraged. However, just as their anger rose, a terrifying sword slashed across the void. It was mixed with surging realm essence and physical strength as it slashed toward the 18 weapons. Lin Ling was obviously using the suppression of the demonic dragons to unleash his power without restraint. Rumble. This slash immediately caused one of the 18 people's talent to become unstable. His dantian also became turbulent. As for the 18 weapons, when one of them was affected, the others were immediately affected as well. Bastard! A furious roar came from the 18 weapons. They had received Luli Empress order to capture a person alive. They initially thought it would be a trivial matter, but to their surprise, the person who had just arrived was only a first-layer martial god. Yet he had so many trump cards that he was able to injure them. That being said, they were most infuriated by the demonic dragons. If it weren't for the demonic dragons, they would not be suppressed like tortoises. And that was indeed the case. Lin Ling went all out, swinging his great sword and smashing it down continuously. However, after a dozen or so strikes, he suddenly frowned. Vaguely, he also sensed a familiar feeling. Bang! As soon as Lin Ling sensed it, a terrifying shockwave exploded from one of the 18 people. The shockwave was so terrifying that it directly destroyed the rift. The realm essence was as strong as a god's. Among the 18 people, the powerhouse with the whip walked forward step by step. Her body exuded a boundless might. She slowly took off the mask on her face, revealing a rather attractive face. Her eyes were staring at Lin Ling calmly. Empress! The rest of the people dropped to their knees when they saw the woman. Their eyes were filled with respect. They knew the Empress was still far away, but she had forcibly occupied someone's body and descended upon this world. Luli Empress! Lin Ling's eyes shuddered when he saw the woman with an imperious aura. Everything that had happened in the valley suddenly echoed in his ears. The words Brother Xiaoyao felt like it had just happened yesterday. He could not deny that he used to be fond of that naive girl too. Following it, he smiled. The glamorous woman smiled too when she saw Lin Ling's smile. She looked at Lin Ling as if he was an old friend. What was surprising was that even after thousands of years, the two of them were still very calm. They were not even agitated. Perhaps this scene had been rehearsed countless times in their hearts. They both had the same intuition that one day, they would see each other again. Brother Xiaoyao, you're finally back. After a moment of silence, Tian Liuli slowly opened her mouth. Her greeting of Brother Xiaoyao was as intimate as the girl next door. On Tian Liuli's beautiful face, her eyes revealed a touch of gentleness. It was hard to imagine that such a domineering empress could reveal a gentle side. Yes, I'm back. Lin Ling nodded. He knew that he had killed 2 people from the Tian family. With Tian Liuli's intelligence, she must have guessed it. Tian Liuli seemed innocent in the past, but she was also the most shrewd of the 3 in the Tian family. Even Li Xiaoyao was fooled by her. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Tian Liuli also nodded and smiled. This smile also made the 100 flowers dim. Her smile was filled with boundless vigor. Chapter 3991. She had shed all pretense of cordiality. However, she wasn't sure, so she didn't tell Martial God Wen Tian about it. Instead, she finally confirmed it with Martial God Wen Tian's death. The reason being that it was impossible for a first-layer Martial God Realm Jr. to destroy the Martial God Realm twice in a row. Besides, he also had a few dantians and various magical moves. Apart from Li Xiaoyao, no one else in the world could possibly do it. It's good that you're back. After so many years, I can let go of anyone, but I can't let go of you. I've been going back to the little valley every year to find the time that had passed. Come back to me, how about it? Tian Liuli smiled. Her calm words caused the hearts of the experts behind her to tremble. They never expected the domineering Luli Empress to have a man she liked. Who was that man? Why did Tian Liuli value him so much? Tian Liuli was the best among the trial takers. In this world, There were at least 10 billion men who wanted to catch her eye. However, who was able to successfully catch the Empress's eye? Not for now. Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled, but shook his head. He knew very well that the current Empress-colored glaze was no longer the Tianliuli of the past. She only had one goal now, and that was to become stronger. Therefore, she wanted to obtain the primal chaos divine formula. And she wanted to control him, Lin Ling. Why? Tianliuli's brows furrowed slightly. That look actually had a hint of cuteness and playfulness. Of course, this was only from Lin Ling's perspective. In the eyes of others, the Empress was still the Empress. The reason why Lin Ling had such a misconception was because her furrowed brows reminded him of the past. You know that I don't like to be tied down. I'm not used to being your servant. Lin Ling shrugged. Those who didn't know better would think that he and Tianliuli were lovers and not enemies. I see. I can be your woman behind the scenes. Tianliuli threw out a huge bait. Currently, she was Luli Empress, an extremely famous figure in the world. She would retreat behind the scenes and give up her position to Lin Ling. This was probably the dream of any man. Moreover, Tianliuli was such a beauty. How many men could reject her? You should know that I don't like this either. I like to rely on myself for everything. However, Lin Ling smiled and rejected her again. Although this was indeed a great temptation that would save Lin Ling a lot of hard work and allow him to reach the top in a single bound, he knew that this was also a trap. You're still blaming me. Seeing Lin Ling's repeated rejections, Tianliuli's brows furrowed once again. Her eyes were filled with a lovely and moving light. Looking at her, Lin Ling sighed inwardly. Tianliuli's current appearance was the same as before, pure and clean. However, the mirror was broken. No matter how well it was repaired, the crack would still exist. There would never be a moment when it could be repaired. Tianliuli, for some things, once is enough for you to make a mistake. Lin Ling smiled and said in a carefree manner. However, his words made Tianliuli's heart tremble. She kept thinking about those words. For some things, one mistake was enough. What he meant was that since Li Xiaorao made a mistake back then, he wouldn't make the same mistake a second time. For some reason, this sentence made Tianliuli's heart ache. It was as if she had lost something. All right, I have something to do. Goodbye. Ignoring Tianliuli's constantly changing expression, Lin Ling cupped his fists and bowed as if he was facing a stranger. Then he turned and left. That heartless look undoubtedly stabbed Tianliuli's heart. At some point, she even felt regret. She shouldn't have done that back then. Because by doing so, she had obtained everything, but lost this man. However, was she really going to let that man go? Her eyes suddenly flickered and a trace of viciousness filled the air. Because that was obviously impossible. Based on her familiarity with Li Xiaoyao, she knew that Li Xiaoyao returned with only one goal. It was to end the grudge from all those years ago. Now that her brother and father were dead, she was next. Therefore, if she let Lin Ling go, she would be releasing a tiger back to the mountain. More than that, she finally made her move. Thousands of years of ties to her were nothing more than fleeting clouds. You can't leave. Tianliuli transformed into a ray of light and shot out. Her speed was several times faster than Lin Ling's. With her capabilities, catching Lin Ling wasn't difficult at all. Tianliuli's shout made Lin Ling stop in his tracks. He narrowed his eyes. He knew that based on Tianliuli's personality, she wouldn't let him go. Because she was someone who didn't look out for herself. Young master. At this moment, when the surrounding dragon demons saw Tianliuli attacking Lin Ling, they all roared and rushed towards Tianliuli like a tide, intending to block Tianliuli for Lin Ling. Moonlight, divine light. However, just as these dragon demons moved, a terrifying glazed light shot out from Tianliuli's body. Ka. A large number of dragon demons turned into glazed jade and then exploded, turning into dust and disappearing. Facing the strength of the Empress, they were as weak as dust. Tianliuli. Lin Ling roared and his eyes were bloodshot. The dragon demons were dead. These dragon demons were brought out by him from the rainbow world. They had always been protecting Lin Ling, helping Lin Ling escape from life and death situations time and time again. But now, that heartless woman was killing them as if they were chickens. Pain. Lin Ling's heart was in incomparable pain. Brother Xiaoyao, It's better for you to stay by my side. At this moment, Tian Liuli was still rushing towards Lin Ling, her eyes emotionless and her expression incomparably domineering. Everyone retreat immediately. Lin Ling ignored Tian Liuli and suddenly roared. Enter the void passage and destroy it. At the same time, he instructed the remaining dragon demons to destroy the void passage. This way they could cut off the retreat. Young master, we're not leaving. However, all the dragon demons refused because they sensed that the young master seemed to want to use them as bait to stop that expert. Go, this is an order. Lin Ling was already very close to the void passage, but at this moment he also gave up on surviving and flew towards Tian Liuli. Since you're here, why leave? Tian Liuli was indeed very shrewd. Although she didn't know what Lin Ling wanted to do, she knew that Li Xiaorao was very loyal. As long as she threatened these dragon demons, Li Xiaoyao's heart would definitely soften. Rumble. Therefore she attacked again. Endless divine light spewed out, turning a large number of dragon demons into dust, including 2 black gold demons. Seeing his comrades die one after another, Lin Ling's eyes seemed to drip blood. His voice was as cold as the 9 hells. Bitch. He pounced towards Tian Liuli even faster, causing Tian Liuli to finally give up on the other dragon demons. The look in her eyes as she looked at Lin Ling quietly became complicated. Brother Xiaoyao, come with me. Chapter 3992. Release. Bang. Lin Ling finally arrived in front of her. His eyes were also staring coldly at her. That murderous aura seemed to have materialized, causing the void to hum. Tian Liuli, one day I will kill you. This vow, unless the heavens fall and the earth shatters, will never change. Lin Ling slowly walked forward, pausing between each word as he spoke. With Lin Ling blocking them, a large number of dragon demons also rushed in from the other side of the void tunnel. Their faces were filled with worry, but they also secretly followed Lin Ling's instructions and frantically destroyed the void tunnel. Although they didn't know what Lin Ling's goal was, in the face of an expert like Luli Empress, the only thing they could do was to listen to Lin Ling. Tian Liuli's gaze was still fixed on Lin Ling, but her small white hand gently pointed, intending to kill all the dragon demons. Whoosh. However, Lin Ling had already expected this. Just as Tian Liuli raised her finger, he used his body to block the direction of the void tunnel. This caused Tian Liuli's expression to change, and she forcefully retracted her power. However, she was still a little too slow. The terrifying power turned into a sharp ray of light, piercing through Lin Ling's chest. With a swoosh, fresh blood immediately spurted out. Brother Xiaoyao. Seeing this, Tian Liuli was clearly very surprised. She immediately pounced towards Lin Ling. It seemed that she was really worried about Lin Ling. However, when she arrived in front of Lin Ling, her palm also fiercely slapped towards Lin Ling. A terrifying power easily entered Lin Ling's body, imprisoning everything. Lin Ling felt as if his entire body was about to explode. A mouthful of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. This woman was really ruthless. On the surface, she seemed to be worried about him, but she didn't show any mercy. Brother Xiaoyao, how are you? Beside Lin Ling, Tian Liuli was still looking worriedly at Lin Ling, as if what had happened before had nothing to do with her. She supported Lin Ling and bit her lips. Paired with her peerless beauty, she was extremely attractive. However, her eyes quietly sparkled. Although she was supporting this godlike man, she was very happy in her heart, because she had finally caught this mysterious man. She was even more aware of how terrifying this man would be in the future. If she could capture him, then everything would be under her control. I'm fine. You, on the other hand, I don't think you're fine. However, how could Lin Ling not know what she was thinking? He turned to look at the woman beside him and suddenly grinned. For some reason, this smile made Tian Liuli suppress her excitement. She frowned because she was too familiar with Li Xiaoyao. When this smile appeared, it meant that something was about to happen. However, with Lin Ling's current strength, what big waves could he stir up? No matter what kind of empress you are in Jiuzhou, no matter how many people you've surpassed, in my eyes, you're Tian Liuli and I'm Li Xiaoyao. You're looking down on me too much because I, Li Xiaoyao, will never be controlled by others. At this moment, Lin Ling spoke again. Then his eyes emitted a sharp light. Giant ghost. The giant ghost, who had always been by Lin Ling's side, finally exploded with a terrifying evil aura. This evil aura seemed to have come from the era of the gods. It was mixed with anger, sorrow, fear, evil, and desire. It was like the most ancient 7 emotions and 6 desires in the history of the world. When it turned into a whirlpool and enveloped Tianliuli's body, it instantly made it difficult for her to move. At the same time, a mysterious rune appeared in Lin Ling's hand. Then he looked at Tianliuli's chest and fiercely slapped it. The curse of the gods. Bang bang. The last 2 curse of the gods landed heavily on Tianliuli's chest, causing the 2 soft lumps in front of her to jump violently. However, Tianliuli sensed that her strength was still being sealed. She couldn't help but raise her head in disbelief and stare at the handsome man in front of her. Li Xiaoyao was indeed Li Xiaoyao. Thousands of years ago, no one could control him. Today no one could control him. Even if she, Luli Empress, had the strength to dominate the entire void, she was still weaker than Li Xiaoyao. Brother Xiaoyao. She stubbornly looked at Lin Ling and gritted her teeth. Slap. However, Lin Ling's expression turned cold. He fiercely slapped her face. Since this woman wanted to force him, then Lin Ling would accompany her. This slap is for the dragon demons. Slap. The slapping sounds rang out again. This slap is for your father. If not for your ambition, they wouldn't have died. Slap. The slapping sounds continued. This slap is for your brother. Having a sister like you is his life's humiliation. After the 3 slaps, Lin Ling coldly looked at the beautiful woman in front of him. Luli Empress bit her lip and didn't say a word. She only stared at Lin Ling. In this lifetime, Lin Ling was the first person to slap her in the face. Not in the past, not now, and definitely not in the future. However, in the face of the stubborn Tianliuli, Lin Ling raised his hand again and gave her the heaviest slap. Slap. This slap caused Tianliuli to vomit blood. Her long hair was also a little messy. This slap is for Li Xiaoyao. The last sentence came out of Lin Ling's mouth. Previously, because of their old relationship, they were still very polite on the surface. However, Tianliuli was the first to shed all pretense of cordiality. Therefore, Lin Ling gave her a fatal humiliation. Moreover, Lin Ling had been waiting for this slap for 2 lifetimes. At this moment, he released all his grievances and depression. Tianliuli's delicate body trembled. Her power was sealed. In addition, it wasn't her real body that came here. It was just a doppelganger that she had created using a mystique. Therefore, when she was slapped by Lin Ling, she could clearly feel the force on her face. However, she still looked at Lin Ling with a stubborn gaze. It was as if she was telling Lin Ling that she wasn't wrong. Lin Ling also looked back coldly and sneered. Remember, I am Li Xiaoyao. In the future, I will definitely kill you. With that, he immediately ran towards the void portal. Although he could seal Tianliuli, he obviously didn't have the power to kill her. Watching the man leave, Tianliuli's eyes turned even colder. There was even a trace of hatred in them. Since I can't have it, I will destroy it. She lowered her head and mumbled to herself like a child who had her candy stolen. She knew that if she missed this opportunity, Lin Ling would be even harder to control in the future. She might not even be able to control him. So between the Chaos Divine Formula and Li Xiaoyao, she chose to kill Li Xiaoyao and give up on the Chaos Divine Formula. This way, in the entire universe, only she had the Chaos Divine Formula. Although it was only at the 6th level. Don't blame me. You forced me to do this. Because we could have gotten along peacefully and even had children. But you just had to force me. Chapter 3993. See you next time. At this moment, she regained her Luli Empress's domineering aura. The whip that was wrapped around her alluring body suddenly swam out and disappeared into the void. When it reappeared, there was a fluctuation in the void, causing Lin Ling's expression to change drastically. Then the terrifying whip viciously lashed out at Lin Ling. The power of this whip was like the god-beating whip. It was so terrifying that it tore the void in half. Even though Tianliuli's power was sealed, she was still much stronger than when Tian martial god. It was impossible to seal all of her power in a short period of time. What little power she had left was enough to kill Lin Ling. Whoosh! The whip of death swept over, tearing through the void. Its speed was like a bolt of black lightning. Lin Ling, who was in front of it, narrowed his eyes. It was obvious that he could not resist at all. Then he was split into two and completely turned into dust. All of this was like ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Li Xiaoyao, the genius of a generation. The son of the undying demon, Lin Ling, had fallen. Seeing the heroic man die, Tian Liuli was suddenly stunned. At this moment, she suddenly felt her heart ache. She had waited for thousands of years and finally saw him again. Then, she was forced to kill him with her own hands. However, at the same time that her heart ached, she felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders. It was as if no one in this world could restrain her any longer. From this angle, it could be seen that even though she really liked Li Xiaoyao, she still liked herself more. Therefore, if she couldn't control something, she would destroy it. Even if it was the man she loved the most, she wouldn't feel any reluctance. However, just as she thought that the terrifying existence who would become a god in the future had fallen, a void vortex appeared in front of her. Billowing underworld energy poured out, as if it was a passage to the underworld. Among them, a man walked out slowly. He looked at Tian Liuli indifferently and smiled. Then he stuck out his thumb and pointed it down fiercely. Then, the man walked towards the passage. See you next time. Goodbye. After the man disappeared, the only thing left behind was his icy cold voice. Seeing this, Tian Liuli felt like she was struck by lightning. Because that was Lin Ling. He didn't die? No, it should be said that he was resurrected again. An unparalleled fear suddenly spread, causing Tian Liuli's body to tremble. She stared at the man walking away. She knew that today, she had released a tiger back to the mountain. In the future, when they met again, that man would become a terrifying existence and make a comeback. Li Xiaoyao, Li Xiaoyao. Tian Liuli couldn't help but roar. She clenched her fists, trembling. Even though she could easily control over Huan Yu's life and death, she still couldn't control over that man. Fine, you must find Lin. Tian Liuli clenched her teeth and spat out a few words with great difficulty. Then, the woman she possessed coughed out a mouthful of blood and gradually recovered. However, her face was extremely pale. Liuli, the others immediately knew that Luli Empress had left, so they all flew over. They also knew that with Luli Empress's strength, ordinary people couldn't stop her. I'm a little injured, but it's not a big problem. Now we have to catch Lin Ling. Before the Empress left, she told me that Lin Ling is seriously injured. The woman opened her eyes and said coldly. They all looked at the void tunnel. However, the void tunnel had been continuously attacked by the dragon demons, and had completely collapsed. This meant that it was impossible to find Lin Ling through the void tunnel. The passage has collapsed. At present, Lin Ling doesn't even know where he is. So, we must stop him from returning to Snow City. Someone said coldly. In the final world, although killing is not allowed, if we kill him secretly, even the gods won't know. Lin Ling is Lei Gong's man. Don't let Lei Gong's people know. Go. The 18 people immediately scattered and searched aimlessly for Lin Ling in the final world. At the same time, they secretly spread the news, and asked the experts of the new heavenly court to search for Lin Ling. At this moment, a large number of people were still waiting at the Phoenix Emperor Mountain. However, when they saw the passage collapse, their faces changed drastically. Why did the rift passage opened by Wentian martial gods suddenly collapse? Oh no, the passage collapsed. That means the two of them can't return by the way they came. I wonder what happened to the two of them. Voices were also quietly transmitted out. Everyone was curious about the final outcome. Do you still need to think about it? Lin Ling must be dead. At this moment, a cold laugh suddenly sounded. Then the people of the new heavenly court said cunningly, although killing is not allowed in the final world, that is the void world, I think some people have nothing to say. The some people they were talking about were naturally the people of Snow City. That's not necessarily true. The one who ran away was martial god Wentian. If he had the strength to kill Lin Ling, why would he run away? However, very quickly, someone retorted with a cold laugh. This made the people of the new heavenly court frown. They looked at the person who spoke and shouted angrily, "Shut up, young Yao. Don't think that we don't dare to touch you in the final world." Why are you angry with them? How could martial god Wen Tian be killed by those ants? How could they understand the methods of martial god Wen Tian? Maybe martial god Wen Tian purposely lost, so that he could kill Lin Ling. That's right, I think so too. A few old monsters from the new heavenly court sneered. Their words made the group narrow their eyes. Even though martial god Wen Tian seemed to be heavily injured, he was still one of the top 10 martial gods in 9 continents. As the saying goes, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Thus, they began to worry about Lin Ling. However, at this time, a message suddenly entered the ears of the experts of the new heavenly court, causing them to tremble. Their eyes widened like bells. How is this possible? Someone even yelled out subconsciously. What happened? Everyone frowned after seeing their shocked expressions. However, when they were waiting for the people of the new heavenly court to speak, their expressions became heavy and they didn't say a word. Could it be that martial god Wen Tian has fallen? Some people couldn't help but speculate. This was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. Countless people's hearts exploded. Their faces trembled as if they couldn't believe this at all. What nonsense are you talking about? However, the people of the new heavenly court were also angry. However, their voices were a bit soft, clearly lacking confidence. In fact, they did receive news that martial god Wen Tian had fallen. Chapter 3994. Rushing out of the void passage. Therefore, everyone began to make guesses. Wen Tian martial god is dead? It must be Lin Ling who killed him. But why would Lin Ling destroy the void passage? He should be in danger, but we don't know where he went. Now that Wen Tian martial god is dead, the new heavenly court will definitely search for Lin Ling. We must find Lin Ling before they do. Over at Snow Wind Academy, everyone began to discuss secretly. They knew that the hatred between the new heavenly court and Lin Ling would never be resolved. Compared to their worries, the outside of Phoenix Emperor Mountain was in an uproar. Lin Ling actually killed Wen Tian martial god. This is unbelievable. Who is this Lin Ling? Are you crazy? Are you stupid? This is not the first time Lin Ling has killed a martial god. When he was in the 9 continents, he killed martial god Qilin, the son of the devil, Lin Ling. Seriously? Martial god Qilin was also one of the top 10 martial gods in the 9 continents, and he was also killed by him. This guy actually killed 2 martial gods. Someone mentioned Lin Ling's past, and without a doubt, another huge wave was stirred up. This Lin Ling actually killed Wen Tian martial god. Previously, the people of the new heavenly court secretly told us that the current Lin Ling was sealed by the Empress and was heavily injured. This is the price to pay for killing Wen Tian martial god. And the new heavenly court asked our Duan clan to help capture Lin Ling. If we can't capture him, a corpse is fine too, and after that, we will be heavily rewarded. Yes, this Lin Ling really caused a huge wave in the final world, but right now he is at his weakest. Yes. On the Duan clan's side, many people were also secretly transmitting messages, and their eyes were filled with dense killing intent. They knew that they must find Lin Ling faster than the people of Snow Wind City. Without a doubt, following the death of martial god Wen Tian, the 72 secondary cities and 36 main cities of the final world were in an uproar. After all, martial god Wen Tian was not only one of the top 10 martial gods, but his sister, Glaze Empress, was also a terrifying existence. Not only was she one of the top 10 martial gods, but she was also a trial taker with a god backing her. Now that Wen Tian martial god was dead, Luli Empress would definitely use the power in her hands to crazily plunder Lin Ling. At this moment, the outside world was in full swing. However, in a spatial tunnel, a large number of dragon demons were rushing forward rapidly. One of the dragon demons was carrying a man on its back. It was Lin Ling. I'm sorry I killed them. On the back of the dragon demon, Lin Ling's expression was cold as he gritted his teeth. Previously, in order to prevent him from escaping, Tian Liuli had killed many dragon demons. This made Lin Ling feel extremely guilty. Young master, you can't be blamed for this. It's that woman. The dragon demons shook their heads. They had followed Lin Ling ever since they came out of the rainbow world. In addition, Lin Ling had the purest dragon bloodline. Therefore, in their hearts, Lin Ling was their true young master. Moreover, They and Lin Ling were considered another branch of the dragon race, a branch of the dragon god. I promise everyone that one day, I will definitely kill that woman and avenge everyone. Lin Ling's hatred for Tian Liuli had reached the point of hating the heavens. This hatred was not only from his previous life, but also from this life. After that, he checked his body and immediately discovered that his injuries were extremely serious this time. His bones, meridians, and dantian were all heavily damaged. Most importantly, the power of the celestial glass was very strange, causing his recovery speed to be 10 times slower than usual. Of course, the most important thing was that sealing power. It actually sealed all of Lin Ling's boundary essence. Currently, Lin Ling could only use his physical strength. Evil Ghost Jellyfish. Lin Ling also hurriedly controlled the evil ghost jellyfish and madly devoured the sealing power. However, the sealing power was very tyrannical, and the evil ghost jellyfish could only devour a small area. If it wanted to break the seal, it would take a long time. The price to pay for killing martial god Wen Tian is indeed great. Sensing the changes in his body, Lin Ling could not help but grit his teeth. In order to kill martial god Wen Tian, he had used up all of his treasures and was heavily injured. However, to Lin Ling, it was all worth it. Lin Ling, the sealing power in your body can allow Tian Liuli to roughly find your whereabouts. Next, before you recover your strength, do your best to avoid those who are chasing after you. At this time, the giant ghost said from the side. Hearing this, Lin Ling nodded. Originally, he wanted to inform the old woman and the others, but then he discovered that all of his voice transmission talismans were sealed. This caused Lin Ling's eyes to flash. He did not need to think to know that the tyrannical song sword and other treasures were also sealed. Giant tumor ruler technique. Lin Ling also instantly knew the sealing technique. This technique was extremely powerful. It could seal all of a martial artist's boundary essence, including things related to boundary essence. However, when using this sealing technique, the martial artist would also suffer a backlash and be heavily injured. Looks like I can only rely on myself. Lin Ling looked into the distance. He originally planned to return to Snow-Blowing City, but at this moment he suppressed that thought because he guessed that there would be many enemies blocking the way to Snow-Blowing City. Young master, the speed of the collapse behind us is getting faster and faster. Sit tight, we have to speed up. At this time, the dragon demon in front of him spoke, causing Lin Ling to nod his head. Swoosh, swoosh. The dragon demons turned into streams of light and crazily rushed forward in the broken void. Just as they rushed past, the void behind them shattered like glass. The turbulence was like an avalanche. This void was not comparable to the lesser void. It was extremely powerful. If it collapsed, the people inside would definitely die. Over there, the exit. As they rushed forward, the dragon demons also saw the exit. The exit was a gap that appeared because of the collapse of the void. However, at this moment, it was also collapsing. Speed up. Seeing that the exit was collapsing, the dragon demons also ignited their speed and stimulated it to the limit. Smash it open. When they were getting closer and closer to the exit was also getting smaller and smaller. Therefore, the dragon demons crazily used their bodies to smash the exit. Rumble. With this collision, the dragon demons were also drenched in blood. However, they were still unafraid of death. Ignoring the intense pain, they once again crashed into the exit. Looking behind them, the speed of the collapse was getting faster and faster. It was also extremely close to them. Boom. Finally, the exit was opened. Next, all the dragon demons rushed out and then stood on the grassland, panting. When they looked back, the rumbling continued, and the exit was completely covered. If they were just a little slower, they would never be able to get out. Young master, where are we going now? Next, the dragon demons looked at Lin Ling and asked. Lin Ling frowned and glanced at the grassland around him. He felt that it was somewhat familiar. If he guessed correctly, this should be the final world. Chapter 3995. Escape. To the myriad worlds. However, Lin Ling immediately made a decision. He obviously knew that at this moment, there must be a large number of enemies searching for him. Especially in the direction leading to Snow-Blowing City. There must be the most enemies there. Therefore, returning to snow-blowing city, was extremely unwise. It was a pity that Lin Ling's voice transmission talisman was sealed. Otherwise, he could inform the old woman and the others to come and help. However, Lin Ling also estimated that unless Lei Gong came forward, they might not be able to fight against Luli Empress with just the old woman. Next, Lin Ling put away all the dragon demons. After all, there were too many of them, which would attract more attention. It was better to be alone. Whoosh! Lin Ling took a step forward, borrowing the strength of his fleshly body to gallop across the plains. His goal was to leave the final world. Only by going to the myriad realms would he be able to fly freely. Moreover, Tian Lioli would definitely be able to sense the seal on his body. At that time, if Tian Lioli were to be lured over, even the old woman and the others would not be able to stop the Empress. Furthermore, the glazed Empress would probably shed all pretense of cordiality and not give the Thunder God any face. She would forcefully capture Lin Ling. After leaving the final world, the outside world was also very big. Although Luli Empress knew his general direction, it was more troublesome for Luli Empress to catch Lin Ling. It was no different from looking for a needle in a haystack. Especially if Lin Ling went to some forbidden areas, Luli Empress would not be able to find him. One day later, Lin Ling appeared at the edge of the final world. Looking around, he could see a massive ancient city. The only thing separating it from the ancient city was the endless void. Aside from the ancient city's exit, the other places were blocked by a colorful light screen. Outside the light screen was also the void. However, it was obviously impossible to break through the light screen and rush into the void. This was because Lin Ling knew that the light screen was set up by a god. Ordinary people couldn't break it at all. Therefore, if he wanted to leave this place, the ancient city was the only way out. After a day of hurrying, Lin Ling's injuries had recovered a lot. However, the seal was still impregnable. Descending from the sky, Lin Ling took out a cloak and swiftly put it on. Then he headed toward the ancient city. On the road leading to the ancient city, no matter what kind of expert they were, they all landed on the ground and lined up in an orderly manner. This was the rule of entering the city. Unless one was strong enough to resist the gods, even a martial god would have to obediently obey the orders of the city's guards. At the end of the road, Lin Ling, who was wearing a large cloak, also appeared. His gaze swept across the surroundings. After seeing that there was nothing unusual, he disguised himself as an ordinary person and walked towards the queue. Heaven's Gate. Heaven Gate City. Obviously, this was one of the 36 main cities. It probably had its own academy. The line slowly moved forward, disappearing through the ancient city's gate and entering Heaven Pass City. Obviously, there were only two purposes for warriors who came here. First, they were warriors who were originally from this city. Second, they were warriors who left the final world. Someone from Snow City. At this moment, a few guards stared at a person wearing a large cloak, and the other party took out an identity jade card. Can you take off your cloak and have a look? Although the man had an identity jade card, the guard still looked coldly at the cloaked man and asked. Hearing this, the cloaked man remained motionless. The aura he emitted was extremely cold. This made the guards quietly tighten their grip on their weapons, as if they were facing a great enemy. Sir, don't misunderstand. I just want to see your appearance. That's all. However, at this moment, a laugh suddenly melted the oppressive scene. A man in armor walked over with a smile. He looked indifferently at the cloaked man and said, Because we have some opponents in Heaven Pass City. So to prevent them from causing trouble here, we have to do this. Hearing this, the cloaked man finally loosened up. He slowly took off his cloak, revealing a handsome face. Although this face restrained his aura, the young man still noticed a bone-chilling coldness in those half-narrowed eyes. What a cold man! The young man was shocked. Then he subconsciously checked the man's cultivation. However, it was like a stone sinking into the sea. He could not find anything. At this moment, the cloaked man put on his cloak again and entered the ancient city. This time, no one stopped him. However, the guards were a little unhappy because the young man was too cold and arrogant. Most people with character are like this. Forget it. On the contrary, the man smiled and explained. Yes, Deputy City Lord. However, the guards were very respectful to the young man, so they all smiled and nodded. They knew the young man's identity. Yuan Jiezi, an expert from Heaven Pass Academy's Shunsan Hall. He was an expert ranked in the top 200 on the divine list. Because of his outstanding talent and strength, he became the Deputy City Lord of Heaven Pass City. Next, the warriors at the gate continued to enter one after another. However, at this moment, a beautiful Pegasus flew over from afar. On the Pegasus sat a man in dazzling armor. Then the man jumped down and said indifferently, "Under the orders of the gods, I've come to arrest a wanted criminal. Heaven Pass City, accept the order." The orders of the gods. The man called Yuan Jiezi's eyes flashed and he hurried forward. The other party also handed him a piece of parchment. When he opened it, his pupils shrank. Because the wanted criminal recorded in it was Lin Ling from Snowwind Academy. And there was a portrait. As for the crime Lin Ling committed, it was killing people in the final world. However, the arrest warrant did not record who Lin Ling had killed. "Your Excellency, is such a wanted order issued in the entire final world?" Yuan Jiezi looked up and smiled at the man in front of him. "If I ask you to arrest him, then do it. Why are you talking so much nonsense?" The man said indifferently. Then his gaze swept across the crowd. "It has already recorded Lin Ling's appearance. If you see him, inform us immediately. There will be a great reward. The arrest warrant also recorded how to contact us." After leaving these words, the man rode the Pegasus and flew to the next city. "Sir, look." The guards pointed at the arrest warrant and exclaimed as they watched the man disappear from their sight. Their faces were filled with shock. Because the person depicted on the arrest warrant was the handsome young man from before. Haha, the wanted criminal Lin Ling, whoever sees him can get the treasures of the gods. I hope I have such luck. However, what surprised the guards was that Yuan Jiezi did not seem to hear them. He was rubbing his chin and looking at the arrest warrant in his hand. This also made the guards' eyes flash. They instantly knew that the Deputy City Lord was pretending to be stupid. However, since the Deputy City Lord did not expose Lin Ling, they naturally pretended not to see him.